Mo Xing, after all, was from ancient times, he had never heard of generators, let alone knew what they could be used for. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said to Mo Xing, generators have many uses, to be precise, it's electricity that has many uses. Just in time, I have a few generators here. After I find someone to install the generators, I will explain to you the uses of electricity, said the prince. Next, I will set up a team for you specifically to research the application of electricity. Mo Xing replied, yes, Your Highness. Although he did not know what use a generator could have, Mo Xing could see that Lu Chen valued generators very much. Since it was something the North Prince held in high regard, it must be extremely important. Mo Xing thought to himself, the application and promotion of generators would certainly be no less significant than that of steam engines, and in this way, he feared he might make history once again. Just the thought of his name appearing in many fields in the future thrilled Mo Xing. At this time, Lu Chen said, today, take these blueprints back to familiarize yourself with them, and then find some craftsmen whom you think have potential. Ask if they are willing to join the electricity research team. If they are, then bring them in when the time comes. Mo Xing said excitedly, yes, my lord. I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xing, filled with high spirits, took the generator blueprints and left the North Prince mansion. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The research team for electricity was quickly assembled, and in order for Mo Xing and the ancient people like him to understand what electricity was, Lu Chen had them come to the prince's mansion every day for lessons he taught. During this half-month, Lu Chen seemed especially busy. Not only did he have to teach Mo Xing and the others, he also had to deal with state affairs in the study at night. Even though he was a pseudo-celestial and did not need much sleep, being so busy every day still made Lu Chen feel somewhat tired. He had barely touched a woman during that time. Lu Chen's busyness was seen by all the women in the inner court of the prince's mansion, particularly by Wu Junwan. Ever since she entered the prince's mansion, Wu Junwan kept a close eye on every move Lu Chen made. Although she had lost a bet to Lu Chen and, according to the terms, she should be staying in the North Prince mansion, bearing children for Lu Chen, in reality, she wasn't such a compliant woman. Deep down, she still felt somewhat resentful. After observing for some time, she noticed that Lu Chen had been particularly close to the craftsmen, and he even laughed and joked with them, which gave her a new perspective on Lu Chen. She had not expected that Lu Chen would value craftsmen so highly and grant them such high status. In any other dynasty, craftsmen were merely a lowly class, and the last thing those of high position wanted was to spend time with dirty craftsmen. However, Lu Chen seemed to have none of these concerns, having the craftsmen come to the prince's mansion for half a month and discussing things with them. On another bright morning, Wu Junwan got up, had a simple breakfast, and then went to sit in a pavilion not far from the study in the outer court. This was the range of her freedom, and although she was allowed to leave the North Prince mansion, she preferred staying there to uncover the little secrets of that young man rather than arranging things outside. Just then, Mo Xing, leading a group of craftsmen, proceeded toward the room next to the study. Seeing this, Wu Junwan thought to herself, could it be that the North Country was developing some powerful new weapon, seeing the prince bring these craftsmen to the North Prince mansion every day? The thought made Wu Junwan's brows furrow and her face turn cold. The cannons of the North Country were formidable enough. If they managed to develop a weapon even more powerful than cannons, the major dynasties might truly be unable to stop this young man's march toward unifying the world. She had to find a way to investigate. But how? Ask Lu Chen directly. It had been half a month since he last visited her place. Inquiring directly wouldn't be easy. Of course, Wu Junwan was aware that Lu Chen's absence wasn't because he had grown tired of her, but mainly because he had been too busy recently. Wu Junwan could see that clear as day. He was with the craftsmen all day long, and at night, he was in the study dealing with government affairs. Every day was like this, so it was normal for him not to have time to visit her. In the afternoon, the sunlight poured down on the land, and Mo Xing and the other craftsmen emerged from the large room next to the study with Lu Chen. After leaving the courtyard of the study, the craftsman bowed to Lu Chen, saying, "We thank you, my lord, for imparting knowledge to us." Lu Chen smiled lightly, then said, "What I've taught you is merely the simplest knowledge. It's up to you to explore deeper research." Lu Chen was not a science and engineering man. He knew some common knowledge at best, so the things he taught were the simplest and most basic. However, to Mo Xing and the others from ancient times, this information was sufficient. They had understood what electricity was, and most importantly, they no longer felt the fears they previously had toward electricity. Next, they just needed to wait until the generators were assembled before they could start experimenting with electricity. At this moment, Mo Xing, leading the craftsmen, said in unison, "We will certainly not disappoint your highness's expectations." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then said, "All right, go back and ponder over these matters. Once the generators are assembled, I will have someone notify you." The group bowed again to Lu Chen, and after the bow, they turned and left the North Prince mansion. At this time, Wu Junwan was still sitting in the pavilion in the outer court. Seeing the craftsmen's smiling faces, she became even more curious about what they had been discussing. It was then that a woman dressed in black and white entered Wu Junwan's view. This woman had a cool demeanor and strikingly beautiful features. Wu Junwan felt like she had seen this woman somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where at the moment. The woman went straight to the study. Seeing her heading to the study, Wu Junwan thought to herself that she must be from the North Prince mansion, namely that young man's woman. Meanwhile, in the study of North Prince mansion, as soon as Murong Shuai entered Lu Chen's study, she was greeted by Lu Chen with a fierce kiss. Lu Chen had been busy for most of the month. Although he had been with women during this half-month, he didn't indulge too much in carnal pleasures to ensure he was energetic the next day. Today, he had finally finished teaching the craftsmen about electricity, and now he had time to indulge himself once again. Just as Murong Shuai came looking for him, he decided to start with her. Murong Shuai was somewhat bewildered by Lu Chen's sudden fervor, not understanding why he was so arousing her upon her arrival. She quickly became overwhelmed by his kisses and even her usually cool cheeks were flushed with red, making her look like a lascivious woman. At that moment, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Murong Shuai's slender waist and pushed her toward the resting room while asking, "Why has Miss Murong come to see me today?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Murong Shuai snorted, "The prince is truly a busy man. It takes half a month just to get a chance to see you." In the past half-month, Lu Chen had been busy teaching the craftsmen, so he had specifically instructed the guards at the door not to let anyone disturb him while he was teaching, no matter who it was, unless it was a matter of utmost importance. Murong Shuai had wanted to see Lu Chen for quite some time, but every time she came, the guards at the prince's mansion said Lu Chen was busy and had no time to see her. She even suspected that Lu Chen was perhaps tired of her. Fortunately, she noticed that everyday craftsmen were entering the North Prince mansion, and she realized that probably some significant activity was taking place, or maybe that man was up to something. Of course, her visit to North Prince mansion to find Lu Chen wasn't to investigate what he was up to lately. She came for Wu Junwan. Hearing Murong Shuai's words filled with resentment, Lu Chen kissed her face lightly and then said, "I am at fault. I will have to make it up to you by writing all over your body later." Upon hearing this, Murong Shuai involuntarily shivered. It had been a long time since she had been intimate with Lu Chen. Just thinking about what was to come, Murong Shuai doubted whether she could still endure it. Soon the two entered the resting area, but upon entering, Lu Chen did not immediately do anything to Murong Shuai. He suddenly thought of something interesting and then said, "I have always been the one to write, but I have never seen your handwriting. Why don't you write something for me to see?" Hearing this, Murong Shuai was slightly speechless inside, wondering what new trick this naughty man was planning. However, she did not refuse, and with an expressionless face, she said, "Fine." Seeing Murong Shuai agree, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone flew from the study to the table in the resting room. Lu Chen said, "Now, you write." Murong Shuai gently picked up the writing brush, dipped it in ink, and just as she was about to start writing, she asked, "What does the prince wish me to write?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Write whatever you want. What you write isn't important, it's the process of writing that matters." Murong Shuai didn't ask any more questions and immediately started writing, but as soon as the tip of the brush touched the paper, she felt a strange sensation in her body. Lu Chen was hugging her body, his hands wandering around her, rendering her unable to concentrate. This asshole. She knew it couldn't be that simple. When did Lu Chen ever write seriously? Wasn't it always just an excuse to do something naughty? Although feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Murong Shuai still persevered and wrote a character on the paper. Seeing that Murong Shuai had stopped after writing just one character, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "Why stop? Continue writing. Let me admire your calligraphy." Biting her silver teeth, Murong Shuai began to write again. Then, Murong Shuai wrote more than a dozen characters on the paper. Just then, Lu Chen waved his hand, and suddenly a lot more paper flew into the room from the study. The papers, several meters long, covered the floor of the resting area in an instant. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Miss Murong, these papers are too small. How about writing on the paper on the floor instead?" Murong Shuai turned and gave Lu Chen a disdainful look, then said, "Prince, I didn't come here to write." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Then what did you come for?" A blush spread across Murong Shuai's cheeks, making her face even redder. Without saying another word, Murong Shuai picked up the brush and bent down to write on the paper on the floor. As Murong Shuai had just written one character, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Shuai, it must be uncomfortable for you to write while bending over like that. Why don't you kneel instead?" With that, Lu Chen personally guided Murong Shuai, having her kneel on the paper and prop herself up with one hand while holding the brush with the other. After she knelt down, her buttocks were slightly raised, showing off her exquisite curves perfectly. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes glazed over, especially since Murong Shuai was kneeling on white paper with black characters, which gave her an especially enchanting allure. At this moment, Murong Shuai was unaware of what Lu Chen was looking at, she simply continued to write on the paper. The sight of the talented woman writing was too much for Lu Chen to bear any longer. The next moment, he tore something with force, and a ripping sound followed. Murong Shuai hadn't even reacted when that dog of a man, Lu Chen, leaned in close. Lu Chen was exactly the kind of man Murong Shuai knew all too well. Though she had been taken by surprise in his ambush, Murong Shuai had no choice but to admit defeat and let Lu Chen have his way. Some time later, the fire in Lu Chen's heart subsided slightly. He then said to Murong Shuai, "Shall I introduce someone to you?" Murong Shuai, still in a daze, asked, Who? Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Naturally, it's the person you came to inquire about today." Hearing this, Murong Shuai suddenly became more alert. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen and asked, "You wouldn't have done this kind of thing to her, would you?" The main reason Murong Shuai was so eager to enter the North Prince mansion and find out about Wu Junwan was because the Yu Emperor wanted to know whether her dear sister had been mistreated since arriving in North Country. With a smile still on his face, Lu Chen countered, "What do you think?" Seeing Lu Chen's sly smile, Murong Shuai's heart skipped a beat. "You, how could you, to her? She is the Yu Emperor's good friend. Slow down." With an unconcerned look on his face, Lu Chen said, "Does it matter to me who her friend is?" Murong Shuai was speechless. She was not new to this bad man's ways. How could this lustful man be scared by who was behind Wu Junwan? He was nothing but an animal that thought with his lower half. Murong Shuai then said, "Forget it. If the Yu Emperor finds out about this, you'll bear the consequences." Murong Shuai did not want to remind Lu Chen any further. After all, he was someone who feared neither heaven nor earth, daring to touch any woman. Lu Chen then said, "How about this, I'll let her meet with you. One of you is the Yu Emperor's maidservant and the other is her dear sister. I believe you two will definitely have much to talk about." Hearing this, Murong Shuai thought Lu Chen planned to let her meet Wu Junwan after he had his fun, so she promptly said, "Okay. As soon as Murong Shuai finished speaking, Lu Chen turned to the maid by the study door and ordered, "Xiao Huan, go summon the Princess of Great Wu from the North Prince's mansion. I need to see her." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shuai froze. This bastard was actually calling for Wu Junwan at this time. What did he want with Wu Junwan now, to have her watch an erotic performance? Just as Murong Shuai was about to rebuke Lu Chen, his swift actions left her unable to speak. Meanwhile, Wu Junwan was still sitting in the pavilion in the outer courtyard, waiting to see how long the woman would stay in Lu Chen's study. Just then, a maid came out of the courtyard where the study was located. Wu Junwan didn't realize the maid was coming for her until she approached. Xiao Huan bowed to Wu Junwan and said, "Greetings to the Empress." Hearing the maid's words, Wu Junwan's expression darkened. Although she used to yearn to become the Empress, she recently dreaded hearing the words, Empress, or, Your Majesty. She had come to understand Lu Chen's perverse pleasure. He enjoyed making her play the part of the Empress and then wantonly humiliating her to satisfy his twisted desires. Despite her displeasure, Wu Junwan did not reprimand Xiao Huan. After all, the maid was just following the orders of the despicable Lu China. Rebuking her wouldn't change anything. Wu Junwan coldly asked, "What do you want?" The maid had come from the direction of the study, so it must have been Lu Chen who wanted to see her. Wu Junwan was curious about what he could possibly want at this moment. Xiao Huan replied, "Your Majesty, the prince has summoned you to the study." Hearing this, Wu Junwan was first startled and then overjoyed. In her view, the study was the heart of the North Prince Mansion, where all its secrets were kept. She had long wanted to see the study but lacked the privilege. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was now willingly letting her into the study. This man certainly had some nerve. Wu Junwan promptly stood up and said, "Lead the way." Xiao Huan gestured, "This way, Your Majesty." Following Xiao Huan, Wu Junwan arrived outside the study. The doors of the study were closed, but muffled noises could still be faintly heard. The sounds from inside puzzled Wu Junwan, and there was something familiar about them. Unlike the old mansion's paper-covered windows and doors, the new mansion's windows and doors were soundproofed, so Wu Junwan could only hear bits and pieces, which didn't alert her to what was happening inside. It was then that Xiao Huan opened the study door for Wu Junwan and said, "Your Majesty, please enter. The prince is waiting for you in the resting room." As she said this, the maid Xiao Huan's cheeks went red. At the moment the door opened, the sounds inside grew louder, and Murong Shuai's voice became distinctly clear. Hearing this, Wu Junwan's brows furrowed, and she suspected Lu Chen might be engaging in some indecent activities in the study. Despite her suspicions, Wu Junwan entered the study without further thought. As soon as Wu Junwan stepped in, Xiao Huan closed the door behind her. Wu Junwan paid it no mind and continued walking inside. As she approached the resting room, the noises became clearer and clearer. Upon reaching the door, the scene before her left her utterly stunned. Although she had anticipated something might be happening, the direct sight of it was still speechless-inducing. At this moment, a woman was kneeling over a piece of white paper covered in writing, while Lu Chen's large hand controlled her willowy waist. The hand that gripped the writing brush trembled slightly, betraying her desire to write but inability to follow through. Wu Junwan glanced over the white papers on the floor and then scanned the layout of the room. The room was adorned with calligraphy and paintings, exuding a scholarly aroma. Yet in such a scholarly room, Lu Chen was engaging in such activities. The most infuriating part was that this young man clearly knew she had entered the room, but continued with what he was doing, as if she did not exist. Wu Junwan then coldly asked, "Did you summon me here just to watch you do this with another woman?" At that moment, Lu Chen looked up at Wu Junwan with a smile and said, "Of course not. I called you here to introduce someone to you." With that, Lu Chen took hold of Murong Shuai's hand and pulled her upright, making her face Wu Junwan. He then put his arm around Murong Shuai's abdomen to prevent her from falling. "The person I'm introducing to you is her. She is the woman the Yu Emperor gifted to me." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan froze momentarily. She remembered what Hu Shu had asked her to do. Hu Shu had told her to find out if Murong Shuai had slept with Lu Chen. Wu Junwan took a quick glance at Murong Shuai, who now had a flushed face and appeared to want to speak but couldn't find the words. Wu Junwan sneered internally. She had seriously considered asking Lu Chen about it at the time, but now she found it laughable. Why would she need to ask about something so obvious? A great beauty enters the North Prince Mansion and falls into the hands of this lustful man. Would he do nothing? Seeing Mirong Xue's state, it was likely that her body and soul were already shaped by Lu Chen. She didn't even know how many times this man had tormented her. Wu Junwan's expression soured. She had thought this woman had come to the study for something urgent. Instead, they were discussing the great philosophy of life in there. Lu Chen continued, one of you is the Yu Emperor's most trusted maid, and the other is the Yu Emperor's best friend. I believe you have a great deal in common. Why don't Xue live in your courtyard and stay with you from now on? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan fell into thought, sensing that Lu Chen was plotting something. Mirong Xue, who had been silent until now, finally regained some composure. She spoke up, this humble servant Mirong Xue has met Princess Junwan. Ah. Wu Junwan responded coolly, I am no longer Great Wu's Princess Junwan. I am but a prisoner in the North Prince mansion now. Lu Chen said with a smile, now, you make it sound so dramatic. I haven't decreed that you must remain in the prince's mansion and not leave. Wu Junwan did not continue the topic and said, if there's nothing else, I shall not disturb you further. With that, Wu Junwan turned and left, not wishing to see the indecent acts between this pair. As Wu Junwan walked towards the exit of the study, Lu Chen called out from behind, go and tell your maids to prepare a room. From now on, Mirong Xue will be staying with you at the North Prince mansion. Wu Junwan gave no response and didn't stop, simply leaving the study. Once Wu Junwan had left the study, Lu Chen continued with his own tasks. At dusk, Wu Junwan was enjoying the beautiful sunset in the courtyard where she lived when Mirong Xue, dressed in black and white, entered the yard. Wu Junwan glanced at Mirong Xue, whose clothes had been changed. Her original outfit had been torn by Lu Chen in the study. Mirong Xue approached Wu Junwan and bowed, greetings to Princess Junwan. Wu Junwan, expressionless, said, I've already said that I'm no longer Great Wu's Princess Junwan. You need not address me as princess in the future. Mirong Xue did not dwell on the formality and replied, yes, your highness. Wu Junwan looked at Mirong Xue once more before saying, please sit down. Thank you, your highness. Mirong Xue then sat down opposite Wu Junwan in the pavilion. Wu Junwan went straight to the point, Hu Shu asked me to find out if you have slept with the North Prince. She didn't come directly to you, it seems she no longer trusts you. Hu Shu belonged to the Da Yu dynasty and was close to the empress. If she wanted to know something, she could have easily asked Mirong Xue directly. There was no need for Wu Junwan to do any digging. So Wu Junwan concluded that Hu Shu did not trust Mirong Xue, hence asking her to inquire personally. Upon hearing Wu Junwan's words, Mirong Xue wasn't surprised. It was very likely that Hu Shu wanted to know if the curse pattern on her body had affected the North Prince. If it had not, it could be disregarded, but if it had, it meant Mirong Xue had successfully controlled the North Prince. However, the real question was why the Empress had not directly told her that the virgin mark on her body was actually a curse pattern. It seemed that from the very beginning, the Empress had never trusted her. Even now, the Yu Emperor sent someone else to gather information instead of telling her directly that she bore the curse pattern. Mirong Xue said, thank you, your highness, for informing me of this. Wu Junwan gave Mirong Xue another scanning look. Mirong Xue had a cold demeanor and breathtaking beauty, any man would be attracted to her. Wu Junwan asked bluntly, how many times have you and the North Prince done that sort of thing? Hearing Princess Junwan's question, Mirong Xue was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Mirong Xue offer no answer, Wu Junwan picked up the teacup on the stone table and gently took a sip before saying, is it that you've lost count because there were so many? Mirong Xue had nothing to say. Although she believed there weren't many times, she truly couldn't remember the number. Mirong Xue countered, why does your highness inquire about this matter? Wu Junwan didn't answer the question but continued, so it seems you have already betrayed Qingru. Mirong Xue fell silent once again. In a certain sense, she had indeed betrayed the Yu Emperor. After all, she couldn't bear to separate from this bad man anymore. Her body and heart had become entirely his. Seeing Mirong Xue still not speaking, Wu Junwan knew she had hit the mark, let out a slight sigh, and thought to herself that the most frightening thing about this man was that no woman could resist his seduction. Hearing this, Mirong Shuai couldn't help but wonder, could it be that even Princess Junwan had been conquered by the North Prince? Princess Junwan was, after all, the esteemed princess of Great Wu, and she had only just arrived in the North Country. Had she been subdued so quickly by that bad man? Could it be true? Mirong Shuai asked, "What do you intend to do, Your Highness? Are you going to tell the Empress about this servant's actions?" Mirong Shuai was somewhat uncertain about Wu Junwan's stance. She was very clear about just how close the relationship between Wu Junwan and the Yu Emperor was. In the days without Wu Junwan, the Yu Emperor even treated her as if she were Wu Junwan, holding her down beneath her. Their affection for each other was extraordinary. Although Wu Junwan's body might have been tarnished by that bad man, this did not mean that Wu Junwan no longer had feelings for the Yu Emperor. Now that Wu Junwan knew the spy the Yu Emperor sent to the North Country had defected and could pose a threat to Great Ju in the future, Wu Junwan might consider their sisterly love and tell the Yu Emperor about this matter. If that happened, Mirong Shuai would be completely exposed for betraying the Yu Emperor. At this moment, Wu Junwan asked with an expressionless face, "Do you wish for me to tell Qingru about your affair, or would you prefer that I pretend to know nothing?" Mirong Shuai did not immediately answer the question. Seeing Mirong Shuai not directly responding, Wu Junwan said, "If I say nothing, the North Prince will use you to pass on more false intelligence to Qingru, or you might steal more information from Great Ju to give to the North Prince. In that case, you still have some value. If I tell Qingru directly about your affair, you might not need to continue serving as an envoy for Great Ju, but you will also become useless to the North Prince. He might just discard you then." At this point, Mirong Shuai spoke up, "Your Highness may be overthinking it. For the North Prince's ambitions, I don't play a significant role. To him, my greatest use is to provide a means for him to relax. I am merely a tool for him to release his emotions with. The North Prince seldom requests that I proactively provide him with information on Great Ju, nor does he often ask me to spread false information. Even the defense map of the North Country that I originally obtained from the North Prince was a real one. It's just a pity that despite it being real, Great Wu's army still suffered defeat." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan's brows slightly furrowed before she sneered and said, "So you think that the North Prince's feelings for you are real?" Mirong Shuai replied, "This servant is well aware that the prince only likes my body. I harbor no delusions that His Highness could have genuine feelings for me." Seeing Mirong Shuai say as much, Wu Junwan was at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, Wu Junwan then said, "Although he is enamored with your beauty for now, there will come a day when you grow old, and women are what he lacks the least. Following him, you should be prepared to be discarded." Mirong Shuai replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. This servant will bear your words in mind." Wu Junwan did not wish to advise Mirong Shuai further. She herself had been thoroughly taken advantage of by Lu Chen. She had no right to speak about others. Moreover, she was crystal clear that with that young man's capabilities, indeed any woman who had shared marital relations with him found it extremely difficult to leave him. His methods of dealing with women were indeed numerous. Wu Junwan said, "For now, I will not inform Elder Hu about your situation. From today onward, you will stay with me." Mirong Shuai once again expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Princess Your Highness." At that moment, Wu Junwan said, "Since you came to the North Country early on and have long been the North Prince's woman, you must be very familiar with the North Prince mansion. There are some matters regarding the North Prince that I would like to inquire about with you." Mirong Shuai replied, "Whatever your highness wishes to know, just ask, and this servant will withhold nothing." Wu Junwan, after all, was the sister of the Yu Emperor, and Mirong Shuai thought that providing Wu Junwan with some information about the North Prince would serve as a repayment for the Yu Emperor's past grace in raising her. Wu Junwan uttered a and then asked, "With so many women in the inner court of North Prince Mansion, there must be intense internal strife. I wish to know which woman in the prince's mansion has the greatest ambition." Hearing this, Mirong Shuai seemed to understand something. Wu Junwan was preparing to integrate herself into the North Prince Mansion and even intended to fight for power and gain. Murong Shuai immediately said, "If your highness intends to fight for power and gain within the North Prince Mansion's inner court, this servant advises your highness to abandon that thought. Although I haven't lived in the North Prince Mansion before, through the palace maids, I've learned some things. The inner court of the North Prince Mansion is very harmonious. His Highness's concubines are like sisters and hardly engage in any scheming against each other." Wu Junwan chuckled lightly, "Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The more powerful the man, the more the women of his harem will do anything to win his favor. Even if they appear harmonious on the surface, they're likely harboring such conspiracies in secret." Being born into the imperial family, Wu Junwan knew the situation of the harem best, so she didn't believe for a second that Lu Chen's harem was particularly harmonious. She had already been claimed by Lu Chen, and she also realized that the trend towards unification was irreversible. The North Prince was too powerful, and the military might of the North country was quickly improving. Furthermore, as the North Prince was a dominant man, Wu Junwan believed she probably couldn't return to Great Wu, and from now on, she could only become that man's possession. To be his woman, actually, she didn't resist the idea, but she wasn't content with just being a caged canary. Wu Junwan planned to prepare a second path for herself. If one day Lu Chen truly unified the world and became the sole emperor, then she would also become the most important woman by this man's Sidia, in plainer terms, the empress. So to her, all the women in Lu Chen's harem were her competitors, even her enemies. Because of this, she must start preparing now, but before that, she needed to thoroughly understand the specific situation inside North Prince Mansion. Upon hearing Wu Junwan's words, Murong Shuai knew that Wu Junwan was not planning to give up. But thinking about it, it made sense. Wu Junwan was once Princess Junwan of Great Wu, already a person of high status and power. That terrible man intended to keep her locked up in North Prince Mansion, to bear children for Hima. How could she possibly tolerate that? Wu Junwan couldn't possibly give up the fight. Murong Shuai then said, "Most of the women in North Prince Mansion are busied with their own affairs. The wife oversees all the properties of North Prince Mansion, managing the entire prince's mansion. Yelv Nanyan, once the Sky Wolf King's wife, manages the national treasury." Before Murong Shuai could finish, Wu Junwan interrupted with a question, "Does the Sky Wolf King's wife still manage the treasury now?" Wu Junwan knew through her spies when she was in Great Wu that Yelv Nanyan managed the national treasury. At the time, she just thought this was one of Lu Chen's political maneuvers, mainly to stabilize those barbarian tribe people of the North country. After all, Yelv Nanyan was a barbarian tribe wife. If she qualified to manage the national treasury of North country, that indicated North Prince was, to a certain extent, treating barbarian people equally, giving them hope. Of course, Wu Junwan considered this to be nothing but a facade. The actual control of the treasury surely still lay with North country people, having nothing to do with Yelv Nanyan. Murong Shuai replied at this moment, "Yes, she still holds control over the treasury, but she's started to delegate authority. I estimate in another 10 years, she will hand over the treasury to someone else." Wu Junwan continued to ask, "All right, tell me about the other wives and concubines of North Prince." Murong Shuai continued, "Currently, only Yelv Nanyan is involved in the political affairs of North country. Besides her, Wang Qingqi manages Rain Listening Pavilion, Dongfang Longyu oversees the Eastern Newspaper Agency, Chu Yukan commands the prince's mansion's trusted aides, and as for the woman surnamed Bai, she often follows the North Prince, but I don't know much about her." Wu Junwan asked, "Are those all of North Prince's women?" Murong Shuai answered, "Not just them. There are also the two sisters from the Zhou family, the princess from the former Sky Wolf King tribe, and a woman surnamed Lin from Mysterious Moon Palace. Besides these women, it seems the prince also has some women outside, but I am not aware of the details." Wu Junwan frowned. This man had too many women. Truly a lascivious fellow. With so many women, could he take care of them all? It seemed the strife within the prince's mansion was even more severe than she imagined. So many women vying for one mana. The inner court of the prince's mansion could not possibly be peaceful. No woman wanted to live in neglect. Especially after having that kind of affair with that man, they would want his affection even more, so surely they would compete for his favor. In Wu Junwan's mind at this moment, the inner court of the prince's mansion was tantamount to a battlefield of life and death. Afterwards, Wu Junwan continued to consult Mirong Shuiye about other matters concerning North Prince Mansion, and the two talked late into the night in the pavilion. Just as Lu Chen had said, the two indeed had a lot in common to talk about. Late at night, Mirong Shuiye moved into the room next to Wu Junwan's, not having brought anything with her, all her clothes still at the mansion. The dress she was wearing was one provided by North Prince Mansion. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Mirong Shuiye sighed softly. Just then, a palace maid came in and asked, "Mrs. Mirong, the hot water is ready. Would you like to bathe now?" Mirong Shuiye didn't correct the maid's address of her. She didn't care anymore, let the maids call her whatever they wanted. After all, she had already been rendered utterly passive by that man's doings. She replied faintly, "Fine." The maid immediately said, "Please follow me, Mrs. Mirong." Then Mirong Shuiye followed the maid to the bathroom next to the room. The bathroom was very large, with a bath pool steaming with hot water, and several maids were scattering petals into it. Within moments, the whole bath was filled with the scent of flowers. Mirong Shuiye, helped by the maids, slowly stripped off her clothes, revealing her fair skin. She then gently stepped into the hot water. As soon as she entered, she immediately felt rejuvenated, her fatigue from the day swept away, and she felt extremely comfortable. Soaking in the hot water, Mirong Shuiye soon became drowsy. At this point, she told the maids, "You may all leave now. I will call if I need anything." "Yes, madam." The maids then left the bath, and Mirong Shuiye leaned back in the tub, closing her eyes. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, suddenly a pair of large hands wrapped around her slender waist. She woke up startled and began to struggle. Just when she was about to cry out, in the next moment, her mouth was covered by a large hand, and she could only make muffled, MMPH noises. Mirong Shuiye's mind had been entirely relaxed, so when someone suddenly appeared beside her and quickly wrapped their arms around her slim waist, running behind her and then covering her mouth, it was no wonder that Mirong Shuiye felt panic. For a moment, she even thought an assassin or an enemy was there to kill her. However, she quickly sensed something off. As she struggled, she realized that her martial skills had been sealed, preventing her from accessing them. The next moment, a familiar sensation surged through her body. Mirong Shuiye then realized that it was that bastard who had come. They had done so many bad things together that she was very familiar with him, and she believed that he was the only one capable of driving her crazy. But then again, she wasn't wrong in her guess. He indeed was an assassin, there to murder her. Mirong Shuiye simply stopped struggling, letting the water splash around. After an unknown amount of time, the assassin spoke in her ear, "My dear wife, how can you have no defenses at all? That won't do. Moreover, you aren't even struggling, what if you encountered a real villain?" Mirong Shuiye hummed with laughter, "Aside from you, that bastard, who else in the prince's mansion has the ability to seal my skills? Even if there were villains in the prince's mansion, it would only be you, the bad egg." Holding Mirong Shuiye's slender waist, Lu Chen slowly sat down by the bath, allowing her to sit in his embrace, and then said, "I'm here to help you bathe, how can you call me a bad person?" Mirong Shuiye did not pay attention to Lu Chen's words but asked directly, "Your Highness is visiting me so late, it must be because of Princess Junwan's issue, right?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "My wise Shuiye. You've talked with her for so long, it seems you two really do have quite a lot to discuss. Tell me, what did you talk about earlier?" Mirong Shuiye answered directly, she was inquiring about the women in the inner court of the prince's mansion. At this point, Mirong Shuiye turned her head slightly and glanced at Lu Chen behind her with the corner of her eye before saying softly, "His Highness is indeed capable. A princess from Great Wu has only been in the North Prince mansion for a few days and you've already tamed her completely, to the point where she even harbors thoughts of becoming the mistress of the prince's mansion and monopolizing you." Lu Chen responded with a laugh, aspiring to be the mistress of the prince's mansion. Such a thought is not to be entertained in the North Prince mansion. Mirong Shuiye inquired, "Then what does your highness plan to do with her?" Lu Chen answered, "She wants to monopolize me, doesn't she? Simple, I will spend the next half-month continuously accompanying her. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help feeling a tinge of schadenfreude as she knew Wu Junwan was in for trouble over the next half-month. After half a month, Wu Junwan would probably be thinking about how to escape the North Prince mansion. At that time, Lu Chen extended his hand, lifted Murong Xue's chin, and gazed at her profile. Alright, let's stop talking about this. We ended rather abruptly this afternoon, and I am not yet satisfied. Just as Murong Xue was about to say something, Lu Chen embraced her and placed her hands on the edge of the bath. Murong Xue felt somewhat resigned inside. At that moment, she couldn't understand how Wu Junwan could ever entertain the idea of having Lu Chen all to herself. In the Great Xia dynasty, at the capital city, East Palace. After returning to the capital city, Qin Feng promptly conveyed the news that Lu Chen had agreed to their terms to Crown Prince Lu Yi, who immediately called together his faction to discuss important matters in the East Palace. Zhao Wenan glanced at Qin Feng and asked, Assistant Minister Qin, did the North Prince personally agree? Qin Feng replied, he did, personally. Zhao Wenan, with a smile on his face, told Crown Prince, congratulations, Your Highness. With the support of the North Prince, the position is within your reach. On hearing Zhao Wenan's words, Crown Prince Lu Yi did not show any particular happiness. Instead, his expression became more solemn. He sat facing the door on the main seat in the hall, staring at the night sky outside, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing that Crown Prince Lu Yi had not responded, Zhao Wenan did not continue and, after a moment, Crown Prince Lu Yi finally spoke. It seems my father, the emperor, is gravely ill, but the state preceptor is by his side, so he may well live for another decade or more. The very thought of my father suffering from his illness for so many years without me being able to help brings me immense sorrow, he added. At this, Crown Prince Lu Yi looked genuinely pained, as if he were truly upset by the emperor's sickness. Hearing Crown Prince Lu Yi's words, the officials in the hall immediately understood why he had been looking so troubled. Although the North Prince had already agreed to openly declare his support for Crown Prince Lu Yi to become emperor, as long as the Sum Emperor was still alive, it wouldn't be so easy for Crown Prince Lu Yi to ascend to the throne. If Crown Prince Lu Yi wanted to become emperor, he would at least have to wait for the Sum Emperor to pass away. The idea of the emperor abdicating and passing on the throne was not something they would dare to entertain. Leaving aside the fact that the Grand Masters of the imperial family would never agree to it, nor would the state preceptor, with Crown Prince Lu Yi's power, he had no way of forcing the emperor to abdicate. If the emperor's illness dragged on for years, perhaps more than a decade, Crown Prince Lu Yi might not even ascend the throne before the North Prince would march his troops south. Crown Prince Lu Yi was well aware that their efforts to win over the North Prince and the concessions made to him were merely to temporarily stabilize him. If the North Prince truly harbored ambitions to unify the entire realm, he would eventually launch an assault on Great Xia. The sooner Crown Prince Lu Yi could ascend the throne, the better it would be for his group, giving them time to enact reforms and to strengthen the military and martial forces. After Crown Prince Lu Yi's words, the hall fell into silence, with the officials unsure how to respond to him. After all, the Sum Emperor is still the emperor. Openly, they couldn't possibly incite Lu Yi to seize power and usurp the throne, much less encourage Lu Yi to murder the Sum Emperor. If they were to incite Lu Yi to kill the Sum Emperor now, one day they might incite Lu Yi's children to kill Lu Yi. Anyone who dares to make that suggestion will certainly be guarded against by Lu Yi, and that person is very likely not to be trusted or reused in the future. Of course, in politics, what can be said isn't necessarily done, and what is done shouldn't be spoken. Even though they can't openly speak of murdering the Sum Emperor or seizing power, since Lu Yi has brought it up at this time, he naturally expects them to resolve the issue. Being seasoned players, they could also interpret what Lu Yi meant. As subordinates, it's imperative to guess the boss's intentions. At this point, Lu Yi changed the subject and said, now that the North Prince has agreed to stand with me, I should also prepare to fulfill my promise. It's just that assigning the land north of Qi country to the North Prince is probably not going to be easy. Firstly, Lu Yi is not the emperor and does not have the right to arbitrarily grant land to a seigneur. Secondly, Qi country has its own sovereign. If Qi Prince hears that the court is giving his domain to the North country, he might just get angry enough to lead troops south in search of an explanation from Lu Yi. So, in essence, they must wait until Lu Yi becomes emperor, only then will these moves be viable. Zhao Wenan once again sensed the implication in Lu Yi's words. Lu Yi was hinting that it was time for them to help him ascend to the throne. Only when he rose to power could their coalition of ministers reap the rewards. So what they needed to do next was quite simple: devise a way for the Sum Emperor to pass away and then propel Lu Yi to the throne. At this moment, Zhao Wenan said to Lu Yi, "Your Highness, please rest assured, I believe the North Prince is sensible and will not be in a hurry to demand the land north of Qi country from you." Lu Yi replied, "Sigh, that's what you say, but I still feel somewhat worried." Zhao Wenan smiled and said, "Your Highness needn't worry too much. Let nature take its course, for some obstacles may no longer be troubles after a while." Hearing Zhao Wenan's words, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Lu Yi's face. "Mr. Zhao is right. It's just that I have been too anxious." Lu Yi believed that Zhao Wenan had understood his intention. Now it all depended on Zhao Wenan's actions. If everything went smoothly, he could ascend to the throne within a month. Of course, this was but a wishful thought in Lu Yi's mind. They didn't know that the actual chess player was the Sum Emperor himself. An hour later, in the Great Sum, within the Imperial Palace, the Sum Emperor sat cross-legged on the dragon bed, his face dark as he listened to the Shadow Guard reporting in front of him. Had Lu Yi been there, he would have recognized that the Shadow Guard was reporting the very conversation they had previously held in the East Palace. After the Shadow Guard finished reporting, the Sum Emperor let out a cold laugh and said, "I didn't expect him to grow so impatient." Then, addressing the Shadow Guard, the Sum Emperor commanded, "Continue monitoring them, but for now, don't make any moves. And do not touch anyone from their side within the palace." While the Sum Emperor might not be entirely aware of matters outside, he was very clear about everything happening within the capital city, especially within the Imperial Palace. He knew exactly which ones were from the Imperial Prince faction and who had their people within the palace. Those traitors still dream of taking his life. They are utterly delusional and oblivious to their certain demise. Now, what the Sum Emperor was most worried about wasn't these traitors in the capital but rather that one up north. Though there was no explicit evidence, he remained firmly convinced that the eternally mysterious Taoist and the Master of Divine Communications assassination attempt failed because the Celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace had gone to Yan County, and that Celestial might even now be protecting Lu Chen. With that Celestial present, the prospect of eliminating that traitor was impossible. This left the Sum Emperor feeling rather vexed. What concerned him the most had always been Mysterious Moon Palace. Now it seemed that a Celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace had descended. This kept him living in constant fear and apprehension. The scenes of Mysterious Moon Palace's Celestials hunting the Royal Grand Masters were still etched in his mind. He frequently dreamt about them even now when he slept at night. Each time he awoke, he was drenched in cold sweat. However, the Sum Emperor still had a lingering question. If the Celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace really had come down from the mountain, why hadn't she come directly to the capital to retrieve the sacred artifact of Mysterious Moon Palace? Could it be that Mysterious Moon Palace was unaware that the artifact was with him? That shouldn't be the case. Mysterious Moon Palace had once sent people to search the Imperial Palace, and though they found nothing, they must have suspected that the artifact was there. Without that artifact, it would have been impossible for the royal family to cultivate several Grand Masters in such a short period. Even the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace couldn't be so foolish as to not guess it. The Sum Emperor's gaze slowly drifted toward the window, then toward the endless night outside, and he muttered to himself, "It seems I need to act quickly. If I can activate the weapon on Fengyan Island, perhaps even the Celestial might not be unbeatable." In the North Country. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight flipped over the windowsill, shining into the room, its warm glow spreading over people, providing an overwhelming sense of comfort. The sleeping ones were also gently awoken by it. Wu Junwan lay sprawled across the bed, with Lu Chen lying on top of her, embracing her slender waist, head resting upon her fragrant shoulder. At this moment, Wu Junwan, weak and without strength, asked, "Marong Shui has told you something, right?" Seeing Wu Junwan ask such a question out of the blue, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why would you think that?" Wu Junwan snorted coldly and said, "For half a month, you've come to my room every night to oppress me. If Murong Shuai hadn't told you something, how could you possibly come here every day?" Initially, Wu Junwan was somewhat pleased that Lu Chen had been visiting her for several days in a row, for she was well aware that to climb the ranks in the North Country, one must capture the heart of this young man. This young man came to her every day to dote on her, proving that he was very fond of her body, which was a good thing. Moreover, she might be able to use the opportunity of sharing a bed with Lu Chen to probe some secrets about the North Country. However, Wu Junwan soon realized that something was off. Lu Chen had been coming to her place for half a month straight, and upon arriving in her room, he hardly wasted any time before he began making love to her until dawn. Even though Wu Junwan was a grandmaster, after half a month, she too was beginning to feel overwhelmed. By then, she had come to the conclusion that it was highly probable that Murong Shuai had told Lu Chen about her plans to fight for power in his harem and to monopolize his affections. Thus, the rascal came every day to show her the consequences of her actions. Wu Junwan finally understood why Murong Shuai had advised her not to make any moves in Lu Chen's inner court. No wonder Murong Shuai said the women of Lu Chen's inner court coexisted amicably and harmoniously. With Lu Chen's strength, he indeed had the capability to suppress any woman harboring ulterior motives. There she was, having just shown a bit of ambition, and the young man targeted her for half a month. Now, she dared not act rashly anymore. Since Wu Junwan had already guessed the reason, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. I just feared you might feel lonely sleeping alone at night, so I came to keep you company." Wu Junwan said, "Does the prince think I'm a fool?" Lu Chen immediately denied it, "I never said such a thing. Considering you're a woman who once held high status and power, I wouldn't dare to regard you as a fool." Wu Junwan sneered, "Murong Shuai indeed must have told you something. To think about it, Murong Shuai has long been conquered by you. You had her come here just to spy on me. Everything I do or say, she would surely report to you immediately." Lu Chen continued smiling and said, "If you don't want her to live in the same courtyard as you, you could just tell me, and I will have her move out immediately." The North Prince Mansion had already prepared another courtyard for her. Hearing this, Wu Junwan hesitated then said, "No need, let her continue living in this courtyard." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid she'll tell me about your affairs?" Wu Junwan said, "You've tormented me for half a month. I wouldn't dare to entertain any ulterior thoughts. Whether someone is watching over me or not no longer matters to me." By then, Wu Junwan had completely abandoned the idea of monopolizing Lu Chen. This man was too strong for her to control. Better let the other women in the inner court exhaust his energy. What mattered most was she didn't want to return to those days when there was no one to talk to. Although Murong Shuai was here to watch her, Murong Shuai used to be the closest person to the Yu Emperor, and living with her meant they had a lot in common to talk about. If she drove Murong Shuai away, she would once again be left alone in the entire courtyard, with no one to talk to. Moreover, Murong Shuai had been in North Country for so long. Through her, Wu Junwan could gain a better understanding of the situation in North Country. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen puffed out his chest and then gently stroked her jade back, caressing her as he said, "After all, you were once the princess of Great Wu, a person of high status and power. Are you going to submit just like that?" Wu Junwan asked coldly, "Does the prince wish for me to create chaos in the North Prince Mansion?" Lu Chen said, "That's not it. I just thought you gave in too quickly, it surprised me. I had thought it would take at least a month for you to give up those thoughts." Hearing this, Wu Junwan said, "Murong Shuai really did tell you everything about me." Just then, Lu Chen slowly rose to his feet. The next moment, Wu Junwan felt an emptiness as Lu Chen turned her over and then once again looked down at her from above. Gazing into Lu Chen's eyes, Wu Junwan asked, "I am very curious, Prince, why are you so vigorous?" Wu Junwan wasn't embarrassed. She was indeed very curious about Lu Chen's strength. As far as she knew, there shouldn't be any man with such formidable power as his. Upon reflection, Lu Chen answered, "It's just a gift from nature." Wu Junwan said indifferently, so it turns out to be natural bad stock. Lu Chen was not at all bothered by this remark, he liked it when his woman called him bad. As the saying goes, a man is not bad, a woman won't love him. Of course, this is meant for his own woman, not suitable in front of just anyone. Just at that moment, Lu Chen took out a pill and handed it to Wu Junwan. Seeing the pill in Lu Chen's hand, Wu Junwan was at first taken aback, then asked puzzledly, "Are you tired of playing with my body, planning to get rid of me now?" Lu Chen chuckled and then said, "What do you take me for? How could I possibly bring myself to harm my own woman, especially such a beauty like you? I can't cherish you enough." Junwan spoke with a skeptical tone, "So, you're worried that I might cause trouble at your North Prince mansion and want to use a poison pill to control me?" "This is a beauty enhancement pill," Lu Chen said directly. "Once you take it, you will retain your youth forever. Even when you grow old, only your hair will turn gray, and your body will not show any signs of aging, not even wrinkles on your skin." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Junwan was momentarily stunned. A beauty enhancement pill. How could Lu Chen possibly have such a pill? Junwan and the Yu Emperor had once entered the Misty World, as well as a sect, and both possessed considerable knowledge. She had naturally heard about the beauty enhancement pill, but that was something only immortals had. For them, such a pill was tantamount to an immortal pill. How could Lu Chen possibly possess an immortal pill? That being the case, it was highly probable that Lu Chen had the backing of a powerful figure from the Misty World. Looking at the beauty enhancement pill in Lu Chen's hand with a face full of doubt, Junwan said, "Such a precious immortal pill, and you're willing to give it to me. If your women knew you gave such a precious pill to me, wouldn't you be afraid they'd be angry?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, "Aside from you and Murong Shuai, all my women have already taken the beauty enhancement pill." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Junwan was once again stunned. She said incredulously, "Impossible. Where did you get so many immortal pills?" It was already hard enough to explain how Lu Chen came into possession of one immortal pill. How could he possibly have so many beauty enhancement pills? Even the Misty Immortal sect, which she and the Yu Emperor had joined, rarely had anyone who could get their hands on a single beauty enhancement pill. Lu Chen said coolly, "Don't worry about where they came from, just take it first." Junwan slowly raised her jade hand, ready to take the pill from Lu Chen's hand, but as her fingers were about to touch it, her hand stopped midair, she hesitated. Junwan still couldn't believe that the pill Lu Chen was giving her was an immortal pill. Could this young man really be so kind to her? He was merely fond of her body, wasn't he? How could he give her such a valuable pill? What's more, the fact that he claimed all of his women had taken immortal pills made her even more skeptical that this was a beauty enhancement pill. She grew more and more doubtful that should she take the pill, she might be controlled by Lu Chen for the rest of her life, becoming his puppet. Seeing Junwan's hesitation, Lu Chen said with a smile, "What's the matter? The proud princess of Great Wu is actually scared by a little pill. Even if this were a poison pill, with your grandmaster strength, you could expel the poison quickly, couldn't you? What's there to fear?" Hearing this, Junwan came to her senses. Indeed, now that she was a grandmaster, ordinary poisons were indeed hardly effective against her. If there really was a problem with the pill, she could just circulate her power to expel the poison from her body, couldn't she? But then again, even if the pill was indeed a poison pill, and she didn't want to take it, Lu Chen would probably force her to swallow it. In front of this young man, she had no choice. She couldn't possibly attack Lu Chen, could she? With his abilities, as soon as she made a move, Lu Chen could suppress her instantly. After realizing this, Junwan snatched the beauty enhancement pill from Lu Chen's hand and swallowed it without hesitation. Just as Junwan was mentally prepared to be poisoned, she suddenly felt a warm current in her dantian. Right after that, her entire skin seemed to be wriggling. Soon, her skin started to expel various impurities, and some skin began to peel off, with new, extremely delicate and fair skin growing in its place. Junwan could hardly believe it, the pill was real. At that moment, Lu Chen got up from the bed and said, "Go look in the mirror. You will definitely be satisfied." Without hesitation, Junwan got up from the bed, not bothering with her clothes, and walked to the dressing table. Sure enough, she found that her skin had become smoother and more delicate, she had become even more beautiful. Junwan wanted to ask Lu Chen something, but before she could, he picked her up by the waist and said, after expelling so many impurities with the beauty enhancement pill, it's best to have a good wash. He then walked towards the bathroom next to the bedroom. In the bathroom, Lu Chen had a maid help Junwan rinse off the impurities from her body before he embraced her and stepped into the bathtub with her. Sitting in Lu Chen's arms, Junwan was still immersed in the joy of becoming more beautiful. After all, there's no woman who doesn't cherish beauty, especially since Lu Chen had just said she could remain young forever and never grow old or ugly. After soaking in the bathtub for a while, Junwan couldn't hold back any longer and directly asked, I'm really curious, where did your beauty enhancement pill come from, Prince? Lu Chen responded with a smile, I can't tell you that for now. Hearing this, Junwan chuckled and said, it seems the prince's secrets are more numerous than I imagined. Lu Chen, hugging Junwan's soft body, whispered in her ear, naturally, the more secrets I have, the more you'll want to explore them on me, won't you? For the most part, a woman's interest in a man often starts from curiosity, and Junwan was no exception with Lu Chen. Wu Junwan snorted coldly and said no more. In her heart, she thought she had probably been thoroughly ensnared by this young man. First, he had helped her break through to the Grand Master realm. Then, he had made her body unable to resist his, and now, he had presented her with such a precious immortal pill, allowing her to retain eternal youth. Wu Junwan felt like she could no longer live without this man. She had fallen. She was utterly infatuated with this young man, something she had never imagined before. She never thought she could be conquered by such a man. Lost in these thoughts, Wu Junwan fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. Lu Chen also refrained from saying more, and the two of them simply soaked quietly in the bath. After soaking for about a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen slowly stood up. He smiled at Wu Junwan and said, if you get bored of staying in the prince's mansion, you can also go out for a walk. I still trust you relatively more. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan snorted lightly. Although she knew in her heart that she might never leave this young man in her life, every time she saw him act as though he had her completely figured out, a feeling of resentment stirred within her. Subjugated by this man for half a month, when would she be able to turn the tables and take control? After leaving Wu Junwan's room, Lu Chen headed straight for the power generator experimental base. The first power generator was installed by the river not far from the new town. Its power wasn't great, but it was completely sufficient for the needs of the prince's mansion. When Lu Chen arrived at the power generator experimental base, Mo Xing and the others were already waiting for his arrival, unable to wait any longer to start using electricity. In their past view, thunder and lightning were dangerous elements, but now, not only could they generate electricity, but they could also harness it for human use, which was a source of great excitement for them. Seeing that everything was more or less ready, Lu Chen began installing various electrical devices. Once everything was prepared, Lu Chen took out a light bulb he had made and plugged it into the socket. In the next moment, the bulb instantly lit up. It's on, it's really on. We succeeded. Once the electrical circuit is set up, we won't need to use candles anymore. Excited at the sight, Mo Xing and the others became more animated, chattering excitedly. But soon after, the light bulb exploded with a pop. Seeing this, everyone instantly became quiet. They turned to look at Lu Chen, who said indifferently, the materials used to make the light bulb are not up to standard, we need to continue experimenting to find durable materials. Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a matter of substandard materials. Material issues were not real problems, they could simply continue testing. Lu Chen then took out an electric heating rod, plugged it in, and placed the rod into a wooden barrel. Everyone watched, curious to see what would happen. After a while, the water in the wooden barrel actually started to boil. Lu Chen said with a smile, this is also an application of electricity, aside from lighting, it can generate heat. Mo Xing and the others got excited again, not having imagined that electricity could also produce heat. Lu Chen continued, alright, let's first set up an electrical circuit to the prince's mansion. I will personally test the practicality of various electric devices. Electricity was a dangerous thing, and as the prince, Lu Chen naturally wanted to be the first to use it. Only by doing so could he assure the common people when it was time to promote its wider use. After Lu Chen left the prince's mansion for the power generator experimental base, Wu Junwan sat down in the courtyard. She glanced at Marong Shui's room and noticed her door was closed. She then asked the palace maid beside her, "Has Mrs. Marong not risen yet?" The palace maid replied, "Your Highness Princess, Mrs. Marong left the prince's mansion early in the morning." After being busy all evening, Wu Junwan and Lu Chen woke up relatively late today. In addition, they soaked in the bath for a while. By the time they emerged, it was even later, and Marong Shui had already gone to the mansion. At that moment, Wu Junwan curiously inquired, "Why do you address me as princess today?" The palace maid hurriedly responded, replying to Your Highness, it was the prince's order. Wu Junwan snorted lightly. She had thought that man would want to play this identity game for a lifetime. She didn't expect him to tire of it so quickly. Well, she had long since grown tired of others addressing her as empress. As Wu Junwan was lost in thought, Marong Shui's voice came from the entrance of the courtyard, "Your Highness Princess, why have you risen so early?" Wu Junwan looked up and saw Marong Shui had returned. She snorted coldly, "Early. The sun is already overhead." Seeing Wu Junwan's tone was a bit off and she seemed displeased, Marong Shui thought to herself that it seemed the North Prince had said something to her. Wu Junwan then said, "Marong Shui, I treated you as a friend, but you turned around and sold me out." Hearing these words, Marong Shui was not the least bit nervous. Instead, she smiled slightly before saying, "Your Highness, you should understand that I am merely the prince's tool. As a tool of the prince, I naturally stand on his side." Although Marong Shui was merely a palace maid in the Great Ju and Wu Junwan outranked her, they were no longer in the Great Ju or Great Wu, but in the North Country, and moreover, in the North Prince Mansion. Now they were both Lu Chen's women, and there was no longer any question of status. Thus, Marong Shui was not afraid of Wu Junwan. Marong Shui continued, "If your highness fears that I will monitor you, you can speak to the prince and have me leave this courtyard." Wu Junwan said expressionlessly, "Never mind, you're a pitiful person. I won't trouble you further." Marong Shui asked, "The prince has gone to your room for half a month in a row. I wonder if your highness's thoughts have changed now." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan's brows furrowed. She got irritated just thinking about it. Then she coldly gazed at Marong Shui and said, "I suppose you were tamed by him in the same way, weren't you?" What a good technique. Marong Shui didn't say much more. Seeing the color drain from Wu Junwan's face, Marong Shui knew Wu Junwan had completely submitted and would probably not dare to harbor her previous thoughts. Wu Junwan continued, "Qingru sending you to the North Prince Mansion has indeed given quite the advantage to that man." Hearing Wu Junwan mention the Yu Emperor, Marong Shui asked out of curiosity, "Your Highness, at this point, have you made a decision in your heart?" Wu Junwan asked, "What decision?" Marong Shui said, "If one day the prince wages war against the Great Ju, whose side will you be on?" This. Wu Junwan was taken aback in her heart. She had never thought about this question before. The Yu Empress was her good sister, her close friend, and Lu Chen was her man, whom she couldn't live without. How was she to choose? Whether it was the Yu Empress or Lu Chen, any mishap to either of them would be a heavy blow to her. For a moment, Wu Junwan's heart was torn with indecision. Marong Shui then said, "If your highness finds it difficult to choose, I might have a good suggestion." Wu Junwan didn't directly ask Marong Shui for her suggestion, but instead skeptically said, "It seems that man wants to use you to send a message to me." Wu Junwan didn't believe Marong Shui had brought up this question on her own. She suspected Lu Chen wanted to see how she would choose, so he had Marong Shui probe her. Without defending herself, Marong Shui continued, "If your highness truly doesn't know whom to choose, then choose neither. Wait until they have concluded their fight." Wu Junwan paused for a moment, then asked, "You want me to watch them fight each other to the death?" Marong Shui said, "This is the best option for your highness. If the prince loses, the empress might just seal his skill and send him to you, considering your face." If the Empress loses, there is no need for your highness to worry at all. Wu Junwan asked, why is that? Mirong Shuai said, knowing the prince as I do, the Empress is likely to become his woman, just like you. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan's complexion instantly darkened. She didn't feel that Mirong Shuai was talking nonsense. On the contrary, she felt that Mirong Shuai's words were very likely to become reality. She had just arrived in the North Country, and Lu Chen had her impersonate the Empress, even making her wear a phoenix robe identical to that of the Yu Emperor, and the decorations in her room were exactly like those in the Yu Emperor's bedchamber. This man must harbor thoughts about his good sister, which was why he had her play the role of the Empress. With this in mind, once the Great Ju suffered defeat, the first thing the North Prince would surely do is bring his good sister to the North Prince mansion, and then treat her just as he had treated her. By then, it was possible they would both have to serve that vile creature together. Just thinking about that scene made Wu Junwan's face stiffen considerably. Knowing the Yu Emperor as she did, she truly wondered if that day came, whether the Yu Emperor would choose to self-destruct her Dantian to preserve her purity. The Yu Emperor was a proud person. She might not care too much about her purity, but she would definitely not tolerate being defeated by a petty man and then being humiliated by him in all sorts of ways. Seeing Wu Junwan fall silent, Mirong Shuai said no more. This servant has matters to attend to, I'll return to my room first. As her voice faded, Mirong Shuai turned and went back to her own room, leaving Wu Junwan sitting in the pavilion, contemplating how to deal with the relationship between Lu Chen and the Yu Emperor in the future. Honestly, at first, she didn't really think Lu Chen was a match for the Yu Emperor, but now she was somewhat uncertain. Lu Chen had even produced an immortal pill such as the Beauty Enhancement Pill, which proved that there must be a powerful figure behind Lu Chen. If the North Country declared war on the Great Ju might genuinely be at a disadvantage. With this thought, Wu Junwan couldn't help but sigh and resigned herself to take things one step at a time. As Wu Junwan's face was full of worry, a palace maid entered the courtyard and said, Princess, there is someone outside the prince's mansion seeking an audience. She says she is your protector. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan immediately stood up and, as she walked toward the outer courtyard, said, have her go to the 100 Flowers garden in the outer courtyard. The palace maid immediately replied, yes, princess. Before long, Hu Shu arrived at the 100 Flowers garden, and Wu Junwan promptly asked the maids to leave. After the maids departed, Hu Shu immediately bowed to Wu Junwan, greetings, Princess Junwan. Wu Junwan directly asked, does Elder Hu have business with me? Hu Shu immediately took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Wu Junwan, this is a letter from Her Majesty. Wu Junwan was taken aback for a moment, then took the letter from Hu Shu's hand and began to read it carefully and earnestly. The Yu Emperor wrote to inquire about her well-being in the letter, asking if she had been mistreated, if she needed help, and saying that if she wanted to leave the North Prince mansion, to leave North Country, she could tell her at any time, and the Yu Emperor would immediately send someone to bring her back to the Great Ju. Reading the Yu Emperor's letter, Wu Junwan's anxiety intensified. She truly did not want to see her good sister and that petty man in conflict. At this point, Hu Shu asked, Princess, I've heard that the North Prince seems to have allowed Mirong Shuai to stay in the North Prince mansion as well. Do you know if they have ever shared a room? Hearing Hu Shu's question, Wu Junwan returned to her senses and answered lightly, the North Prince did indeed have Mirong Shuai move into the North Prince mansion, but he didn't give her a separate courtyard. Instead, she shares a courtyard with me, serving me. This. Hu Shu was taken aback, she couldn't understand what the North Prince was doing. Why would he have Wu Junwan and Mirong Shuai live together? Wu Junwan continued, although the North Prince is fond of beauty, he seems not to have laid hands on Mirong Shuai. Perhaps it's because he has too many women in his harem. Though Mirong Shuai is beautiful, she is not enough to tempt the North Prince. Hearing Wu Junwan's words made Hu Shu fall into thought. She did not doubt Wu Junwan's words. She wondered if the Empress's plan might fall through if the North Prince had not shown interest in Mirong Shuai and had never touched her. Wu Junwan asked, Elder Hu, it seems you don't trust Mirong Shuai. Startled, Hu Shu regained her composure and replied, why does the princess ask this? Wu Junwan said, if you trusted Mirong Shuai, you probably would have directly given her Qingru's letter to deliver to me. Also, I sense that you seem to want to keep something from Mirong Shuiye. Hu Shu immediately responded, Princess, this was not my idea. I only did this because it was Her Majesty's will. Wu Junwan said, so it was Qingru's intent. If there's nothing else, Elder Hu, you may leave. If I find any information, I will make sure to inform you at the Princess Mansion, Wu Junwan stated. Hu Shu said, all right, I will take my leave now, Princess. Take care. Then Hu Shu turned and left the North Prince Mansion. Gazing at Hu Shu's retreating figure, Wu Junwan looked again at the letter in her hand, filled with doubt. If they didn't trust Mirong Shuiye, why would her good sister send Mirong Shuiye to be close to the North Prince? By sending Mirong Shuiye to the North Prince Mansion, she was just delivering food to that man's doorstep. After having subdued Wu Junwan, Lu Chen no longer visited her room every night as he had been busy for the past few days playing the horse-riding games on the prairie with Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan. Honestly, Lu Chen had begun to somewhat consider giving up on the idea of Yelv Nanyan or Xiao Wenyao bearing his children. Despite his efforts over a long time, there wasn't the slightest reaction from their bellies. Lu Chen wondered if becoming a pseudo-celestial had somehow increased the difficulty of pregnancy. Chu Yukin had succeeded on her first try, so why couldn't the other women? Even Wang Qingqi, the stubborn one who didn't want to get pregnant, had been taken down, yet the most cooperative Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao could not. Lu Chen even planned to let Mu Zixuan and the two Zhous, Yu Yu and Xiao Xiao, give it another try. Although Mu Zixuan, Zhou Yu Yu, and Zhou Xiaoxiao had all become martial artists, their realms were still relatively low and thus in a more fertile stage. If all three of them became pregnant, it would mean it had nothing to do with him. If none of the three of them got pregnant, it would prove that advancing to the pseudo-celestial realm indeed made it much more difficult for him to have children, and in the future, he would need to put in much more effort to have children. After a period of verification, neither Mu Zixuan nor the two Zhous, Dazhou and Xiaozhou, became pregnant, so Lu Chen essentially confirmed the reason. It wasn't a problem with Yelv Nanyan or Xiao Wenyao, it was because he had broken through to the pseudo-celestial realm, making it more difficult for them to conceive. Regarding the restriction on reproduction due to the realm, Lu Chen had no good solutions and eventually decided to consult the system to see if it had any solutions. In the evening, at the North Prince Mansion. Today, everyone in the North Prince Mansion was busy. Lu Chen stood in the Wind Cloud Court, watching the servants bustling about. At this moment, except for Wu Junwan and Mirong Shuiye, almost all of Lu Chen's wives and concubines in the inner court had gathered in the Wind Cloud Court. Today was a special day. It was the day of electrification. They had already invented light bulbs and had set up the electrical circuitry. The activities in the prince's mansion had increased in the last few days as craftsmen busily worked on laying the electrical wires. The installation of wires was a significant project. In this era, there were no rubber or plastics, and although Lu Chen had acquired the blueprint for refining gasoline, the North Country was not yet in a position to develop the petroleum industry. Lu Chen had established a resource exploration department to search for resources such as oil and coal everywhere. However, the department had mainly found coal mines or iron and copper ore resources so far. Discovering oil was still relatively challenging. To find oil, drilling was necessary, but drilling was difficult. Ultimately, it came down to not having the right conditions. Without rubber or plastic, they had to find alternatives for insulating materials. Under the current conditions, the best insulators were glass and ceramics. For aesthetics, Lu Chen ultimately chose ceramic tubes. The ceramic workshops of the North Prince Mansion had been producing ceramic tubes nearly every day for some time, just to lay electrical circuits for the mansion. Originally, laying the ceramic tubes would have taken half a day more, but seeing that there wasn't much work left, Lu Chen decided to have the craftsmen work overtime this evening to finish. He could hardly wait to see the North Prince Mansion enter the electrical era. Every night, they used candles, which not only gave off dim light but also had some odor. As a transmigrator, Lu Chen had long been fed up with living in the days of candlelight. Lu Chen stood in the courtyard watching, while his wives and concubines curiously gathered around the craftsmen, watching them check the circuitry and install the light bulbs. They had already heard from Lu Chen about generators and electric lights during meals and found the idea incredibly unbelievable. It was their first time hearing about being able to harness electricity for use. After scanning the busy crowd, Lu Chen spoke to the system in his mind. System, if my chances of fathering children decrease as my realm increases, won't you, as a system, become obsolete when I break through to the celestial realm or even higher realms? The host's worry is unnecessary. Even if the host breaks through to the celestial realm, or even becomes an immortal, the host can still impregnate wives and concubines. It's only about probability. Of course, this world cannot bear a true immortal. Hearing the system's response, Lu Chen frowned. Although the system said so, his practice had proven how difficult it was now to have children. It was already this difficult for him as a pseudo-celestial. Wouldn't the difficulty increase exponentially once he broke through to the celestial realm? No, he had to father as many children as possible while still at a relatively low realm. With that in mind, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the voluptuous figures of his wives and concubines in the courtyard. It seemed he would have to work harder before becoming a celestial. As Lu Chen was lost in thought, Mo Xing came over to him. Your Majesty, all the electrical circuit tests are complete. We're ready to power up. Hearing this, Lu Chen snapped back to reality and said promptly, good, let's get ready to power up. By this time, Mu Zixuan and the others had returned to Lu Chen's side. Chu Yukan, curious, looked at the glass-like items at the door and asked, Chen'er, will these things really light up? Lu Chen smiled and said, just wait and see, they will light up soon. Then, speaking to Mo Xing, Lu Chen gave the order, start the triple power on test, toggling the switch every 3 breaths. While such a small amount of electricity could not harm a high-quality warrior, or even a grandmaster-level martial artist, it could still be deadly to ordinary people in this world. Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, Mo Xing said excitedly, yes, Your Majesty. They had also witnessed history, for North Prince Mansion was to become the first household to use electricity. As the first trial of electricity began, all the lights in North Prince Mansion lit up. Witnessing this scene, the ladies instantly let out a gasp of astonishment, and it wasn't just them, the entire prince's mansion's servants, maids, and even guards were startled by the sudden brightness. For a moment, the entire North Prince Mansion was as bright as day. Although Lu Chen had people remind everyone in the mansion that the light bulbs would shine brightly tonight and that they should not be too surprised, hearing about it and seeing it for themselves were completely different experiences. They had thought these, colored glaze lamps, would be as bright as lanterns at most, yet they had not expected them to be so luminous, making the North Prince Mansion indistinguishable from daylight. However, the brightness quickly disappeared, and when it did, everyone looked around, bewildered. Xiao Wenyao curiously asked beside Lu Chen, Prince, why aren't the colored glaze lamps shining anymore? Is there a problem? Lu Chen smiled and said, no problem, I intentionally had people cut the power. Although this household electricity cannot cause much harm to high-quality warriors, it's still possible for it to kill a normal person, so we turn it on and off 3 times when we start using it to prevent anyone from directly touching the wires and getting electrocuted. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the ladies instantly realized how thoughtful Lu Chen had been. Shortly after Lu Chen finished explaining, the lights in the mansion came on again and then went out after a brief moment. This happened twice more before the dim lights inside the mansion stayed on without going out again. Seeing the courtyard lit up like daylight by the colored glaze lamps, Chu Yukan couldn't help but exclaim, I never thought I would live to see such a marvelous sight in my lifetime. At this moment, Mu Zixuan asked beside Lu Chen, Prince, will the common people of North Country be able to use electricity in the future? Lu Chen replied, of course, but it will take a long time to manufacture the machinery for generating electricity and to create the conditions needed for generating it. However, it's feasible for the entire North Country, and even this world, to have access to electricity within a century. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the ladies fell silent, contemplating how electricity would beautify the world in the future and enrich the nightlife. Lu Chen said, all right, you all should go back and rest. It's already so late. After hearing Lu Chen's words, the ladies gradually left Wind Cloud Court and returned to their own quarters. However, they were destined to have a sleepless night, as the shock of the colored glaze lamps was just too great. After all the ladies had left, Lu Chen looked at Mo Xing not far away and asked, "What is the current lifespan of these electric lights?" Although the materials for making electric lights had changed, the lifespan was still an issue, and since the light bulbs were not vacuum sealed, their lifespan was still not very long. Mo Xing replied, "Your Majesty, the current lifespan of these electric lights is about 7 days. However, if we can extract the air inside, their lifespan could be extended to several months. The experimental lights we made that had the air removed are still shining and show no signs of burning out. The difficulty lies in producing such lights. Nowadays, the production of electric lights is reliant on manual labor. To completely remove the air from inside the glass, the strength of the craftsman needs to be at least half-step Grandmaster level, capable of releasing true qi to the exterior, which would allow for the production of such light bulbs. Of course, that's just how manual production is. Currently, lacking extensive experience, it might be possible for ordinary people to produce vacuum light bulbs once the technology matures and they gain the requisite experience." Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, 7 days is fine, just replace them in time. As it was just a trial period, there was no need to be overly concerned about how long the lights would last. Lu Chen then said to Mo Xing and the other craftsmen, "You've all worked hard. Go back and rest well tonight." Mo Xing and the craftsmen replied in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Chen had the guard team waiting outside the prince's mansion escort the craftsmen home. At the same time, Wu Junwan and Murong Shuiye were sitting in the courtyard, staring dumbfounded at the yard now as bright as day under the illumination of the colored glaze lamps. They too had heard that the lamps would light up tonight, as they had been around while the craftsmen were laying the wires in the courtyard these past few days, but neither of them had realized the lights would be so bright, nor that these lamps did not need to use fire or candles, which utterly astonished them both. Wu Junwan mumbled to herself, "How did he manage to do this?" Wu Junwan saw such a peculiar lighting tool for the first time. She had also heard from her maids that those lamps emitting a yellow light were called colored glaze lamps, which did not need fire to light up, and as long as they did not break, they could keep shining indefinitely. Of course, this was what the prince had told those maids and servants. In truth, even the maids did not understand the colored glaze lamps. Seeing the courtyard as bright as a normal day, Wu Junwan felt a mixture of emotions. What other skills did that young man possess that she did not know about? She couldn't believe that such things could actually be made. At that moment, Wu Junwan asked Murong Shuiye, who stood before her, "Shuiye, how do you think these colored glaze lamps are lit?" Murong Shuiye also seemed a bit bewildered and answered hesitantly, "A few days ago, I heard the prince mention that it seems to involve electricity. The craftsmen have been laying down copper wires these past days for conducting electricity, but as for how exactly it lights up, I really don't understand." Hearing Murong Shuiye's response, Wu Junwan immediately stood up, driven by curiosity, and approached a ceramic tube in the pavilion. With a gentle wave of her hand, the ceramic tube cracked open, revealing the electrical wires inside. The next moment, Wu Junwan's slender fingers reached out as if to touch the wires. Seeing this, a maid nearby quickly warned, "Your Highness, the prince has said that the wires are very dangerous and must not be touched." Wu Junwan ignored the maid's words, and soon her fingertip touched the wire. The next moment, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her body, and her finger was flicked away from the copper wire. But the electricity did not cause any harm to Wu Junwan, a Grandmaster. After all, she was already a Grandmaster. Even heavenly thunder might not be able to kill her, so such a small amount of electric current was nothing to her. Wu Junwan was incredibly surprised, having not expected that it really was electricity. She looked up at the colored glaze lamp in the middle of the pavilion and then released her true qi to feel the movement of the electrical currents. After her investigation, she seemed to understand something. When the electric current passed through the metal inside the colored glaze lamp, that piece of metal would light up and heat. Although she did not understand what electricity was, she found a natural phenomenon similar to the light emitted by the colored glaze lamps, which was the lightning during a thunderstorm. So Wu Junwan equated the light of the colored glaze lamps with faint thunder light. Wu Junwan, talking to herself while gazing at the colored glaze lamp, said, "This is truly amazing. This man is becoming more incomprehensible to me by the day." She had lived for decades, and it was the first time she had heard of someone who could control lightning and use it for themselves. She found North Prince's ideas to be very bold and unique. Wu Junwan couldn't help but wonder, with the bright moon in the sky tonight and no thunder, where did the electricity in the prince's mansion come from? She then turned to the maid and asked, "Chinger, where does the electricity in these copper wires come from?" The maid replied, "As for how it comes to be, I'm not sure. But I've heard from the servants in the prince's mansion that the prince seems to have created a machine that can generate electricity." Wu Junwan and Marong Shui were stunned once again. A machine that could create electricity. Could lightning actually be created by human effort? This is something only immortals are supposed to be capable of, isn't it? Having ventured into the misty regions, Wu Junwan was quite knowledgeable. As far as she knew, only extraordinarily powerful immortals could wield and control lightning. How had Lu Chen managed to master control over lightning? It meant the young man indeed had the backing of a formidable entity. No wonder so many forces came to pledge their allegiance to him, and even the palace master of mysterious Moon Palace had personally visited North Prince Mansion and stayed there for quite some time. Engrossed in thought, Wu Junwan increasingly felt that her dear sister did not stand a chance against Lu Chen. This man was so mysterious, and every item he revealed was more curious and remarkable than the last. If a full-scale war broke out between Great Ju and North Country, they might not last even 2 months. Thinking of these matters, Wu Junwan could not help but sigh softly, and then she said to Marong Shui, "Let's go back to rest." As her words fell, Wu Junwan turned and headed back to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyao was lying on Yelv Nanyan's bed, while Yelv Nanyan was bathing in the bathroom. Xiao Wenyao exclaimed loudly, "Nanyan, these colored glaze lamps are so bright, now even the night is like daytime." The next moment, Yelv Nanyan's voice came from the bathroom, "Yes, they are indeed very bright." Xiao Wenyao rolled around on Yelv Nanyan's bed and said, "I really wish this kind of life could go on forever." Xiao Wenyao had never imagined that one day she would lead such a life where she wouldn't need to worry about going hungry or cold and could even use wondrous objects like the colored glaze lamps. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's wistful words, Yelv Nanyan joked, "Then you'd better hurry up and have a few children for the prince. Once you have children, you don't have to worry about the prince driving you away in the future." Upon hearing Yelv Nanyan's words, Xiao Wenyao pouted and then said, "I've inquired with the maids, and the stronger the martial artist, the less likely they are to conceive. With the prince's help, I've already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster, and the prince himself has become more formidable than a grandmaster. Having his child won't be so easy." Xiao Wenyao, though fond of amusement and entirely unprepared to be a mother, had always been anxious that she would not have children and thus suffer from Lu Chen's disdain. After coming to the North Prince Mansion, she had accepted many of Great Sum's concepts, so she was very clear about how important children were to a woman of Great Sum. In order to avoid being abandoned by Lu Chen, she had tried every means to conceive his child, but no matter how hard she tried, her belly still showed no sign of response. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yelv Nanyan, who was in the bath, sighed. She also understood this principle clearly. She had long prepared clothes for the child, yet there was still no movement in her belly. Lu Chen had been visiting her every night to dote on her, but her belly remained unresponsive, and later Lu Chen stopped coming to Spring Sound Court as often. Yelv Nanyan even doubted whether Lu Chen had given up on the idea of her bearing his offspring. Just as Yelv Nanyan was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a scream from outside the bathroom. At this sound, Yelv Nanyan immediately snapped back to attention and hurriedly asked, "What's happened?" No sooner had she spoken than there came no reply from Xiao Wenyao outside, making Yelv Nanyan immediately sense that something was amiss. She swiftly instructed the maidservant inside the bathroom, "Ping go out and see what's the matter." "Yes, madam." The maidservant promptly left the bathroom and headed to the bedroom, but after the maidservant went out, there was no sound to be heard. Yelv Nanyan frowned slightly, hurriedly got out of the bathing pool, wrapped herself in her clothes, and then asked tentatively, "Ping what's happened outside?" Just as Yelv had suspected, the maidservant did not answer her, a sure sign that something had happened. Yelv immediately rushed out and was about to take action when she discovered that the maidservant Ping'er was standing in the middle of the bedroom, her face flushed as she looked in the direction of the bed. Yelv gaze also immediately turned that way, only to see an assassin crouched behind Xiao Wenyao, attempting to stab her. Xiao Wenyao's mouth was covered by the assassin, preventing her from speaking, leaving her only able to make muffled, mmmph, noises. Just then, with a few assassinating moves executed by the assassin, Xiao Wenyao's body suddenly grew rigid. Yelv cast a resentful glance at the sneaky assassin, then turned and walked back to the bathroom, saying as she went, "Prince comes to visit this concubine, why not have the maidservant announce it? I thought Yao Yao had encountered an assassin." Although Lu Chen was also an assassin in afterlife, the assassin outside was killing people, whereas the assassin Lu Chen was afterlife in spirit, and those were two different matters. Upon seeing Yelv come out, Lu Chen no longer covered Xiao Wenyao's mouth. At this point, Xiao Wenyao, still catching her breath, said, "Prince. Prince. You scared me to death." Just as she was lying on the bed, a man suddenly appeared, pinned her down, and even gagged and stabbed at her, making her think she had been attacked by a villain. But on second thought, the man behind her was a great villain indeed, otherwise, how could he bully her like this? As he busied himself, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm just testing your alertness. Although this is the prince's mansion, you must not let your guard down. What would you do if an assassin came one day?" Continuing, he looked down at Xiao Wenyao. "I'm right, aren't I, Yao Yao?" Xiao Wenyao replied weakly, "Prince. Prince. You're right, I will remain vigilant in the future." Meanwhile, Yelv had returned to the bathroom to continue washing herself. She had planned on soaking in the bath for a bit longer, but since the master of the house had arrived, she had to finish quickly and then tend to that little rascal. Soon, Yelv came out from the bathroom, now wearing only a white undershirt and panties. Having just bathed, Yelv was fragrant with the scent of flowers, and with some droplets still in her hair, her whole being appeared both pure and desirable. Lu Chen put Xiao Wenyao aside and pulled Yelv directly in front of him, embracing her soft and tender body. With a face slightly flushed, Yelv whispered, "Prince, perhaps we should turn off these colored glaze lamps first." Lu Chen asked in puzzlement, "Why so?" With a touch of shyness, Yelv replied, "It's a little too bright." Previously, they would light candles at night, and the dim light of the candles made it hard to see people, allowing Yelv to feel more unrestrained. Now that the colored glaze lamps illuminated the room as if it were daylight, Yelv felt as if she were doing those things in broad daylight, making it difficult for her to let go. Hearing Yelv words, Lu Chen snorted with laughter, then said, "I had guessed you might say something like that, so I had them install low-wattage bulbs." He then instructed the maidservant, "Turn off the main lamp and switch on the small one." As he finished speaking, the maidservant beside the lamp immediately turned off the room's main lamp and then switched on the small one. The light from the small lamp was dim, just like when they used to light candles, and instantly, the room filled with the warm, yellow glow of the dim light. The atmosphere between Lu Chen and Yelv grew increasingly intimate. Yelv spoke softly, "Prince, tonight, thank you for your hard work." Seeing Yelv bashful appearance, Lu Chen could no longer hold himself back, and immediately bent down to kiss Yelv red lips. Early morning. The waking Lu Chen, with one woman on each side of him, glanced at Xiao Wenyao on his left, then at Yelv on his right, revealing a slight smile on his face. This kind of life is truly decadent. Yelv also woke up at this time. Seeing Lu Chen's eyes fixed on her, Yelv cheeks gradually turned even more flushed. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something to Yelv he suddenly noticed that several new system prompts had appeared on his system interface. He had been too engrossed the previous night to notice the system notifications. Lu Chen immediately checked, and was instantly shocked by the prompts before him. Host has cultivated affections with his wife and concubine once, Chi refinement mantra experience added. Congratulations to the host for assisting Xiao Wenyao in becoming pregnant, reward blueprint of the telegraph machine and its instruction manual, and lead-acid battery manufacturing manual. Host has cultivated affections with his wife and concubine once, chi refinement mantra experience added 1000, rejuvenating skill experience added. Congratulations to the host for assisting Yelv Nanyan in becoming pregnant, reward 10,000 tons of high-yield rice seeds, 10,000 tons of high-yield soybean seeds, 3 jin of spirit rice seeds. Pregnancy rewards are given as encouragement, and we hope the host will protect his wife and concubine, ensuring the safe birth of their children. Seeing the system prompts before him, Lu Chen could hardly believe it. Could this be double happiness? He had been trying day after day with no success at Yelv Nanyan's place, but unexpectedly, he had succeeded last night. That's great. At this moment, seeing a look of astonishment on Lu Chen's face, and him seeming distracted, Yelv Nanyan asked with confusion, "Prince, what's the matter?" Lu Chen came back to his senses, wrapped his arms tightly around both Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, smiling as he said, "I have some good news to tell you." Xiao Wenyao, still bleary-eyed, asked, "What good news?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Yao Yao, you're pregnant." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan froze in shock. Xiao Wenyao instantly became alert. After a pause, she asked incredulously, Prince, are you serious? Am I really carrying your child?" Lu Chen said, "Of course it's true. Don't you trust my perception?" Xiao Wenyao immediately felt overjoyed. She thought to herself that if she had Lu Chen's child, she could stay in the North Prince mansion for the rest of her life, enjoying a life of luxury as long as she did nothing out of line. Some feel joy, others feel worry. Suddenly, Yelv Nanyan felt a tinge of something unpleasant in her heart. It wasn't jealousy towards Xiao Wenyao, she was just worried that Xiao Wenyao, who was younger than her, was pregnant while she herself was still not showing any signs. If she were to get any older, perhaps she wouldn't be able to have children at all in the future. For a moment, Yelv Nanyan became anxious inside. Yelv Nanyan's disheartened expression did not escape Lu Chen's eyes. He smiled and said to them, "There's another piece of good news." Xiao Wenyao asked, "What good news?" Lu Chen turned his head toward Yelv Nanyan and said, "Nanyan, you're also pregnant with my child." This. Yelv Nanyan's eyes widened, staring into Lu Chen's eyes, hardly daring to believe it. After a long moment, Yelv Nanyan finally asked, "Is what the prince said true?" "Naturally. It seems that those clothes you prepared will soon come in handy." At this time, Yelv Nanyan expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Prince, for gracing me with a child." Lu Chen smiled faintly, then stood up and said, "Rest well today, I have matters to attend to, so I'll get up first." Lu Chen quickly took a bath and rushed to the study, so eager that he even skipped breakfast. The rewards from the system this time were much more substantial than before, which used to offer primarily single rewards. Lu Chen arrived at the study, closed the door, and once again opened the system. Now that he had a generator and lead-acid batteries, with the lead-acid batteries, the telegraph could be used in distant places in the future. It would be easier for the brocade guard to transmit intelligence, and if anything happened in faraway places, the North Prince Mansion could learn about it immediately. Sometimes, wars are fought on information disparity. Whoever has more information and receives it more timely might achieve victory first. After glancing at the telegraph and the lead-acid batteries, Lu Chen's gaze settled on the pregnancy reward for Yelv Nanyan. Rice is great some staple food and is mainly grown in the south. It seems that only after conquering the entire Great Sum could these rice seeds come into play. As for soybeans, the north is also suited for soybean cultivation. Once soybeans and corn are widely adopted, and the north starts planting these two crops on a large scale, there will be fodder to feed livestock, and the common people will be able to eat meat. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed it was time to urge people to reclaim more land. There was so much fertile land up north, mostly black soil, which barely needed any fertilizer and was very productive. Once the wastelands in the north are reclaimed and cultivated with crops, not just North Country but even Great Sum won't have to face famine anymore, barring years of natural disasters, of course. Lu Chen's eyes finally rested on the 3 pounds of spirit rice. Curious, Lu Chen asked the system, "What is spirit rice?" Is it a kind of rice too? Spirit rice is a type of spiritual plant. It looks similar to regular rice, and consuming it can greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. However, spirit rice needs to be planted in places rich with spiritual energy, or the yield will be greatly reduced, the system responded. After hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen looked at the spirit rice seeds on the system interface and wondered what use the spirit rice seeds were in a world where spiritual energy was so scarce. Even if he could plant them, when it came to harvest, he probably wouldn't get much, he might not even get a single grain of spirit rice from a seed. Moreover, compared to the system rewarded rice and soybean seeds, 3 pounds of spirit rice seeds just seemed far too little. The most important issue was, where would he find a place rich with spiritual energy to plant spirit rice? Forget it, spirit rice wasn't particularly important to him right now. He'd just try planting some to see how it went. After all, it was only 3 pounds, which wouldn't yield much spirit rice anyway. At this moment, Lu Chen called out to the maid at the door, "Xiao Huan, go fetch Mo Xing. I have matters to discuss with him." Lu Chen planned to give the blueprints for making the telegraph and lead-acid batteries to Mo Xing, having him try to make them first. As for how to use the telegraph, they would learn that after they managed to construct it. Since the system included a manual when it sent the telegraph, Lu Chen believed the brocade guard wouldn't need much time to learn. Around 10 in the morning, the front of the Eastern Newspaper Agency was packed with people. The newspapers had just been delivered and sold out immediately. People who bought the papers began discussing fervently. Are the things written in the paper true or false? Can our prince really tame lightning and use it for lighting? It's probably true. Last night, the entire North Prince mansion was as bright as day. And since the prince's mansion has already come up with trains that don't need horses to pull them, is there anything they can't do? Isn't controlling lightning an immortal's ability? Does that mean our prince has become an immortal? Our prince is the son of destiny, what's so surprising about controlling lightning? If one day the prince could move mountains and reclaim land, I wouldn't find it strange at all. After Mo Xing arrived at the North Prince mansion, Lu Chen went through the functions of the telegraph and the lead-acid batteries with him. This explanation took several hours, and it wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that Mo Xing left the study. It couldn't be helped. The people of ancient times had not encountered these things before and were not very clear on the basic principles, making explanations quite difficult. Lu Chen felt like he, who was normally not studious, was fast becoming a scholarly expert. To explain the principles of the generator and what electricity was, as well as how the telegraph functioned, he had to first consult the system's principles and manuals. That is, he needed to learn it first before he could explain it to people like Mo Xing from ancient times. In his previous life, Lu Chen had never encountered these things, especially the telegraph. By the time he was born, people were already using smartphones. Who would still be using a telegraph? After Mo Xing left, Lu Chen stretched and walked out of the study, feeling quite exhausted. Teaching was truly tiring, especially mentally. Just as Lu Chen was about to head to the Wind Cloud Court for lunch, a maid came running and said, Princess Junwan sends a message asking if you have time tonight. She wishes to invite you to enjoy the moon. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Enjoy the moon. What moon to appreciate? He was a straightforward man, ignorant of moon appreciation. And Wu Junwan knew very well what kind of person he was. If he went to Wu Junwan's residence, it probably wouldn't be to enjoy the moon, but rather the company. In truth, Lu Chen suspected Wu Junwan wanted to see him for another reason. It was likely that last night's electric lights had made quite the impression on her, so she wanted to probe him about electricity. Lu Chen didn't care much about leaking some things. After all, even if she told Wu Junwan couldn't learn them. Lu Chen then said, "All right, go and tell her that I will attend the banquet on time tonight." "Yes, Prince, this servant will take her leave." In the evening, Wu Junwan and Mirong Shuiye sat in the pavilion, the setting sun's red glow casting upon them, making them appear even more beautiful and charming, filled with the allure of mature women. Mirong Shuiye asked, "Your Highness, if you wished to invite the prince to admire the moon, there was no need to drag this servant along." Mirong Shuiye understood Lu Chen all too well. she didn't believe Lu Chen had such leisurely and refined tastes. No matter what beautiful scene was before Lu Chen, it was as if non-existent. Lu Chen's eyes were forever only on beauties. Inviting Lu Chen to their courtyard was like letting the wolf into the house. Tonight, Wu Junwan was very likely not going to get any sleep. Murong Xueye did not want to get involved in their matters. Though Murong Xueye also couldn't do without Lu Chen's affection, she was a normal person, not thinking of men every day. Ever since moving into North Prince Mansion, after being intimate with Lu Chen once, she could maintain her purity and desirelessness for quite a long period. Wu Junwan picked up the teacup from the table and gently sipped her tea. Since you and I reside in the same courtyard, naturally you should advance and retreat together with this palace. After being continuously taught by Lu Chen for half a month last time, Wu Junwan had already developed some psychological shadow. This time she learned to be smart. Since Murong Xueye was also in her courtyard, why not have Murong Xueye join her in meeting Lu Chen? Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Murong Xueye was stunned for a moment. What did Wu Junwan mean by that? Could it be that she also wanted to involve herself with North Prince in that sort of thing? What a joke. She was not that kind of woman. At that time, the maids in the courtyard began to get busy, preparing for the moon viewing. Soon, the pavilion was decorated, the maids prepared tea and pastries, and a guqin was also placed in the pavilion. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, a full moon hung in the sky. At this moment, Wu Junwan's fingers gently caressed the guqin, then started to play. Lu Chen soon appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing the pavilion prepared with so many things, Lu Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself that Wu Junwan had grown increasingly adept at playing, setting such a refined prelude. Although Wu Junwan had already noticed Lu Chen entering the courtyard, she didn't stop the pleasing movement of her fingers. The sound of the guqin continued to echo through the courtyard. Lu Chen quietly sat down in the pavilion, and Murong Xueye immediately poured him a cup of tea. Neither of them spoke, only quietly listening to Wu Junwan's playing. The piece came to an end. Wu Junwan looked towards Lu Chen. "Prince, what do you think of my playing?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "Pleasant to hear, it reminds me of an old acquaintance." Wu Junwan asked, "The acquaintance the prince speaks of, could it be a lady?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Princess Junwan is truly clever." Wu Junwan said, "I wonder which of the prince's cherished female friends could leave such an unforgettable impression on the prince." Lu Chen picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, "You will meet her in some time." Wu Junwan said, "Oh. Is that so? This palace really wants to see for herself, what kind of great beauty could leave such an indelible memory on the prince." Lu Chen just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Wu Junwan turned to Murong Xueye and said, "Xueye, I have heard that you are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How about playing a piece for us to hear?" Murong Xueye was somewhat reluctant inwardly. Wu Junwan was the one longing for a man, having enticed Lu Chen here, and now she wanted her to perform in front of Lu Chen. Though she was reluctant, Murong Xueye still said, "Then this servant shall humbly exhibit her skills." Thereafter, Junwan rose to switch places with Murong Xueye, who sat before the ancient zither. Lifting her delicate hands, she began to pluck the strings, and the melodious sound of the zither filled the courtyard. At that moment, Junwan said, "The moon is lovely tonight, a perfect time for admiring its beauty and reciting poetry. What do you think, Prince?" Lu Chen chuckled, then responded, "Princess Junwan, I am but a simple man, so spare me the poetry and moon gazing. You've summoned me here, there must be something you wish to discuss, right? Why not just speak plainly?" Junwan remarked, "You truly are impatient, Prince." Junwan didn't expect Lu Chen, whose mind was full of breeding thoughts, to possess any whimsical elegance. So she asked directly, "This palace simply wishes to know, how does the prince control the power of lightning? To my knowledge, only an immortal has such means." Lu Chen, smiling, retorted, "You invited me to admire the moon just to ask this question." Junwan replied, "I genuinely wanted to enjoy the moonlight with the prince and have a conversation, but alas, you fail to appreciate its beauty." Thereupon, Lu Chen moved a spot closer, sitting beside Junwan, their sleeves brushing together. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly draw near, Junwan's body instinctively shifted to the side, trying to distance herself from him. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen grabbed her wrist, pulled her towards him, and encircled her waist with his arm. Even Murong Shuai, who was playing the zither, was speechless. Junwan truly was something else. Wanting a man, she could have simply asked Lu Chen to her room. Instead, she contrived the pretext of moon admiring. Admire what moon? The moment this beast Lu Chen arrived, wasn't he already all hands and feet on her? Junwan, neither panicked nor struggling, asked, Prince, what are you doing? Lu Chen whispered in her ear, I prefer admiring people over admiring the moon. As the words fell, Lu Chen made no immediate move but continued, every world has its own set of rules and patterns. As long as you discover the principles that govern all things, you can achieve seemingly impossible feats or create things unheard of in this world, like the trains and cannons of North Country. The same goes for controlling lightning. Junwan queried, are you implying that you have discovered some sort of principle, which is how you control the power of lightning? Lu Chen replied with a smile, you could say that. Junwan fell silent. Now, the moonlight bathed the world like water, its chilly beams casting a holy radiance over Junwan, her dignified and elegant demeanor stirring Lu Chen's desires. Just as Junwan was about to speak, Lu Chen suddenly lifted her, pinning her arms against a pillar in the pavilion. Junwan froze, and as she turned her head to object, she heard a tearing sound. In the next moment, Lu Chen leaned down, sealing her lips with his. Beneath the moonlight, in the courtyard, the strains of the zither continued uninterrupted. Murong Shuai, witnessing the scene unfold, felt an urge to flee. Yet she sensed that if she stopped playing now, she too might become a target. Murong Shuai cursed inwardly, what a pair of shameless dogs. Who knows how much time passed when the moon slowly drifted overhead, and the air grew mistier. Dewdrops gathered on tree leaves and fell to the ground, wetting the earth. Lu Chen then spoke into Junwan's ear, I have good news for you. Junwan, groggy, inquired, what good news? Lu Chen answered with a smile, last night, Yao Yao and Nanyan both conceived my children. One is a half-step grandmaster, and the other has already reached grandmaster status. Junwan, puzzled, remarked, what does that have to do with? Quote. Before she could finish, Junwan suddenly came to her senses and understood Lu Chen's implication. He was reminding her that he could impregnate a warrior, causing Junwan to struggle immediately. But her efforts to resist were futile. The darkness deepened, the music of the zither wafted through the air, blending with the cries of creatures to form a perfect symphony. In the following month, the news that North Prince Mansion harnessed electricity spread swiftly throughout North Country and even reached other kingdoms. When the great kingdoms heard that North Prince Mansion could not only conjure lightning but also bind it for illumination and heating, they were astounded. Various powers dispatched spies to find out exactly how the North Prince managed to master lightning, causing the brocade guards of Yan County to become busy once again. North Prince Mansion. Wind Cloud Court. The Wind Cloud Court, where Lu Chen resided, was the largest courtyard in the North Prince Mansion. In the past few days, Lu Chen had ordered a section of the courtyard to be transformed into a small paddy field. Then he planted some spirit rice in there. Seeing Lu Chen pacing back and forth by the edge of the small paddy field, Mu Zixuan approached him with curiosity and asked, Prince, what are you growing here? Lu Chen answered, a kind of rice. Hearing Lu Chen say it was rice, Mu Zixuan was puzzled as to why Lu Chen would pay such close attention to the small paddy field, to the point of checking it several times each day. Could it be that this rice is something special? Mu Zixuan asked. Lu Chen turned to look at Mu Zixuan and replied with a smile, of course, if it were ordinary rice, I wouldn't bother to plant it and care for it myself. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan grew even more curious about what was special about this rice, but then she suddenly thought of the dragon phoenix tree. Since Lu Chen said this rice was special and he needed to personally tend to it, it likely was, like the dragon phoenix tree, given by an immortal. If it was given by an immortal, then it was better not to ask too much to avoid leaking any secrets. With that in mind, Mu Zixuan did not continue to pry. Seeing that she did not inquire further, Lu Chen said with a smile, does my consort not wonder what is so special about this rice? Mu Zixuan gave a light smile and then responded, "If this rice is worthy of the prince's personal attention, then it must certainly be very precious. Your concubine better not ask too much to avoid divulging any of your highness's secrets." Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Whether it's precious or not, we will only know once it has grown." The system had already advised him that spirit rice needed to be planted in a place with relatively abundant spiritual energy. Due to the presence of the dragon phoenix tree, the spiritual energy in the North Prince mansion was somewhat richer than outside, but Lu Chen did not believe that this level of spiritual energy concentration would suffice for the growth needs of mystical plants. However, it was still worth trying, as this world did not have many places rich with spiritual energy. It wasn't practical to just let those 3 pounds of spirit rice seeds sit unused, there was no point in holding onto them. It was better to attempt planting them, perhaps they might just grow successfully. Just then, a maid entered the courtyard and announced, "Prince, Commander Liang seeks an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately headed straight for the study without a second word. Upon entering the study, Liang Zong first bowed respectfully, then immediately handed over the intelligence reports he was carrying to Lu Chen, and simultaneously reported, "The situation in the capital city has been quite unsettled recently, with several princes having faced assassination attempts, even the crown prince encountered an attempt on his life. Furthermore, numerous martial artists have gone missing across the counties of Great Sha, and their whereabouts are unknown." As Lu Chen listened to Liang Zong's briefing and read through the intelligence in his hands, his eyebrows knit slightly together. If it was just an escalation in the capital's power struggles, he could understand it. After all, with his emperor father feigning a near-death state, the princes could not restrain themselves any longer and wanted to vie for the throne. What really puzzled Lu Chen was the case of martial artist disappearances across the counties of Great Sha. According to the intelligence, almost all of the missing martial artists from the counties were 5th grade or higher. Although 5th grade martial artists were now common in the North Country, in the vast expanse of Great Sha, they were not so numerous among the population. Moreover, among the missing were not only 5th grade martial artists but also those of 9th grade. Those who had reached 9th grade typically had major forces behind them, such as certain organizations, aristocratic families, or powerful landlords. If someone was targeting 9th grade martial artists, the powers behind them would surely not sit idly by. But instead of targeting individuals, an entity was targeting all powers indiscriminately. According to the reports from the Brocade Guard, the disappearances followed only one pattern: they were all 5th grade or higher. Regardless of martial affiliation, almost every power had suffered losses. The disappearances had now caused panic among the major forces within the boundaries of Great Sha. Normally, those powers would not fear a rebelling seigneur since they could always switch allegiance to the victor at any time. But now a force had emerged that indiscriminately targeted everyone, a force about which they had absolutely no understanding. They couldn't even negotiate with this hidden power and could only watch as their own people vanished one by one. How could this not instill fear in them? At this moment, Lu Chen asked, "Have you found out who is doing this?" Liang Zong answered, "No, the Brocade Guard has not found a single clue. It's as if those martial artists have vanished into thin air." Lu Chen fell into contemplation. Who could it be, to elude even the Brocade Guard's investigation? Liang Zong continued, "Furthermore, several of our own have also disappeared without a trace. Within the Brocade Guard, there were many 5th grade martial artists. Since the targeting was directed at those of 5th grade and above, naturally, the Brocade Guard was included in the attacks." Lu Chen's brows rose again, forming a deep A on his forehead. Even members of the Brocade Guard had disappeared. Who could be responsible? Lu Chen said, "Continue the investigation. For the time being, all Brocade Guard members of 5th grade and above are to remain quiet and not take any action. Let those below 5th grade investigate the situation." Liang Zong replied, "Understood." Lu Chen continued, "Now, take this intelligence report to the great scholar." Liang Zong took the intelligence report from Lu Chen's hand, clasped his fist in salute, and said, "Your subordinate takes his leave." After Liang Zong left, Lu Chen sat down at his own desk where he fell into deep thought once again. Who exactly is targeting martial artists above the 5th rank? He wondered if other dynasties were experiencing similar incidents. Thinking this, Lu Chen immediately said to his maid, Xiao Huan, go and ask Lady Wang to come to the study. Tell her this prince has important matters to discuss with her. Yes, Your Highness. Before long, Wang Qingqi appeared in the study. Upon entering, she did not fawn over Lu Chen, who sat with a solemn face staring at the map on the desk. It was obvious that Lu Chen had something serious to discuss with her. Wang Qingqi immediately asked, My prince, do you have a task for me? Lu Chen got straight to the point, have the people from Rain Listening Pavilion investigate whether other dynasties have had any large-scale disappearances of martial artists recently. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi paused, slightly taken aback. She couldn't understand why Lu Chen would assign Rain Listening Pavilion to investigate this matter. After all, the Brocade Guards had already taken over most of the intelligence work, even the Rain Listening Pavilion had Brocade Guards stationed there, and it had been a long time since Lu Chen had given Rain Listening Pavilion any investigative tasks. Usually, Rain Listening Pavilion would collect intelligence and then report it to Lu Chen. Seeing how grave Lu Chen's expression was, Wang Qingqi knew the matter must be of great importance, so she immediately responded, I understand, I will have the people of Rain Listening Pavilion take action right away. Wang Qingqi was about to leave when the voice of a maid came from the door, Your Highness, the great scholar seeks an audience. Lu Chen responded directly, let him in. The next moment, Zhuge Zongguang pushed open the door and entered. Sensing that there might be significant matters to discuss, Wang Qingqi said to Lu Chen, My prince, I will take my leave now. Lu Chen said, Don't rush off. You might as well listen to what the matter is. Wang Qingqi replied, Understood. After Zhuge Zongguang entered the study, he greeted with a bow, Your humble servant pays respect to the prince. Lu Chen nodded and asked, Has the great scholar finished reading that report? Zhuge Zongguang answered, Yes, I have. Hearing their conversation and seeing their expressions, Wang Qingqi grew curious. Perhaps something significant was about to happen, otherwise, the expressions of both Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang wouldn't be so serious. Lu Chen inquired, Does the great scholar have any conjectures? Zhuge Zongguang responded, Your humble servant has no clues at all. Logically, there should be no force daring enough to offend so many powers at once. Moreover, not even the bodies of those martial artists have been left behind. It is unknown whether they are dead or alive. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Wang Qingqi. We have just received intelligence that a considerable number of martial artists above the 5th rank have disappeared in great sum recently. These martial artists seem to have vanished into thin air. No one knows where they have gone, and even many of the Jinyue guards have disappeared. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingqi instantly understood why Lu Chen wanted Rain Listening Pavilion to check if other dynasties had any missing martial artists cases. Rain Listening Pavilion, ostensibly a commercial organization with not many strong members unlike the Brocade Guards which had many above the 5th rank. The fact that Lu Chen wanted Rain Listening Pavilion to investigate other dynasties clearly showed his concern about the potential risk to Brocade Guard members. Wang Qingqi said, I understand Your Highness's intent. I will try to involve those below the 5th rank in investigating this matter. Lu Chen's gaze then returned to Zhuge Zongguang. Great scholar, do you think this matter could be related to the demon sect? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang thought for a moment, then replied, It is highly unlikely to be their doing. The people of demon sect might seem fearless, but they would not dare to offend so many powers at the same time. Lu Chen said, There is one aspect of this matter that is quite peculiar. Martial artists are disappearing in large numbers from various counties and prefectures of great sum, but the North Country has not had a single case. Hearing this, Zhuge Zongguang asked, Is the prince suggesting that the force behind this dare not extend their reach into the North Country? Lu Chen said, No, I suspect that the influence of that power only extends within the Great Sum's borders to the south of the North Country, which is why they manage to abduct people without anyone noticing. If they were to capture people outside their sphere of influence, it's very likely they would be discovered by others. Zhuge Zongguang fell into thought once again. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of someone and said, Prince, I fear this matter may have something to do with the royal family. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Lu Chen's stern face. It seems the great scholar and I have come to the same conclusion. I also suspect this is the doing of my father, the Sum Emperor. The first thing that came to Lu Chen's mind about the sudden and stealthy disappearances was the methods of the shadow guards. Thus, he believed it was very likely the work of his own father, the Sum Emperor. However, what puzzles me is why he would capture so many martial artists. Even if he gathered them all, they would not likely pledge allegiance to him. Zhuge Zongguang speculated, could it be to practice some kind of evil cultivation? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, it was indeed a possibility. If those martial artists were truly captured by the Sum Emperor, they might well be used for some dark practice. With the North country's power already so strong, especially with the enhancement of firearms, Great Sum's traditional troops had no capacity to resist. The Sum Emperor likely felt that he couldn't ascend to a celestial through normal means, and so might have resorted to unorthodox and forbidden methods. Lu Chen said, if it indeed was my father who captured those martial artists, then it is quite possible that he did it to practice some evil cultivation. I just don't know what evil practice would require so many martial artists. As the words fell, Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang once again lapsed into silence. Wang Qingqi glanced at them and felt that there was no longer a need for her presence. She spoke again, Prince, I am now aware of the situation. There seems nothing more here for me, shall I take my leave? Lu Chen said, very well, attend to your duties. No sooner had Wang Qingqi left the study than the voice of a maid came from the door, Prince, Commander Liang seeks an audience. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Liang Zong just left a short while ago? Why had he returned so soon? Lu Chen then said, let him in. Liang Zong immediately entered the study, greetings, Prince. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Zong handed a letter to Lu Chen, Prince, this is an urgent report just arrived from the south. The Jinyue guard who delivered the letter said it was very important. I haven't had the chance to read it yet. Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly took the letter from Liang Zong's hand and began to read it intently. Frowning again at the contents of the letter, Lu Chen looked troubled. Seeing the prince's expression darken, Zhuge Zongguang asked, Prince, what has happened? Lu Chen handed the letter to Zhuge Zongguang and then said, recently, a detachment of heavy cavalry have been deployed in the region of the south, directly under my father, the Sum Emperor. They seem to be escorting something to the capital city, and even the royal Grand Master has been sent out. Since the defeat of Great Wu by the North Country, the Sum Emperor had been quiet for a long time. This sudden deployment of heavy cavalry to the south, and the fact that the royal Grand Master had been sent there too, gave the impression that he was brewing a new conspiracy. Moreover, the recent disappearances of so many martial artists within Great Sum's territory indicated that another grave event was about to unfold. After reading the letter, Zhuge Zongguang fell into thought once more. Even he could not determine what the Sum Emperor was planning at this time. After a long while, Lu Chen spoke to Liang Zong, have the brocade guards investigate why the heavy cavalry have gone to the south. As you command, Prince. Within a month of receiving the report about the widespread disappearances of Great Sum martial artists, more martial artists, ranked 5th grade and above, continued to vanish within Great Sum's borders. Their disappearances were complete, as if they had simply vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whether alive or dead. This matter was now being investigated not only by the North Country's brocade guards but also by all major powers within Great Sum's borders. The turmoil of the Seigneurs' rebellion had already left the common people anxious, and now the inexplicable disappearances of powerful martial artists from these forces were causing even greater chaos. Before long, the investigation results from the Rain Listening Pavilion reached Lu Chen. According to their findings, such a large number of martial artist disappearances did not occur in other kingdoms. 1 or 2 cases were already many, unlike in Great Sum where 7 or 8 5th-grade martial artists vanished from just one county. The most peculiar aspect of these disappearances was the thoroughness with which these martial artists vanished. The only thing they had in common, other than their rank of 5th grade or higher, was that they did not know each other. North Prince Mansion. Study. Lu Chen sat in front of his desk and meticulously organized the intelligence regarding the disappearance of Great Sum's martial artists over the past month. According to the Brocade Guard's statistics, the number of missing persons had already exceeded 20,000. These were all martial artists above the 5th rank. The incident had shaken various dynasties, and now some forces within the Great Sum's territory had been frightened into relocating to the North Country or other dynasties. As regent, the Crown Prince Lu Yi had long since dispatched quite a number of people to investigate the matter without turning up any leads. The missing people seemed to have vanished into thin air. Of course, the personnel Lu Yi sent out for the investigation were not from his own faction. With the situation in the capital city becoming ever more perilous, he needed to keep his own men in or near the capital city. If he were to send his own people out on other tasks, what would happen if something went wrong? The royal court was indifferent to the matter, allowing the force behind these incidents to act without restraint. They had become increasingly bold, even to the point where martial artists were beginning to disappear within the capital city itself. Lu Chen pondered over the reports laid out on his desk, speculating whether his father, the Sum Emperor, had learned a skill similar to the absorption technique, which was why he was capturing so many martial artists to absorb their skill. However, even if the Sum Emperor had indeed learned the absorption technique, he couldn't become a celestial by using it. To become a celestial, one must pass the trials of this world. That is an absolute condition, one that even Lu Chen, with his system, cheat, cannot bypass. Lu Chen didn't believe the Sum Emperor could circumvent the world's trial. Of course, temporarily elevating someone's strength to the heavenly human realm through some means was still possible. Lu Chen thought, perhaps his father was worried that the North Country might march south to vie for the throne one day, hence finding a way to counter a celestial from the North Country in advance. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon a piece of intelligence, mainly concerning the heavy cavalry of the south. Following the investigations by the Brocade Guard, it had been substantially confirmed that the heavy cavalry's move to the south was indeed to transport something, but because the investigators were all ranked below the 5th tier, it was difficult to ascertain what exactly the heavy cavalry was transporting. Not to mention the Brocade Guard, even the members of the royal court were unaware of why the heavy cavalry was sent south. People only knew it was an order from the Sum Emperor. As for why such an order was issued, that was likely known only to the Sum Emperor himself. Yet, there had been numerous rumors circulating within the Great Sum recently. Some said the Sum Emperor had discovered an island at sea inhabited by an immortal, and that the heavy cavalry was actually transporting immortal pills. If the Sum Emperor consumed the immortal pill, there was a possibility his health could recover. This rumor caused the princes to grow more restless. If the Sum Emperor were to regain his health, their chances of seizing the throne would become even slimmer. They had been eagerly awaiting the Sum Emperor's demise, and now to hear there might be hope for him, how could they not be anxious? Putting down the intelligence in his hands, Lu Chen lifted his hands and massaged his temples. The martial artists above the 5th rank within Great Sum's territory were in grave danger, severely limiting the actions of the Brocade Guard. Investigating whether their disappearances were related to the Sum Emperor was not an easy task. However, Lu Chen vaguely felt that the large-scale disappearance of martial artists might be connected to whatever the heavy cavalry was transporting back to the capital city from the south. These two incidents coinciding made it hard not to be suspicious, but without concrete evidence, everything remained conjecture. He murmured to himself, forget it, no matter what he's up to. As soon as Yao Yao and Nanyan's child is born, I'll immediately lead an army south. Lu Chen figured that once Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao's child was born, the system would most likely reward him with some troops and strong warriors. With more soldiers and powerful allies, his confidence in marching south would be greater. Prince, Commander Liang requests an audience. Hearing the voice of the maid, Lu Chen snapped back to reality. Enter. Liang Zong immediately entered the study, and before he could offer his respects, Lu Chen asked, any news from the capital city? Liang Zong replied, reporting to the prince, our people still haven't found out what exactly the heavy cavalry is escorting. I've brought other news today. Lu Chen asked, what news? Liang Zong placed the piece of paper on Lu Chen's desk. Seeing it was a piece of paper, Lu Chen knew it was a pigeon letter, likely conveying extremely urgent intelligence. He immediately picked up the paper and glanced over it. Upon reading the content, Lu Chen's brow furrowed. 2 nights ago, the Sum Emperor was the target of a poison assassination attempt, but the assassin failed. After the investigation, more than 100 people were found to be directly involved, with all of the evidence pointing toward the deed being perpetrated by the Lin family. Now, the entire Lin family, from top to bottom, had been placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave. Lin Gaoyuan and Lin Shuming had been captured and taken to Heaven Prison, awaiting interrogation. It had happened only 2 nights before, yet in less than a day, all those involved in the affair had been identified. This seemed too quick. And to suggest the mastermind behind it all was Lin Gaoyuan. It was clearly a frame-up. Lin Gaoyuan had long pledged allegiance to the North Country. Since the Crown Prince took over government, he had been quite low-key in the imperial court. How could he possibly get involved in such a matter? It was quite apparent that someone felt the Lin family was an impediment, and thus wanted to eliminate the entire Lin family. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, wondering who was most likely behind this incident. Was it the Crown Prince, or another prince? However, the likelihood was that it was indeed the Crown Prince. As of now, Lin Gaoyuan had not made his stance clear. To the Crown Prince, Lin Gaoyuan was still one of Sum Emperor's men. Ever since the Sum Emperor fell ill, aside from the state preceptor and those closest to the Sum Emperor, only Lin Gaoyuan and Zhao Wenin, the 2 prime ministers, had been granted audience with the Sum Emperor. Zhao Wenin had already overtly sided with the Crown Prince. So for the Crown Prince, Lin Gaoyuan posed the greatest threat in the royal court. Therefore, he took this opportunity to get rid of Lin Gaoyuan as well. This way, aside from the state preceptor, only Zhao Wenin would have access to the Sum Emperor, laying the groundwork for actions they might take later on. Actions such as forging imperial edicts, or altering the will, and the like. At this time, Liang Zong asked, "Prince, do we need to save the Lin family?" Liang Zong was the commander of the Brocade Guard. As a person with access to core intelligence, he was well aware that Lin Gaoyuan was North Prince's man. Now that Lin Gaoyuan was imprisoned, the Brocade Guard was likely to take action. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Not for the moment. My father, the emperor, will not stand by as Lin Gaoyuan is taken down. However, if their lives are in danger, then the Brocade Guard should find a way to escort the Lin family out of the capital city." The Sum Emperor was no fool. Being a minister without a stance, as long as Lin Gaoyuan did not align himself with any prince, he belonged to the Sum Emperor. Now that the Crown Prince sought to remove his man, how could the Sum Emperor agree? It's highly likely he would step in to protect the Lin family. After all, the emperor was only feigning illness, not actually dead. Liang Zong replied, "Your subordinate understands. If there's nothing else, your subordinate will take his leave." "Very well, go attend to your duties." Several days later. Great Xia Dynasty, capital city, Heaven Prison. Lin Gaoyuan and Lin Shuming were locked in adjacent cells. Although they were imprisoned, the jailers treated them with great courtesy and did not dare to mistreat them. Lin Shuming, sitting cross-legged on the ground, asked, "Father, what should we do now?" Resting on the bed with his eyes closed, Lin Gaoyuan spoke indifferently, "We continue to wait." Seeing his father's calm demeanor, Lin Shuming said in confusion, "Father, even at this juncture, how can you be so unfazed? Being accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor is a crime that condemns the entire family to death." With a chuckle, Lin Gaoyuan responded, "What use is your worry now? Are you considering escaping from prison? If you were to actually escape, our Lin family's guilt would most certainly be affirmed." Upon hearing these words from Lin Gaoyuan, Lin Shuming was stunned for a moment, then hesitated to speak. At that moment, he clenched his fist and smashed it onto the ground, creating an instant pit. Lin Shuming felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. The Lin family had done nothing, yet they were branded with the crime of regicide. Could it really be that they could only wait for death in Heaven Prison? Watching his son become so agitated, Lin Gaoyuan firmly said, "Shuming, do you truly believe that those trivial pieces of evidence are enough to doom our Lin family?" At his father's words, Lin Shuming paused, and then said, Father, it's the crime of regicide, and all that evidence was found in our house. Aren't those proofs substantial enough to convict us? Lin Gaoyuan sneered and said, they wouldn't believe their framing and false accusations. Lin Shuming said, but His Majesty now. Lin Shuming didn't finish his sentence. He wanted to say that the Sum Emperor was nearly dead and couldn't look after the Lin family any longer. It was highly likely that the Crown Prince would be judging them, and he probably didn't plan on sparing the Lin family. Lin Gaoyuan interrupted, Father knows what you want to say. However, things are probably not as simple as you think. Haven't you noticed that Great Shah's heavy cavalry has moved to the south? Why don't you think about who controls the heavy cavalry now? At first, Lin Gaoyuan also thought that the Sum Emperor might have been driven insane, but he didn't believe that the Sum Emperor was going to die so soon. Once he learned that the Sum Emperor had deployed the heavy cavalry, he was even more certain of his guess. The Sum Emperor was likely fine and plotting something. So even if the Lin family was framed, Lin Gaoyuan wasn't worried at all. He was one of the few ministers who hadn't taken sides yet. He didn't belong to any prince's camp, he was the Sum Emperor's man. The Sum Emperor would not stand by and watch the Lin family be eliminated by the Crown Prince. On the contrary, it was the faction of the Crown Prince that was about to face trouble. Poisoning the Sum Emperor, harboring delusions of seizing power and usurping the throne. Lu Yi's days as the Crown Prince were numbered. Just then, the sound of chains clinking echoed from not far away. Realizing that someone else was coming in, Lin Gaoyuan stopped talking. The next moment, a series of familiar figures appeared in front of Lin Gaoyuan and his son. Zhao Wenan, dressed in prisoner's garb, was shackled and chained at his feet and wrists. Seeing this, Lin Gaoyuan burst out laughing, then said, Zhao, how come you've come to keep me company? Hearing this, Zhao Wenan glared at Lin Gaoyuan with venomous eyes and sneered, Mr. Lin, don't get too pleased with yourself. The North Prince has already sided with the Crown Prince. Even if you get out now, you will end up back here sooner or later. At that moment, the jailer came to the door of the cell where Lin Gaoyuan was held, opened the door, and with a nod and a bow said to Lin Gaoyuan, Prime Minister Lin, the matter has been investigated thoroughly. You are free to go. Lin Gaoyuan got up from the bed without hesitation and walked straight out. Once he reached the corridor, he said to Zhao Wenan, Zhao, a dragon has scales that must not be touched. Touch them and you die. After decades of serving the emperor, do you still not understand this principle? Once you're in here this time, coming out will probably mean heading to the execution ground. After these words, Lin Gaoyuan headed straight out, ignoring Zhao Wenan's cursing. In the following days, the Lin family was exonerated, and Lin Gaoyuan returned to the royal court. Meanwhile, those of the Crown Prince's faction either died or were captured. Although Lu Yi's position as Crown Prince had not been revoked and he was still regent, he was feeling an intense sense of crisis. If the rumors were true, if there really was an immortal pill, then waiting any longer would mean his father the emperor would surely return to court, and his position as the Crown Prince would inevitably be revoked. No. He could no longer sit idly by. No matter what, he had to ascend to that position. Over the next month, Lu Yi sought to win over Satu Ce, went to great lengths to get close to the royal Grand Master, and also rallied some military generals. To avoid the same fate as Prince Lu Shuyun, Lu Yi also made early contact with Lu Chen, planning to escape to the North Country if he failed. Finally, feeling that everything was ready, Lu Yi led his troops straight into the imperial palace one night. In the deep of the night, when all was quiet, the light in Wu Junwan's room was still on, and the sounds inside ebbed and flowed into the courtyard, where the maids at the door were now yawning. These days, they had gradually become accustomed to it, no longer feeling the bashfulness of the past. Even if they heard the noises coming from the room, they would not blush or have their hearts race any longer. Just then, a maid rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly said to the maids at the door, Commander Liang requests to see the prince, quickly inform the prince. The maid at the door responded immediately, I'm afraid that won't be possible right now, the prince is still in high spirits. The maids all knew of Lu Chen's abilities. Lu Chen had only been there for 2 hours, it couldn't possibly be over so quickly. However, at that moment, Lu Chen's voice came from the room, let Commander Liang wait in the study for a little while, I will be there shortly. As a pseudo-celestial, Lu Chen's perceptive abilities were strong, and he immediately sensed the maids looking for him at the door. However, he planned to bring the matter at hand to a close first. The maid who had come to inform him heard Lu Chen's voice and immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness, the prince." After the maid left, Lu Chen quickly hastened the pace. Once things had concluded, Lu Chen got up and began to dress. He glanced at Wu Junwan, who was lying on the bed and said with a smile, "I apologize for the sudden affair, I won't be able to continue to serve Your Majesty tonight." Hearing this, Wu Junwan turned her head towards Lu Chen, her eyes still cloudy with daze, evidently not quite recovered. Huff, huff. Your Highness is indeed a very busy man, at this late hour, still having matters to attend to. I have no choice, it's a troubled autumn, Lu Chen said helplessly. Wu Junwan said weakly, Your Highness, you should go attend to your business. It so happens that this palace also plans to sleep. Quote. All right then, you have a good rest tonight. Lu Chen then turned and walked outside. Soon Lu Chen arrived at the study, and Liang Zong immediately greeted Lu Chen at the entrance. Your Highness, the prince, I pay my respects. I apologize for the disturbance at such a late hour, it is my fault. Lu Chen walked straight into the study and said, It's fine, come in. Under normal circumstances, if it were just regular intelligence, Liang Zong would have waited until the next day to deliver it to the study. It had to be urgent intelligence that had just arrived from the capital city to have someone notify Lu Chen so directly. Not long ago, Lu Chen had instructed Liang Zong that if anything major happened in the capital city, he should be notified immediately, day or night. Clearly, Liang Zong seeking him out tonight meant something had happened in the capital city. Once inside the study, Liang Zong immediately handed a slip of paper to Lu Chen, then said, The Crown Prince's rebellion has failed, but he has disappeared. Lu Chen took the slip of paper from Liang Zong, glanced over it, and thought to himself that it was no wonder Lu Yi had been hinting at him so frequently lately. It turned out that Lu Yi had intended to stage an outright rebellion. After reading the contents of the paper, Lu Chen chuckled. His brothers were quite foolish indeed. With so few grandmasters behind them, they dared to rebel. Wasn't this seeking death? Lu Chen then said to Liang Zong, have the brocade guard investigate whether the crown prince might have fled northward. Lu Yi had been sending so many letters to the north country lately and had given them so many benefits. It was highly likely he feared having nowhere to go should the mutiny fail, so he considered the north country his fallback. At that moment, Liang Zong cautiously asked, if we confirm that the crown prince has gone north, should we? Quote. Liang Zong didn't continue, but Lu Chen instantly understood what Liang Zong wanted to ask. Now that Lu Yi's mutiny had failed, he was no longer the crown prince of Great Sum and no longer had the authority of a crown prince. To the north country, he was no longer of much use. On the contrary, if the rebellious former crown prince were to run to the north country, it would instead tarnish the north country with the stigma of harboring a rebel, which wouldn't be good for its reputation. After thinking it over, Lu Chen finally said, don't rush. If the crown prince is found, secretly escort him to the north country first. He has been overseeing the capital city for so long, he surely knows some things that others don't. For Lu Chen, although Lu Yi was no longer a crown prince, the intelligence he held about the capital city was still very valuable. Lu Chen also wanted to know how exactly Lu Yi's mutiny had failed, so he could learn from it. Liang Zong said, I understand. I will dispatch people to look for the crown prince's whereabouts right away. Proceed, Lu Chen affirmed. I shall take my leave, Liang Zong spoke, then left the study. After Liang Zong departed, Lu Chen picked up the paper slip in his hand and looked at it a few more times. He speculated that with the crown prince gone, the Sum emperor would probably have to return to the court. Although the strife among the seigneurs continued, the Zhao king had already gained a clear advantage. In no more than a year, all southern feudal states would likely be quelled by the Zhao king. By that time, it would be an appropriate occasion for the north country's soldiers to march south to support the throne. Lu Chen didn't dwell further. He used his spiritual power to crush the paper slip in his hand into crumbs, then returned to Wu Junwan's room. By now, Wu Junwan had just finished her bath and returned to her bed. She had thought that with Lu Chen gone for such important matters at this late hour, he probably wouldn't come back. Imagine Wu Junwan's surprise when she had just lain down to sleep, and a figure appeared in the room. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly return, Wu Junwan asked in confusion, "Why have you come again? Didn't you say you had something to do?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's nothing serious." As he spoke, Lu Chen climbed onto the bed, and Wu Junwan hurriedly moved aside, but as soon as she shifted, Lu Chen flipped her over and pressed her down. Wu Junwan glared at Lu Chen and then said, "It's so late, you can't possibly still want Toa." Lu Chen didn't say a word and simply tore off Wu Junwan's inner garment, then bent down to kiss her red lips, and soon they regained their former state. However, at this moment, Lu Chen didn't continue. He turned Wu Junwan over and pressed against her back, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and said, "What's so good about the throne that people are scrambling for it? Rising earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs, and so many issues to deal with." Hearing this, Wu Junwan, pressed underneath him, scoffed coldly, "Prince, you joke well, seeing as you are a tyrant with power in his hands, yet you question what's so good about the throne." Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "Honestly, I really don't think being emperor is comfortable, especially now, where the emperors of the major dynasties are constrained by aristocratic families or nobility. It's stifling." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan said, "If you, prince, find ruling to be too troublesome, you might as well hand over your seigneury to me, and let me help you manage the entire North Country." Lu Chen chuckled and then whispered in her ear, "Why, are you thinking of usurping power now? I could give you that opportunity. Just defeat me now, and I'll hand over my princehood to you." Wu Junwan snorted coldly. Then, the two of them maintained this position and fell silent. This gave Lu Chen the feeling of constantly possessing Wu Junwan, so he quite liked holding her like this. Having spent some time together, Wu Junwan had grown accustomed to it. After all, nearly every night, they ended up sleeping in each other's embrace like this. After a while, Wu Junwan finally asked, "Something must have happened in the Great Sum capital, right? How did you know?" Wu Junwan said indifferently, "It's so late, and you are still going out. It must be something important. The Great Sum capital has been uneasy of late, combined with the numerous cases of martial artists disappearing, it really looks like a storm is brewing. And just now, you also mentioned the throne to Maya, so I presume it's likely that a prince in the capital has rebelled." Lu Chen said, "Indeed, a prince has rebelled, but it's not an ordinary prince, it's the crown prince." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan chuckled, "Your father, the Sum Emperor, is really something. He just pushed Prince Lu Shuyun to rebel not long ago, and now he's driven his eldest son to do the same. Is he planning on eliminating all princes and becoming a solitary figure?" Lu Chen said, "Has there ever been an emperor who isn't a solitary figure?" Wu Junwan continued to probe, what was the outcome? Did the crown prince fail? Lu Chen confirmed, he indeed failed. Wu Junwan said, "So, the Sum Emperor's supposed dire illness was all a pretense. If he really were gravely ill, he wouldn't be able to maintain such strong control over the military and the royal experts. If he were nearing death, I reckon many grandmasters in the royal family would have already chosen to side with Lu Yi, and Lu Yi wouldn't have been defeated so quickly." Lu Chen said, "I also suspect he's feigning illness and scheming something." Wu Junwan said, "No wonder the various seigneurs within Great Sum have been fighting fiercely, yet you have remained inactive in the North Country. It turns out you had long guessed your father was fine." Lu Chen responded with a smile, "I haven't taken action for the moment, not because of that. Mainly, I want to wait until my two children are born before I make any moves." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Junwan didn't believe it for a second. Waiting for the kids to be born. What kind of reason was that? Could the birth of his children bring him any good fortune? At this time, Lu Chen slightly shifted his body and then said, "How about you give me one too?" After a soft moan, Wu Junwan coldly responded, "You wish to have me bear you a child? You'd better see if you are capable enough." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Do you still doubt whether I am capable? I'm not just capable, I've got major skills." Wu Junwan ignored Lu Chen's words and remained silent. After a bit, Wu Junwan asked, "When do you plan to attack Great Ju?" Lu Chen paused. Why do you ask this question? Wu Junwan bluntly said, I need to let my dear sister know in advance so she can prepare herself. Lu Chen, with his head on her shoulder, said, you are now my woman. Shouldn't you be on North Country's side? Why are you still thinking of sending word to the Yu Emperor? Wu Junwan said lightly, I'm afraid that if Great Ju falls to you one day, Qingru would end up in the same predicament as me. Lu Chen said, wouldn't that be good? That way, you two sisters could reunite, and from then on, spend your lives together with no need to live in separate dynasties, only meeting once every few years. Wu Junwan said coldly, I knew you had this in mind. But even if you really defeat the Da Yu dynasty, she would never become your woman. Lu Chen asked, why not? Wu Junwan said, she's not like me, she follows the unfeeling Dao and cannot develop feelings for men. Even if she were defeated by you, she would most likely take her own life. You can forget about having her body. Lu Chen laughed, unconcerned, how can we know without trying? But anyway, there's no point in talking about her right now. The battle between the North Country and Great Ju won't come so soon. Let's talk about us instead. Wu Junwan said coldly, I've already become your pet. What is there left to discuss between us? Wu Junwan felt that she was now just a plaything for Lu Chen, but she had let go of her past obsessions and somehow felt that this life might not be so bad for her. As long as she treated this young man in her heart as her own lover, it wouldn't be so hard to bear. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Chen was waiting for the arrival of Chen Wanrong. However, she hadn't come down from the mountain yet, which made Lu Chen suspect that her master was preventing Chen Wanrong from coming to be close to him. In these 2 weeks, the brocade guard was extremely busy. With the higher-ranked members unable to be deployed and the workload increasing, they had to investigate the item transported back from the south by the heavy cavalry, as well as the whereabouts of the crown prince, all of which kept the lower-ranked brocade guards on edge. Anping City. The soldiers at the city gates were checking the passing caravans. Meanwhile, a trade convoy slowly approached the gates of Anping City. Inside one of the carriages, a man showed a nervous expression. Beside the man sat an exquisitely beautiful woman in purple gauze, her face showing concern. Darling, will the North Prince truly accept us? The man, furrowing his brows, said, I still have some information he wants to know. As long as he's willing to receive us, I'll tell him everything. The woman replied, after all, you are his elder brother. If he also covets the throne, it's very likely he won't let you live. Although Great Shah had long abandoned the primogeniture system, there was still a conservative faction that yearned for it. If Prince Lu Yi were not dead, there would naturally be those with ulterior motives gathering around him, then trying to incite him. Therefore, the woman was unsure whether the North Prince would give them refuge. Upon hearing her words, the man's complexion darkened and became very ugly. Now I have no way out. Soon, the convoy arrived at the checkpoint at the city gate. Prince Lu Yi's guard hurriedly approached the checkpoint, hoping to bribe the inspecting soldiers with silver, but the soldiers didn't accept their bribe. Seeing this through the curtains, Prince Lu Yi grew worried. At that moment, his guard said they were a grain-carrying merchant convoy from the capital city. When the soldier heard this, he insisted on checking the people in the carriage. As the guards hesitated, Prince Lu Yi coughed from inside the carriage, let them check. The main reason they managed to escape to Anping City was their disguises. The crown princess consort had remarkable disguise skills. In this situation, it was unlikely anyone would recognize them. Following that, the soldiers began checking systematically, and soon one of them opened the carriage curtain, briefly scanning the people inside. Seeing nothing amiss, the soldier let them pass without causing any trouble. After successfully entering Anping City, Prince Lu Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. By entering Anping City, which meant reaching the territory of the North Country, he expected the shadow guards would not dare to cause trouble within the North Country. As the caravan slowly moved into Anping City, the soldier who had been in charge of the inspection immediately said to the soldier beside him, wearing black and red attire, inform the prince immediately. The target has safely arrived in the North Country. Lu Yi thought that after they disguised themselves, no one would recognize them. Evidently, they had underestimated the capabilities of the brocade guard. The brocade guard easily deduced that Lu Yi was the missing crown prince, judging by their clothes, carriage, and the guards they had with them. News of Lu Yi's arrival at Anping City soon reached Lu Chen's ears. On hearing of Lu Yi's arrival in Anping City, Lu Chen immediately dispatched Liang Zong to Anping City to personally escort Lu Yi to Yan County. After arriving at Anping City, Lu Yi and the entourage of the East Palace did not rush to meet Lu Chen, as Lu Yi was still uncertain about Lu Chen's attitude toward him. If Lu Chen did not want to directly conflict with their father, the emperor, now, he might very well have him apprehended and sent back to the capital city. Although he held some information that Lu Chen might want to know, he was still somewhat worried. Lu Yi spent most of these days staying inside the inn, only occasionally going out for a stroll. As a vital thoroughfare for the great Sum merchant caravans heading to Yan County, Anping City had already become very prosperous, with many novelties rarely seen in the capital city. These days, what Lu Yi paid most attention to were the newspapers published in Anping City. He had someone buy newspapers every day, and then he would read through all the contents scrupulously. Nighttime. Inside the rain listening in. Lu Yi was in the room of the crown princess consort, Shui Linglong. Seeing Lu Yi looking at the newspaper with a grave expression, Shui Linglong asked, "Darling, it's been almost half a month now, are we still going to Yan County?" Lu Yi put down the newspaper and said, "Yes, right now our only option is to seek asylum with the North Prince." A trace of worry appeared in Shui Linglong's eyes. "Darling, why don't we change our names and live a peaceful life from now on? In the past few days, I've noticed quite a few merchants from other regions of Great Sum applying for new identities in the North Country. We might as well apply for a new identity too." Hearing this, Lu Yi's expression darkened instantly, and he said displeased, "I have no intention of giving up just like that. And even if we truly changed our names, we would be found out one day." Just as Shui Linglong was about to say more, Lu Yi interrupted her, "Don't speak further, I've made up my mind." Lu Yi was unwilling to accept defeat just like this. He believed he still had a chance for a comeback. As long as he could win over Lu Chen, and then borrow some troops from him, he could have a chance to take over a seigneur's feudal state and then climb up step by step. As for returning to the capital city, he saw little possibility in the short term, considering the emperor, his father, had already recovered. For now, he could only wait for the right moment and take things slowly. Seeing Lu Yi's determination, Shui Linglong sighed softly, "I understand." At that moment, Lu Yi stood up from his seat, placed the newspaper on the table, and headed straight for the door. "Let's rest early tonight. I still have to practice my cultivation," he said. Shui Linglong raised her hand, intending to hold Lu Yi back, but he opened the door, walked out of the room, and then the door closed with a loud bang. Shui Linglong was slightly stunned, and the next moment, her disappointed expression on her face turned cold, as if the emotions she had just shown were all an act. After a while, a shadow entered the room through the window. The person was Yu Tianlu, Lu Yi's current strongest guard and a grandmaster, although he had never revealed his grandmaster's strength in front of Lu Yi. "Saintess, are we really going to follow Lu Yi to Yan County? There might be celestials in Yan County. If the celestials discover we are from the Taiyin divine sect, I fear." With a cold expression, Shui Linglong said, "With the yin-yang mirror, even celestials won't be able to discern my true identity. The North Prince having gained such powerful strength in such a short period indicates he may well be the fated one we have been looking for. If we could sacrifice him, it would surely resurrect our sect hierarch. Once the sect hierarch is revived, all of us from the Taiyin divine sect will be able to ascend to the immortal realm." Yu Tianlu replied, "I understand." Shui Linglong then asked, "Have we come to a conclusion about that matter?" Yu Tianlu answered, "We have, and it's almost certain that it was the work of the Sum Emperor's shadow guards." With a sneer, Shui Linglong said, "The great dynasties are quick to label us a demon sect, yet their deeds are not much different from ours." Continuing, Shui Linglong asked, "Have we discovered why the Sum Emperor is capturing so many martial artists?" Yu Tianlu replied, "That remains unclear for the moment." Shui Linglong instructed, tell them to keep investigating. Once the reason is found, reveal publicly what the great Shah royal family has been doing, and let the world see just what filthy deeds the ruler of a nation, the Sum Emperor, has committed. Yes, I understand, he said. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, he added. Coldly, Shui Linglong said, you may leave. With that, Yu Tianlu left the room. No sooner had Yu Tianlu left than the Jinyue guard surrounded the rain listening in, where Lu Yi and his group were staying. Sensing the commotion outside, Shui Linglong's brow furrowed slightly. Then she raised her delicate hands to rub her throat, and immediately after, she pushed open the door, rushing to Lu Yi's room and knocked on the door, saying, Darling, it's not good, there are so many soldiers outside. Lu Yi, who was practicing evil cultivation, heard the noise outside and quickly opened the window to look downstairs. Seeing that the soldiers had completely surrounded the inn, Lu Yi suddenly felt extremely tense, as it was highly likely that they were here for them, and their identities had probably been exposed. He didn't expect that even Shui Linglong's excellent disguise skills could be seen through. Just then, Liang Zong introduced himself to the crowd in rain listening in, saying, I am Liang Zong, commander of the Jinyue Guard of the North Country, ordered by the prince to escort the guests inside to Yan County. Hearing this, the other guests in the inn were confused, as they were not sure who Liang Zong was referring to since he did not specify, nor did he say any names outright. How could anyone know whom they were seeking? Lu Yi couldn't help but think, could it be that these people weren't looking for him? While Lu Yi was thinking this, Liang Zong spoke again, the guest in the inn with the last name Lu, by the North Prince's order, please honor us with your and your lady's presence as our guests in Yan County. Seeing Liang Zong being so straightforward, Lu Yi was almost certain that they were indeed here for him. Since they had been found out, there was no need to continue hiding. In any case, he had been planning to go to Yan County to seek troops from the North Prince. Immediately, Lu Yi opened the door and stepped onto the corridor. Seeing Lu Yi come out, Shui Linglong put on a frightened look and said, Darling, what shall we do now? Lu Yi responded, since they already know we are here, there's no need to hide any further. Let's go down. At the sound of his voice, Lu Yi began heading downstairs. Shui Linglong hurriedly followed him. Soon, Lu Yi walked out of the main entrance of Rain Listening Pavilion, directly approaching Liang Zong and stating, I am the one with the surname Lu. Liang Zong gave a respectful bow to Lu Yi and then said, we have prepared a carriage for you, please. Immediately after, Lu Yi, followed by the people from East Palace, went with Liang Zong to Yan County. A few days later, upon their arrival at Yan County, Lu Chen did not come to greet Lu Yi, but instead had Liang Zong take them directly to a mansion prepared by the prefecture governor for Lu Yi and his party. After stepping off the carriage, Lu Yi glanced at the mansion before him. Seeing that it was not North Prince Mansion, Lu Yi asked, when can I meet with my ninth brother? Now that they were alone, Lu Yi reverted to speaking of himself in the first person and ceased the pretense. Liang Zong said with a smile, Crown Prince, please wait a moment. The prince will arrive shortly. This is the mansion the prince has prepared for you, from now on, you'll live here. Should you need anything, you may inform the Jinyue guard at any time. Without thinking too much, Lu Yi, together with his entourage and guards, went straight into the mansion. After entering, the servants and guards immediately began to get things in order, while Lu Yi, sitting in the courtyard, appeared somewhat anxious. He was unsure about Lu Chen's attitude toward him, and at this moment, his heart was filled with urgency, eager to meet with Lu Chen and ascertain his thoughts. After what seemed like an eternity, possibly several hours long, an attendant finally entered the courtyard and announced, Your Highness, the North Prince has arrived. Hearing this, Lu Yi quickly headed with Shui Linglong to the entrance of the mansion to personally welcome Lu Chen. After Lu Chen alighted from the carriage, he took a quick look at Lu Yi and Shui Linglong. Lu Chen with a smile said, Welcome, brother and sister-in-law, to be my guests here. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze swept back and forth over Shui Linglong. For some reason, he felt that his sister-in-law seemed quite different from before. In the capital city, although he didn't see Shui Linglong often, he had seen her several times. Back then, she certainly didn't have the same charm she had now. Having dealt with many women, Lu Chen had some insight into a woman's true nature. At this moment, Lu Chen used his system to check Shui Linglong's profile. Name: Shui Linglong. Identity: Saintess of the Taiyan Divine Sect, Crown Princess Consort of Great Sha, sister-in-law of the North Prince, a Grandmaster of 30 years of age. Originally infiltrated Lu Yi's side in an attempt to help him seize the throne and then control the entire Great Sha dynasty. After Lu Yi's failed coup, she followed him northward, intending to approach the North Prince through Lu Yi, then sacrifice the North Prince's flesh and blood to resurrect the sect hierarch of the Taiyan Divine Sect. When she married Lu Yi, she bestowed upon him a manual of evil cultivation. Due to his frequent practice of evil cultivation, this led to a lifetime of impotence, and he will be without an heir, so Shui Linglong remains intact. Rating: 98. Favorability: 30. Upon seeing the information in front of him, Lu Chen was taken aback. So his sister-in-law was a member of the demon sect. No wonder Lu Yi was bold enough to stage a coup in the capital city. There was the support of the demon sect behind him. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze fixed on Shui Linglong beside him, Lu Yi's brows furrowed. He suddenly remembered the rumors he had heard in the past, that his ninth brother was a lecher who would do everything in his power to possess beautiful women he saw. Even Chu Yukan, Lu Chen had not spared. Lu Yi immediately felt a bit displeased inside. Though he had never touched Shui Linglong's body since their marriage, after all, she was nominally his crown princess consort, his woman. That Lu Chen actually coveted his woman was something no man could tolerate. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to Shui Linglong and said, "Sister-in-law, it's been years since we last met. You've grown even more beautiful than I remembered." Upon hearing these words, Shui Linglong was slightly stunned, and then she looked fearfully at Lu Yi beside her. Ninth brother must be joking. I am getting older and should only become uglier, not more beautiful. Lu Chen smiled and said, "A woman only grows more dignified with maturity, becoming ever more beautiful. A woman of such grace as my sister-in-law will never become ugly." Lu Yi couldn't stand listening any longer and directly said to Lu Chen, "Ninth brother, I owe you a lot for taking us in this time. Otherwise, I would have had nowhere to go." Lu Chen said, "Brother and I share the same blood. It is only natural that I should help out when brother is in trouble. In the future, if brother needs anything in the North Country, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to fulfill brother's request." Lu Chen had no intention of getting Lu Yi to spill his secrets today. After all, Lu Yi had only arrived in Yan County that day. At this, Lu Yi sighed and said, "Ninth brother, we brothers always thought that once you got your fiefdom, you would just live out your life in a muddle-headed way. We didn't expect you to not only bring a prosperous life to the common people of the North Country but also amass such formidable military strength. We all misjudged you. If ninth brother had displayed your talents in the capital city, father would have probably made you the crown prince by now, and we brothers would have been utterly convinced." Lu Chen smiled and then said, "I'm not greatly interested in that position. You, brother, have held the regency for a time. Surely, you've seen through the intrigue on the court. Rather than play wits with those ministers, isn't it more enjoyable to come to the North Country and be a carefree prince? Brother, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "What ninth brother says is true." At that moment, Lu Chen said, "Brother, I still have things to attend to, so I'll head back first." With that, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Shui Linglong again. Clad in a light purple gauzy long dress, the garment hugged her voluptuous and graceful figure. Although she appeared dignified and elegant, Lu Chen always sensed a wild streak about her. Lu Chen thought to himself that this woman was indeed beautiful, but somewhat ruthless. She had actually given Lu Yi a eunuch's cultivation technique to practice, turning Lu Yi into a eunuch by force. No wonder Qin Yue was still intact when she was sent to the North Prince mansion. He had caught a break. He had truly believed that his older brother was so immersed in martial arts that he had no interest in beautiful women when, in fact, he was incapable of such interests. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Good, ninth brother, you go ahead with what you have to do. I won't hold you up." Afterward, Lu Chen turned and left Lu Mansion. No sooner had Lu Chen left than Lu Yi's face darkened, and he lashed out furiously at Shui Linglong. "Linglong, could it be that you think I am no longer the crown prince, devoid of power, so you wish to abandon me and cozy up with my ninth brother. You want to seduce him. What a shameless woman. Although Lu Yi verbally berated Shui Linglong, he did not lay a hand on her. Her status was too special, and he dared not strike her. Hearing this, Shui Linglong put on a panicked expression. She quickly said, Your Highness, it was the North Prince who kept looking at me. I would not dare entertain such thoughts. In life, I belong to Your Highness, and in death, I will be Your Highness's ghost. Lu Yi snorted coldly and said, Everyone says the North Prince is lecherous, that he'd not let any beautiful woman he sees slip by. Today I witnessed it firsthand, coveting even his own sister-in-law. Shui Linglong meekly said, In the future, I will remain honestly within the mansion and never go out. That way, the North Prince will no longer see me. Lu Yi was about to say something when his mind suddenly seized, and an idea struck him. Wait a minute. If the North Prince truly lusted after Shui Linglong's body, could this be exploited? If Shui Linglong could captivate the North Prince's heart, couldn't he propose certain conditions to the North Prince more easily later on? With this thought, Lu Yi's expression softened considerably, but when he considered that he had not yet enjoyed the company of his own crown princess consort, and now he might have to let her entice another man, he felt extremely irritated inside. But for the sake of his greater ambition, this small sacrifice was worth it, especially since he had no real intention of handing over Shui Linglong to the North Prince. The Shui family and the Taiyan divine sect were closely connected. If he truly gave Shui Linglong to the North Prince, he would lose the chance to use the Taiyan divine sect for his own purposes. At that moment, a slight smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. Then, he said to Shui Linglong beside him, Linglong, I truly apologize. I should not have shouted at you just now. There's no need for you to stay in the mansion all the time. Now that we are on North Prince's territory, we should naturally build good relations with the people of North Prince Mansion. You should find more opportunities to visit North Prince Mansion and interact with the Queen of North Prince. Shui Linglong instantly saw through Lu Yi's crafty thoughts, but she didn't expose him because her original intention was to get close to the North Prince anyway. Shui Linglong then said, Your concubine understands. At night. During dinner, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan and the others, Prince Lu Yi's family has come to Yan County. Upon hearing this, the women were momentarily stunned. Prince Lu Yi. Hadn't Prince Lu Yi disappeared after launching a military coup? How did his family suddenly appear in North Country, and why in Yan County? They quickly realized it was likely Lu Chen who brought them to Yan County. It seemed he thought they still held value and decided to protect them. This was a matter for men, and Mu Zixuan and the others had no intention of prying too deeply. At this moment, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, My darling, from now on, try to interact more with Queen Linglong. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was taken aback at first, but she quickly understood Lu Chen's intention. Your concubine understands. Lu Chen continued, Today, I just found out that my sister-in-law is no ordinary woman, she is actually a grandmaster. At this revelation, Chu Yukan was startled. She turned to Lu Chen and asked, A grandmaster? Could she really be a grandmaster? Isn't Queen Linglong only 30 years old this year? Chu Yukan was quite surprised. Although Shui Linglong was about her age and was known as the well-taught daughter of the Shui family, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, there had been no word of her practicing martial arts. How could she have broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such an age? Even though Chu Yukan was a Grandmaster herself, she knew very well that without Lu Chen's dual cultivation technique and his immortal pill, she would likely have been stuck at the Master realm for life, unable to advance to Grandmaster status. Shui Linglong did not have Lu Chen's assistance, yet she was also a Grandmaster. Something was not right. In an instant, Chu Yukan realized that Shui Linglong might not be the person she remembered, and it was even possible that she was not the same person at all. She quickly warned, Chenur, this Queen Linglong is a big issue, beware that she might have other motives. Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm just afraid she doesn't have other motives. Chu Yukan looked at Lu Chen skeptically. This little rascal wasn't a fool and must have realized that Shui Linglong had some thoughts, but why then did Lu Chen still encourage the queen to engage more with Shui Linglong? Chu Yukan didn't dwell on it further. She turned to Mu Zixuan and said, Zixuan, if you interact with that queen in the future, make sure to call me along. Since the other party was a grandmaster, Chu Yukan was worried that Shui Linglong might harm Mu Zixuan or someone else from the North Prince Mansion. Mu Zixuan responded, all right, Sister Chu. A few days later, Lu Chen visited Lu Mansion again. Upon entering the Lu Mansion, he was led into the reception hall by a servant. At this time, Lu Yi asked, little brother, do you have any business visiting this time? Lu Chen said with a smile, I just wanted to see if my brother was settling in well here and if there was anything you needed. Lu Yi replied immediately, I'm adapting, very well, and there's nothing I need at the moment. As he spoke, Lu Yi continued, little brother, please take a seat. Someone, prepare tea. Lu Chen then sat down beside him, and now just the two of them were in the reception hall. Just as Lu Chen was about to inquire about affairs in the capital city from Lu Yi, Shui Linglong slowly walked in from outside. Dressed in a purple silk dress, she exuded the charm of a beautiful married woman all over. Lu Chen's gaze fell directly on Shui Linglong, and seeing this, Lu Yi didn't get angry this time. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He had basically confirmed that his younger brother was coveting Shui Linglong's beauty. At that moment, Shui Linglong spoke, little brother, you've arrived. Shui Linglong carried a seductive aura with every lift of her head and step she took. Lu Chen said with a smile, I haven't seen my sister-in-law for a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Shui Linglong replied with a smiling face, little brother, you have such sweet words. No wonder so many women want to marry you. Lu Yi said indifferently at that point, Linglong, you should sit as well. Yes, darling, Shui Linglong replied and sat down in a wooden chair. After the servant had served the tea, Lu Chen then said, brother, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Lu Yi said, please go ahead, little brother. Lu Chen said, brother, you know that I've always supported you in taking that position, and I've always considered you to be a mature and steady man. Moreover, you were the crown prince already, bound to sit on the throne sooner or later. Why were you in such a hurry this time? Hearing this question, Lu Yi sighed, I didn't want to do it either, but if I hadn't acted, I might have lost my life. You must have heard about the Lin family's conspiracy to poison father, in collusion with some foreign seigneurs a while back. Lu Chen said, yes, I know about it, but I heard the Lin family was framed. Lu Yi sighed deeply again, how could it be a frame-up with both human and material evidence? The Lin family could clear their name so easily mainly because of the wind that concubine Yu, father's favorite, blew into his ears, convincing him that someone framed the Lin family. Despite Lin Gaoyuan being released, Father Emperor actually believed that everything was done by Prime Minister Zhao. Without any evidence, he arrested Prime Minister Zhao and a group of ministers, and I was suddenly left alone, he said. Moreover, concubine Yu ceaselessly bewitched Father Emperor in front of him, making him think that I was the mastermind behind everything. I heard that Father Emperor not only plans to appoint a new crown prince but also intends to poison me with a cup of poisoned wine. Under such circumstances, if I do not rebel, is there any way for me to survive? Lu Chen responded, so that's what happened, I was wondering why Yi was in such a hurry. Do you think, then, that the Lin family is colluding with that seigneur? Lu Yi answered, it's likely Zhao King. Zhao King's power is now great, having destroyed several feudal states already. In less than 2 years, Zhao King will inevitably be at the gates of the capital city. Lu Yi sighed again, Father Emperor has been blinded by traitors. I heard that the Lin family somehow came into possession of a so-called immortal pill that temporarily restored Father Emperor's clarity. He truly believes that it's a life-saving immortal pill, so he increasingly trusts the Lin family. Little does he know, there's no way that could be a real immortal pill. I consulted with the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Such a pill can temporarily drain a person's life force, making it seem as though they have recovered their health, but in reality, anyone who takes such a pill will only get sicker. Seeing Lu Yi with such a pained expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His elder brother was indeed good at performing. If he didn't know what was really going on, he might have actually been fooled by him. At that moment, Lu Yi suddenly thought of something. and then said to Lu Chen, "Ninth brother, there's something you might not know about that could shake the foundation of the Great Sum country if it were to get out. I stumbled upon it by chance, and I still can't believe that Father Emperor would do such a thing." Hearing this, Lu Chen feigned curiosity and asked, "What is it? That's serious." Lu Yi glanced at the maids in the hall and then waved for them to leave. After the maids left and the one at the door closed the hall's door, Lu Yi finally whispered, "You may have heard that many martial artists have mysteriously disappeared within the Great Sum realm, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned, his interest piqued. He had only pretended to be casually curious before, but now he was genuinely intrigued. After all, the brocade guard had not found much information related to this so far. If Lu Yi really knew something, it would be effortless good fortune. Lu Chen then said, "I've heard about it as well. Is the matter Yi is speaking of related to the disappearance of the Great Sum martial artists?" Lu Yi said with a panicked look, "Yes, it is." Lu Chen showed an incredulous look, pressing further, "Could it be Father Emperor is responsible for this?" Lu Yi whispered, "It's hard to believe, isn't it? When I first heard about this, I couldn't believe that it was related to Father Emperor either." Lu Chen asked, "What would Father Emperor want with so many martial artists?" Lu Yi replied, "I heard that Father Emperor obtained a sinister artifact capable of absorbing the skill and essence blood of martial artists. Rumor has it that one can achieve immortality or break through to the celestial realm with that artifact. Remember when Father Emperor sent the heavy cavalry to the south some time ago? Those soldiers were tasked with transporting this object back. When I started my coup, I managed to win over a colonel from the heavy cavalry involved in the transport of that item. He told me that before they transported the item, they sacrificed many martial artists. Furthermore, ever since those heavy cavalry soldiers returned, they've been dying one by one. That's why the colonel decided to defect to me. And when we stormed the imperial palace, I personally saw the soldiers' blood being sucked away by something, turning them into mummies in an instant." As he spoke, Lu Yi's face showed a look of terror. Hearing this from Lu Yi, Shui Linglong at his side also frowned slightly. Although she knew this matter was related to the Sum Emperor, she didn't expect that Lu Yi was also aware of it, and that he knew even more than her. Moreover, Lu Yi had never mentioned it to her before, and had only revealed it now in the presence of North Prince. Having heard Lu Yi's words, Lu Chen's brows were deeply furrowed into the character for river. He had long suspected that this matter was likely related to his own father, the Sum Emperor, and he had also guessed that his father might be practicing a cultivation technique similar to the absorption technique. However, he hadn't suspected that his father was capturing those martial artists not only for their skill but also for their vital essence. Draining people dry to the point of turning them into mummies. How does that not sound like something from the demon sect? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Elder brother, do you have concrete evidence that those martial artists who disappeared from the Great Sum were taken by the Sum Emperor's orders?" Lu Yi said, "No, I don't have that. But think about it, ninth brother, aside from the Sum Emperor's shadow guards, what other organization or force could accomplish this without anyone noticing? Moreover, the Sum Emperor just happened to obtain such an evil artifact. If it weren't for him, who else could it be? The most crucial point is, I personally witnessed the scene where the soldiers were drained into mummies, so it's highly likely that the Sum Emperor is the mastermind behind the disappearances of the great Sum martial artists." After listening to Lu Yi, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. So, Lu Yi didn't have direct evidence, but his deductions were not without merit. If the Sum Emperor truly possessed such an evil artifact, it was unlikely he wouldn't use it. If the Sum Emperor intended to use that artifact, he couldn't possibly do so openly, let alone publicly killing people for sacrifices. The only possibility would be to covertly capture some martial artists from other forces for the sacrifice. After all, just hearing about it sounded like something of the demon sect. If the world were to learn of the Sum Emperor's affiliation with the demon sect, it wouldn't take long before the major orthodox forces would unite and come to the capital city to trouble the Sum Emperor. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lu Yi asked, "Do you think that the disappearances of those martial artists are unrelated to our father, the Sum Emperor?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. It's not that, but I am wondering who gave that evil artifact to our father, the Sum Emperor. Lu Yi said, I heard that the Sum Emperor once sent people to search for something at sea. Perhaps that evil artifact originated from the ocean. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. From the ocean? Could it possibly be something from Fengyan Island? It seems there is more to Fengyan Island than expected. Once I take control of the Great Sum, I must send people to Fengyan Island for an investigation as soon as possible. At this moment, Lu Yi glanced at Lu Chen's reaction and tentatively said, now that our father, the Sum Emperor, has obtained such an evil artifact, if he manages to activate it, the state preceptor could become a celestial. Lu Chen replied with a smile, the state preceptor becoming a celestial is a good thing, isn't it? Perhaps the internal conflicts within the Great Sum will soon come to an end. Hearing this, Lu Yi immediately said, Ninth brother, there's no need for such talk in front of me. We both clearly understand that once the state preceptor becomes a celestial, the Sum Emperor might very well harbor ill intentions toward the North Country. I've heard that a celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace might have visited the North Country. You, ninth brother, should be quite aware of the strength of a celestial. Lu Yi was also aware of the incidents involving the eternally mysterious Taoist and the Master of Divine Communication. After all, the commotion at that time was so great that some rumors inevitably leaked out. Like the Sum Emperor, Lu Yi believed that the sect hierarch and the eternally mysterious Taoist were killed by a celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace. Therefore, in his view, the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace must have some connection to his ninth brother. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then asked, then, in Yi's opinion, what should I do now that would be best? Lu Yi said, the disappearance of the martial artists began to show signs a few months ago, and now it's feared that several tens of thousands of martial artists of the 5th rank and above have vanished. I suspect that Father's treasure must have absorbed enough essence and blood, and perhaps it has already enabled the state preceptor, or someone else, to become a celestial. The imperial palace probably already has a celestial in place. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that Lu Yi was laying the groundwork for something, unsure of what Lu Yi wanted to say next. Lu Chen said with a smile, Yi, just say whatever you want to say. Seeing that Lu Chen had put it that way, Lu Yi directly said, how about ninth brother lend me some troops and horses, and I'll take over the territory on the western side of Qi country. Then, I'll gather forces and test the defenses of the capital city for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly. So this was the big brother's plan. He was wondering why, after the failed uprising, Lu Yi had run to the north. Seeing no change in Lu Chen's expression, Lu Yi continued, ninth brother, you might not know this, but after Zhao King annihilated Wei country, the remnants of Wei prince and their soldiers occupied Haiyang County beneath Yong'an County. Now Haiyang County is beyond the court's control. Lu Chen smiled. How could he possibly not know about such a thing? Lu Chen then said, Yi, you taking over Haiyang County isn't really for testing out the capital city's situation for me, is it? Lu Yi said, now that treacherous courtiers hold sway and control the court, even father has been deceived. Could ye bear to see Great Sum eventually fall into the hands of non-kin? I know ninth brother must have thought about descending south to support the king, but if you do so at this time, you will inevitably be branded a traitor. Additionally, the policies you've implemented in North Country have made all the aristocratic families within Great Sum fear you. Once you go south, they will surely unite to stop your southbound march to support the king, and at that point, you'll be even less popular. Plus, you can't be sure if the capital city already has a celestial now. If the capital city already has a celestial, even if you lead your troops there, protected by a celestial, you might still be unable to eliminate the treacherous courtiers. In that case, you would only be forced to leave Great Sum and return to North Country to continue being North Prince. But I am different. Although my rebellion failed, I am the legitimate eldest son. There are still many in Great Sum who support me. As long as I take Haiyang County, there will surely be many forces and just individuals who will join me. Once my power has grown, I'll lead troops towards the capital city in the name of supporting the king. Even if I fail in the end, it will not be a great loss to you. You won't just avoid losses, but I'll also have helped you test the strength held by the capital city, and even whether or not there's a celestial. Moreover, you won't have to bear the infamy of being a traitor. Hearing Lu Yi's novel argument, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Lu Yi's idea really was quite interesting. Just as Lu Chen was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something. If there really existed such an evil treasure capable of allowing one to directly break through to become a celestial, then he would probably not be able to proceed as originally planned. If that were the case, then perhaps what Lu Yi had proposed did have some feasibility. At that thought, Lu Chen's expression changed, and he said earnestly, Yi, this matter is of great significance. Let me think it over, I can't give you an immediate response. Lu Yi said, no matter, ninth brother can think it over slowly. I just hope ninth brother understands that if I succeed in supporting the king, I will certainly share the throne with ninth brother in the future, and my promise to you during the regency remains valid. Lu Chen said, I understand. I have other matters today, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Chen then stood up, and Lu Yi quickly stood as well, saying, let me see you out. After Lu Yi escorted Lu Chen to the door, he watched Lu Chen's carriage depart into the distance. At that moment, Shui Linglong said beside Lu Yi, darling, didn't you say earlier that the North Prince is plotting to take over the entire realm? Then, for him, wouldn't it make sense to march directly south under the pretext of supporting the emperor? Why lend troops to you? Hearing Shui Linglong's question, Lu Yi looked at the receding carriage that Lu Chen was in and chuckled lightly, then replied, because he cannot be certain whether there truly is a celestial in the capital city. The North Country's weapons may indeed be formidable, but they are practically useless before a celestial. Although he has some connection with the mysterious Moon Palace, it is rather unlikely that the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace will do whatever he commands, especially if there might already be a celestial in the capital city. Under such circumstances, the celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace probably would not risk aiding him in a southern march to support the emperor. Although my coup failed, there are still many who support Maya after all, I am the legitimate eldest son. As soon as I take control of Haeong County, and call upon the realm to support the emperor in my name, there will surely be numerous powers who will join me. By that time, I will be able to amass a vast force and lead them towards the capital city once again. The force that I gather will not only help the North Prince exhaust the Imperial Army's manpower, but also likely reveal whether there is a celestial in the capital city. The North Prince only needs to pay a minimal price, and I believe he should know how to choose. Having heard Lu Yi's words, Shui Linglong thought to herself that she had originally thought Lu Yi was just a good-for-nothing, not realizing that he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, it was not certain that the North Prince would agree. If the North Prince was confident in his own strength, he would probably opt to march south to support the emperor directly, without any need to use Lu Yi to test the imperial court's power. Now it all depended on what the North Prince was thinking. After Lu Chen returned to the North Prince mansion, he immediately summoned Zhuge Zongguang to the study and relayed to him what Lu Yi had said. When Zhuge Zongguang heard that the Sum Emperor might possess an evil artifact which could directly advance someone to the heavenly human realm, even he was momentarily stunned. If the Sum Emperor truly had such an artifact, it was likely that a being of the heavenly human realm already existed in the capital city. This was extremely disadvantageous for the North Country. Although the North Country also had a celestial, when it came to a battle between celestials, there were too many unknowns so no one knew whether the North Country's celestial was more formidable or the capital city's celestial. And that evil artifact might not just be capable of creating one celestial, it could potentially produce many more. If the North Country rashly launched a campaign southward, they might very well hit a snag. After a moment of silence, Zhuge Zongguang said, Prince, if such an evil artifact really exists, we might need to take our time composing a strategy. Lu Chen then asked, Great scholar, have you ever heard of an artifact like this that could allow someone to break through to the heavenly human realm? Zhuge Zongguang replied, No, in my many years of life, this is the first time I've heard of such an artifact. Had there been news of such an artifact before, the grandmasters from all over the world would have been in turmoil. Since ancient times, martial artists capable of breaking through to become a celestial have been few and far between. The majority simply reached the level of Grandmaster and could do nothing but wait for death. If those old folks knew there was an artifact in this world that could directly help someone break through to the celestial level, those Grandmasters would surely stop at nothing to seize it, especially since they didn't have many years left to live anyhow. If they could seize that artifact and use it to break through, not only would they obtain the power to dominate the martial artists of the world, but they would also live for who knows how many more years. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then inquired of the system, "System, do you know of any artifacts in this world that can directly advance someone to the heavenly human realm?" This question cannot be answered at the moment. Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless. What did it mean by, cannot be answered at the moment? Either it existed or it did not. Perceiving Lu Chen's thoughts, the system continued to provide hints. There are no such artifacts in this world because the condition to become a celestial in this world is to pass the trial of the will of the heavenly Tao. Even if there are shortcuts to becoming a celestial, they belong to other worlds. Moreover, if someone forcefully becomes a celestial by other means, there is a high likelihood they would be annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Hearing the system's response, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. If the Sum Emperor truly possessed an artifact that could directly make someone a celestial, then the artifact couldn't possibly be from this world, but rather from another world. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of something. The information he had received was from Lu Yi, who had learned of it through the heavy cavalry. Could there be a possibility that even the heavy cavalry transporting that artifact didn't know its exact function? Could it be that the so-called news about it enabling advancement to the celestial level was just a rumor, and that the artifact, in reality, had another purpose? With this thought, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved. If that were the case, then there was nothing to worry about. Seeing Lu Chen remaining silent for some time, Zhuge Zongguang proposed, "Prince, why don't you temporarily accept Prince Lu Yi's offer, assist him in taking over Heiyang County, and then help him gather forces? When Prince Lu Yi and Zhao King march into the capital city at that time, we will naturally find out whether there is a celestial there or not." Lu Chen snapped back to reality. Very well, then this prince agrees to help Prince Lu Yi take Heiyang County. However, this prince does not believe that my imperial father already possesses a treasure capable of directly making someone a celestial. I suspect he must have obtained some kind of weapon. Lu Chen wanted Lu Yi and the other seniors to test Sum Emperor to see what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Moreover, he was not in a hurry at the moment. With Yelv Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao pregnant, he could prepare on two fronts. On one hand, letting Lu Yi test Sum Emperor, and on the other hand, waiting for the children to be born, after which the strength of the North Country would surely increase again. The system had once said that the more offspring he had, the more generous the rewards he could receive. The system had previously rewarded him with a celestial realm powerhouse. If luck was on his side, perhaps when the children in Yelv Nanyan's and Xiao Wenyao's wombs were born, he might also gain a celestial. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation. After all, there was still nearly a year to go, and Lu Chen could wait that long. Although he had decided to help Lu Yi capture Heiyang County, Lu Chen had no plans to immediately send troops southward. He intended to delay for a while and make Lu Yi wait. In the following days, Lu Chen just left Lu Yi hanging. At first, Lu Yi was very confident, thinking that after hearing what he had said, Lu Chen would likely immediately agree to dispatch troops to help him take Heiyang County. Several days passed, and there was still no movement from North Prince Mansion. As days went by, Lu Yi could no longer sit still in his mansion. He thought of a good idea. He sent Shui Linglong to take the initiative to visit North Prince Mansion, pretending to bond with the ladies of Lu Chen's household, and then took the opportunity to inquire into Lu Chen's attitude. North Prince Mansion. Mu Zixuan was inspecting the account books in the courtyard when suddenly, a maid entered and said, "Madam Prince, there is a person outside claiming to be Miss Shui who asks to see you, saying she is an acquaintance of yours." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was initially stunned. Miss Shui. Who might that be? But Mu Zixuan quickly realized that of those she knew with the surname Shui, there seemed to be only one person, the Crown Princess Consort. Although the Crown Prince and Crown Princess Consort had fled to the North Country, the Crown Prince was still a traitor after all, so he could not show his face publicly. So for Crown Princess Consort Shui Linglong to wish to see her, she could not directly state her status, she had to just use a surname. With this in mind, Mu Zixuan said, take her to the 100 Flowers Garden, and go call Madame Chu to join me in meeting Miss Shui. Yes, Madam Prince. Then, the maid turned and left the courtyard. Mu Zixuan also rose from her chair and tidied up the account book in front of her. As Mu Zixuan stepped out of Wind Cloud Court, she happened to meet Chu Yukan. Curious, Chu Yukan asked, Zixuan, I heard from the maid that you want me to join you to meet someone. Mu Zixuan simply stated, yes, to meet Queen Linglong. Hearing this, Chu Yukan's expression instantly turned serious, and pondering, she remarked, it seems she wants to probe for some information. Chu Yukan continued to ask, where is she now? Mu Zixuan replied, I had the maid take her to the 100 Flowers Garden to wait. Let's go there now. No sooner had she spoken than Mu Zixuan headed directly toward the 100 Flowers Garden in the outer court. All right. Without any hesitation, Chu Yukan followed her. Soon, they arrived at the 100 Flowers Garden, where Shui Linglong was already waiting in the pavilion. Sensing someone's arrival, she immediately rose from the stone bench. As her gaze turned toward Chu Yukan, her heart skipped a beat. Grand Master. Shui Linglong of course had seen Chu Yukan before. Back in the capital city, many knew Chu Yukan as the female sword immortal, quite famous indeed. But at that time, Chu Yukan was only 9th grade. Chu Yukan was not even a half-step Grandmaster when she followed the North Prince to the North Country, so how did she become a Grandmaster so quickly? How did she achieve it? Shui Linglong immediately calmed the shock in her heart, hurriedly approached Mu Zixuan and the others, and after arriving in front of them, she greeted them with due ceremony, I have the honor of meeting the Crown Princess Consort. Hearing that, Shui Linglong quickly supported their arms and said, you two sisters must not, I am now a felon, and I am no longer the Crown Princess Consort, unworthy of your bowing. Mu Zixuan said with a smile, as long as His Majesty has not appointed another Crown Prince, then Sister Shui, you are still the Crown Princess Consort. Shui Linglong replied, now this position is rather sensitive, sister, you must not call me Crown Princess Consort anymore. From now on, let's just call each other sisters. With that, Shui Linglong took Mu Zixuan's wrist and said, Sister Zixuan, when you left the capital city, you were still rather immature. It's unexpected that in just a few years, you've become even more dignified, possessing the charm of a mature woman. The North Prince is truly fortunate to have married you. Mu Zixuan responded, Sister, you jest, it is my good fortune to have married the prince. The Shui family and the Mu family were both prominent families in the capital city, and the two families had certain interactions in the past, so Mu Zixuan and Shui Linglong had seen each other quite a few times, though they couldn't quite say they were especially close. Seeing Shui Linglong addressing her as sister so familiarly, as though they were very close, made Mu Zixuan on her guard internally. At that moment, Mu Zixuan took Shui Linglong's hand and led her toward the pavilion inside, saying as they walked, Sister Shui, let's sit inside the pavilion and chat. Shui Linglong said, okay. Then the three of them came to sit inside the pavilion, and at this point Mu Zixuan turned to her maid and said, Xiao Ru, quickly have someone make tea, the best tea from the prince's mansion. The maid instantly understood the intent behind Mu Zixuan's words, yes, your highness, I'll go right now. Mu Zixuan then said, Sister Shui, you must have encountered many hardships on your journey to North Country. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong let out a sigh and did not speak, her face showing a look of sadness. Mu Zixuan quickly tried to comfort her, I'm sorry, Sister Shui, I shouldn't have mentioned that. You don't need to be sad, all of that is in the past now. Shui Linglong grasped Mu Zixuan's hand and said, Sister Zixuan is right, all of that is in the past now. It's all thanks to Ninth Brother. If he hadn't taken us in, I fear the dozens of us from the East Palace would have ended up with our heads fallen. At this, Shui Linglong looked into Mu Zixuan's eyes, Sister Zixuan, I truly envy you. After marrying the North Prince and coming to such a prosperous and beautiful place in North Country, you've lived a happy life of supporting your husband and teaching your children, away from strife, and without the need to live in fear every day. Mu Zixuan said, Sister Shui doesn't know that when we first came to North Country, it wasn't like this at all. The prosperity of North Country is all thanks to the prince's efforts. Shui Linglong said, alas, everyone in the capital city was blind to the truth back then. Ninth Brother's talents were unsurpassed. If Ninth Brother hadn't left for North Country, perhaps he would be the crown prince now, and Great Sum wouldn't be in the situation it is today, with traitorous officials in power. Mu Zixuan said, Sister Shui jests. The prince has no such ambitions. Rather than the position of crown prince, the prince prefers to take more wives and consorts and to live the life of a carefree prince. Speaking of which, Mu Zixuan asked, Sister Shui, you've been in North Country for a few days now. I wonder if you're used to everything here. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask at any time. Shui Linglong answered, I've gotten used to the basics of living, but since coming to North Country, I've had no one to talk to at Lu Mansion. Shui Linglong's social circle was within the capital city. Now that she had left and come to North Country, she hardly knew anyone, let alone had any friends. Mu Zixuan immediately said, if Sister Shui feels lonely in North Country, you can always visit North Prince Mansion to talk and chat with me. Shui Linglong let out a soft sigh, it's good that I know Sister Zixuan. If you weren't in Yan County, I really wouldn't know whom to talk to. At this time, the maid brought over a teapot to the pavilion, quickly brewed the tea, and poured a cup for each of the three women. Mu Zixuan said, Sister Shui, this is the best tea from the prince's mansion. This tea has the ability to refresh and invigorate the mind. Please, have a taste. Hearing this, Shui Linglong was not the least bit cautious. As a member of the demon sect, she was particularly sensitive to poisons, and she could instantly sense if there was any poison in the tea. Shui Linglong lifted the teacup, covered the top with one hand, and took a gentle sip. The next moment, Shui Linglong's spirit trembled. The tea indeed had the ability to refresh and invigorate the mind, even the flow of spiritual energy within her body became much smoother. Shui Linglong then put down the teacup and said to Mu Zixuan, Sister Zixuan, such a precious tea must be exceedingly rare. It seems such a waste to simply brew it for me to drink. Mu Zixuan said with a smile, this tea is indeed quite precious, but that's by comparison to outsiders. Everyone in our prince's mansion drinks this tea. Shui Linglong thought to herself, no wonder Chu Yukan was able to break through to the Grandmaster realm in such a short time. It seems North Prince Mansion has quite a few secrets. Indeed, following Lu Yi North was the right decision. Meanwhile, Chu Yukan was silently scrutinizing Shui Linglong, feeling puzzled. Although Lu Chen had told them that Shui Linglong was a Grandmaster, she couldn't detect even a hint of a Grandmaster's aura from Shui Linglong, as if Shui Linglong were just an ordinary person. Could it be she had cultivated some technique to conceal her aura? To be able to hide a martial artist's aura so completely, the cultivation technique she practiced must have come from a particularly powerful force. Shui Linglong's backing was not simple, and Chu Yukan became even more cautious, worried that Shui Linglong might harm Mu Zixuan. Shui Linglong and Mu Zixuan chatted about some common family matters and some rare things from the North Country in the 100 Flowers Garden for 2 hours. Since it was her first visit to the North Prince Mansion, in order not to make Mu Zixuan overly cautious of her, Shui Linglong didn't pry into any overly sensitive information from Mu Zixuan. Her visit to the North Prince Mansion today was merely to bridge the gap in her relationship with Mu Zixuan, waiting until they had grown closer before she would try to extract information about the North Prince Mansion from her, which by then would be relatively easier. During dinner, Mu Zixuan told Lu Chen everything she and Shui Linglong talked about. After listening to Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen thought to himself that Shui Linglong really had patience, not inquiring about the North Prince Mansion on her first visit. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of something and asked, by the way, my consort, when she visited today, did you serve her tea? Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and then said, of course, she was an honored guest, and I naturally served her the best tea of the prince's mansion. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved. After all, this woman was from the demon sect, it was still necessary to be cautious. Chu Yukan then asked, Chenur, when I saw Shui Linglong today, I noticed she didn't have the slightest aura of a martial artist. Are you sure she's a Grandmaster? If she is a Grandmaster, then she has concealed her aura too well. Lu Chen replied, she is indeed a Grandmaster. She must have used something to cover up her martial artist aura or cultivated some kind of technique to hide it. But that's not important. She might be able to deceive others, but it's impossible to deceive me. Chu Yukon said. Being able to conceal her aura so well suggests she must have a large backing. You need to be careful, she might be targeting you. Lu Chen, smiling, said, Madam Chu, rest assured, I know what force she comes from and understand her purpose. I'll be on guard against her. Seeing that Lu Chen had said this, Chu Yukon didn't press further. They continued to eat dinner, and just then, suddenly, a blast of cold wind swept into the room, making everyone feel an extreme chill to their bones. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment and immediately sensed that something was amiss. He then said to the other women in the room, You all continue eating, I have something to take care of and will step out for a bit. Having said this, Lu Chen headed towards the entrance of the North Prince Mansion. Seeing Lu Chen's departing silhouette, the women in the hall glanced at each other, unsure of what had just occurred. At that moment, Lin Wanyan spoke up, The palace master has arrived. Lin Wanyan was very familiar with Chen Wanrong's aura. After feeling the blast of cold air just now, she guessed that Chen Wanrong had arrived at the entrance to the prince's mansion. Hearing this, the women suddenly realized that it was Chen Wanrong who had arrived, which explained the sudden rush of cold wind. It appeared Chen Wanrong was signaling to Lu Chen that she had come. Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen hadn't seen each other for so long, and it seemed likely that another sleepless night awaited them. The women didn't dwell on this matter and soon started discussing other topics. When Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the prince's mansion, he indeed saw that familiar figure. Chen Wanrong was clad in white, her dress pure as snow, with a slender, delicate figure, a swan-like neck, exquisite collarbones, small cherry lips, and skin as fair as snow, making her resemble a work of art. Her complexion was cool and her body exuded an immortal aura, making her seem like a lofty fairy descending from the heavens. Lu Chen, not sure if it was because he hadn't seen Chen Wanrong in so long, suddenly felt she had become even more beautiful and soon felt a surge of desire to conquer her. Lu Chen pushed off the ground with his legs and used shadow shifting to appear instantly in front of Chen Wanrong. My fairy Rongrong, you've finally come down from the mountain. Hearing Lu Chen's irreverent words, a blush involuntarily spread across Chen Wanrong's face. Just as Chen Wanrong was about to say something, Lu Chen scooped her up in a princess carry. Before she had the chance to struggle, he used shadow shifting again, and in an instant, they were in Chen Wanrong's bedroom in the prince's mansion. Chen Wanrong felt a slight dissatisfaction. She had just arrived at the North Prince mansion, and this scoundrel had hurriedly brought her to bed. Couldn't he have been a little more patient? After placing Chen Wanrong on the bed, Lu Chen gazed into her clear and transparent eyes and said, Wife, I think about you every day, and today I finally got to see you. Chen Wanrong opened her mouth to speak, Master, Before Chen Wanrong could finish, Lu Chen bent down and sealed her lips with his, silencing her. Chen Wanrong struggled lightly a couple of times but, finding that her skill was sealed inside her, she simply gave up and stopped resisting, letting this scoundrel do as he wished. She too had missed Lu Chen very much during this time. Since he was so eager, they might as well convey their longing to each other. What Lu Chen didn't know was that Chen Wanrong was actually about to tell him something important just now. However, Lu Chen was too impatient and kissed her before she could finish speaking, resulting in the message being left unsaid. The night sky was hazy, filled with a lingering fog, and the air carried a dampness that made the night somewhat chilly. At this moment, a woman dressed in a light cyan gown stood on the roof. The breeze blew, causing her skirt to flutter and occasionally revealing her fair legs. Standing barefoot, the woman coldly gazed into the distance from her frost-covered perch. Noises continued to emanate from the room below, but the woman's expression remained icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. After a while, Yun Shenxian couldn't hold back any longer and snorted coldly before speaking in an icy tone. It was indeed right to separate them. No sooner had Chen Wanrong returned to the North Prince mansion than this man could not wait to sweep her into his bed and indulge in pleasure with her. Yun Shenxian could understand their feelings. Seeing each other after such a long time, it was normal to want to quickly convey their longing. It's common for partners who haven't seen each other for a long time to do the same at night. But what Yun Shenxian did not expect was that, for several hours, these two were still indulging in pleasure. She had thought Lu Chen was cultivating with Chen Wanrong but, upon probing, discovered that they were not focusing on their cultivation. From their actions, it seemed they were more inclined to seek pleasure. Yun Shenxian dared not imagine if she had initially agreed to let Chen Wanrong stay at the North Prince mansion indefinitely, whether they would spend every day like this, completely neglecting their cultivation. But on second thought, this incident once again proved that Lu Chen was no ordinary man. Indeed, he had some special talents, being very adept at dealing with women. No wonder Chen Wanrong was so infatuated with him. Time passed unknowingly. The crowing of a rooster rose from the outer courtyard of the prince's mansion as dawn began to lighten the horizon. The room fell quiet. Lu Chen held Chen Wanrong by her slender waist, letting her rest on his chest as he gently caressed her smooth back. Rongrong, how long do you plan to stay at the North Prince mansion this time? Lu Chen hoped that Chen Wanrong would stay for a longer period. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong began to emerge from her drowsy state. Suddenly remembering someone, she quickly said to Lu Chen, "Right, this time when I came down the mountain, Master also came with me." Chen Wanrong hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. She had just met Lu Chen the previous night and they had been intimate all night long. Surely her master had witnessed it. She wondered what her master might think. Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. What? The fairy came too. He had been with Chen Wanrong, behaving badly all night in the room. With her celestial senses, wouldn't she have known what happened? Would she think him a man only interested in that kind of activity, then forbid Chen Wanrong from descending the mountain to see him again? Upon reflection, Lu Chen thought that since the woman had already consented to Chen Wanrong becoming his partner, and they hadn't seen each other for so long, it was natural for them to be intimate once they finally met. If that woman wouldn't even permit this, she would be utterly unreasonable. Lu Chen firmly believed in his heart that he did nothing wrong, so he refused to believe that woman would rebuke him for his good relationship with Chen Wanrong. At this moment, Lu Chen said to Chen Wanrong, "So the Grand Master has arrived as well. I was wondering why it felt so chilly last night." Chen Wanrong spoke up, "We should get up. The Grand Master probably waited outside for us the entire night yesterday." Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless, as he had initially planned to spend a bit more time in Chen Wanrong's tender embrace, but now they had to get up so early. What was that woman doing, following Chen Wanrong down the mountain? Just then, a scene emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Last time, in the study, the woman used the physical resonance between them to cultivate the dragon phoenix yin-yang spell and then regained her strength. This time following Chen Wanrong down the mountain, she wouldn't be planning to do unto him what she did last time, would she? Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow, thinking that he had to find a way to give Yun Shenxian some dragon and phoenix tea, making her pay a price and preventing himself from being taken advantage of like last time without any means to possess her body. With these thoughts, Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong slowly got up, took a quick bath in the neighboring bathing chamber, and then left the room. At this time, inside Yunrong courtyard, Lin Wanyan was brewing tea for Yun Shenxian in the pavilion, while Yun Shenxian sat on a stone stool with an indifferent face, holding the teacup and slowly savoring the tea. After stepping out of the room, Lu Chen immediately bowed to Yun Shenxian, saying, "Disciple pays respects to the Grand Master." Yun Shenxian coldly responded, "Considering you haven't seen each other for a long time, I'll let it go this time. But if it happens again, I'll punish you by forbidding you to see each other for a year." Yun Shenxian was feeling somewhat angry at this moment. If it were just Lu Chen, she would have let it be, as he didn't know of her arrival initially, but Chen Wanrong was different. She had brought Chen Wanrong down the mountain, and yet, upon seeing a man, Chen Wanrong had completely forgotten about her, leaving her to stand on the roof for an entire night. Despite her kindness towards Chen Wanrong, Chen had forgotten about her own Grand Master the moment she had a man. Chen Wanrong, too, noticed that Yun Shenxian might be angry with her and quickly said, "Disciple acknowledges her mistake." Yun Shenxian replied indifferently, "Enough, I won't hold these issues against you anymore." At that time, Lu Chen tentatively asked, Grandmaster, may I know the reason for your descent from the mountain this time? Yun Shenxian replied, I heard that there has been a large number of martial artists going missing within the Great Sum realm. I suspect it may be related to the Great Sum imperial family, so I decided to descend the mountain to investigate the situation. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Yun Shenxian to also believe that his father might be related to the matter. Yun Shenxian then looked at Lu Chen and said, Lu Chen, if you wish to unify the world, the first step would be to seize the Great Sum throne, correct? I, along with the mysterious Moon Palace, will support you in contending for that position. If there's anything you need, feel free to discuss it with me. Lu Chen was somewhat incredulous at Yun Shenxian's words. This woman was actually planning to help him vie for the Great Sum throne. So magnanimous. A thought suddenly struck Lu Chen, and he then said, Grandmaster, I heard that my father possesses a sacred artifact from your mysterious Moon Palace. You wouldn't be supporting me in my bid for the throne just to retrieve that artifact, would you? Hearing Lu Chen's speculation, Yun Shenxian let out a cold laugh and then said, You're quite astute. Indeed, I intend to take this opportunity to recover that sacred artifact. Lu Chen asked, Grandmaster, you are a celestial. With your strength, you could simply go to the Great Sum Imperial Palace and easily retrieve the artifact. Why go through such trouble? Yun Shenxian answered, I haven't yet recovered from the injuries on my body. Moreover, I can't just take action casually. If I were to act recklessly, the heavenly Tao of this world would send down divine punishment upon me. The injury I have is a result of that. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's response, Lu Chen had an epiphany. So that was the case. No wonder Yun Shenxian had not gone to the imperial palace to take back the so-called sacred artifact if she didn't have the capacity to do so. Yun Shenxian continued, furthermore, that item has a certain probability of elevating a grandmaster's strength to the celestial realm. Although the duration is rather brief, it's not impossible to injure a celestial. Even if I were to take action, I would need to wait until my strength has somewhat recovered. The second reason for my descent from the mountain is to restore my power. As she spoke, Yun Shenxian's gaze was fixed on Lu Chen, making him feel a chill down his spine. He had previously speculated whether Yun Shenxian had come down from the mountain to use his body to regain strength, and it turned out he had guessed right. This woman truly had ill intentions, coveting his body. Yun Shenxian continued, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, there's also another matter, the mists in the western border are becoming unstable, and if you wish to unify the world, you'd better hurry. The space within the mist is extremely chaotic, no one can predict what might emerge. Lu Chen was startled in his heart. The mist has become unstable. What he was most concerned about now was indeed the mist at the western border. He feared that if all the masters who emerged were at the celestial level, his firearms would be useless. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. This woman telling him about the instability of the mist probably wasn't a simple reminder, was it? By mentioning the unstable mist, she must be looking to create a sense of urgency, to emphasize the importance of the mysterious Moon Palace. That way, he would willingly help her regain her strength. At this moment, Lu Chen said with a smile, since my master has already planned to help me conquer the world, your disciple offers you his gratitude. Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly, spare me your verbal thanks, I need a favor from you. Lu Chen feigned ignorance and asked, may I ask what master refers to? Yun Shenxian replied, you will know when the time comes. Lu Chen didn't continue to question her, how could he not know what she was referring to? It was obviously about helping her recover her strength. To be honest, he was quite willing to cultivate the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell with her, but under the condition that it would involve physical contact, not like last time in the study where he cultivated with her passively. Without that, cultivating the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell would lose its appeal. However, Lu Chen could also see that Yun Shenxian would never let him possess her body. In Yun Shenxian's eyes, he was nothing more than a native of a lower world. A Great Sum, capital city. A convoy slowly entered the capital city, its banners adorned with a crescent moon, the emblem of the mysterious Moon Palace, signaling the arrival of some important personage from the mysterious Moon Palace. The Sum Emperor soon heard of this. Sitting in his study, listening to the Shadow Guard's report, the Sum Emperor fell into deep thought. What business does the mysterious Moon Palace have sending someone to the capital city at this time? Could it be that they had discovered what he was up to? Is the mysterious Moon Palace seeking to trouble the royal family? At this moment, the Sum Emperor's countenance was extremely unsightly, worried that the mysterious Moon Palace had discovered the acts he had committed and was now preparing to send someone to eliminate him. After listening to the Shadow Guard's report, the Sum Emperor inquired, "Who from the mysterious Moon Palace has come?" The Shadow Guard replied, "Your Majesty, according to our investigation, the arrivals are the mysterious Moon Palace's Great Elder and Elder Fu." The eyebrows of the Sum Emperor knit together, and his expression grew even darker. It was actually two elders who had come. If it had been the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, he might not have felt as concerned, since the palace master's strength was only so-so. But elders were a different story altogether. The elders of the mysterious Moon Palace were at the very least above the realm of Grand Masters, most likely pseudo-celestials. The sudden arrival of two pseudo-celestials made the Sum Emperor feel an enormous pressure. Just then, a eunuch suddenly entered the study and said before the Sum Emperor, "Your Majesty, the two elders from the mysterious Moon Palace request an audience." The Sum Emperor's heart trembled. They had come directly to see him. Having just entered the city, they made straight for the Imperial Palace, indicating that the mysterious Moon Palace might truly have discovered something, coming to trouble him. What to do now? Was he going to end up in a life or death struggle with the mysterious Moon Palace? The Sum Emperor had never felt such panic as he did at this moment, with memories from his youth replaying incessantly in his mind. At a certain moment, as if he had made up his mind about something, he then said to the eunuch responsible for announcements, "Have the two mysterious Moon Palace elders wait for me in the royal garden, I will be there shortly." The eunuch promptly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch then withdrew from the study. After the eunuch left the study, the Sum Emperor spoke to the Shadow Guard within, "You may leave as well." Your subordinate takes their leave. No sooner had the Shadow Guard departed than the Sum Emperor retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his sleeve and said to it, "With this item in hand, I don't believe they will be able to do anything to me." As his words fell, he placed the exquisite box back into his sleeve and then proceeded directly to the royal garden, wanting to see just what business the two elders from the mysterious Moon Palace had with him. Before long, the Sum Emperor made his appearance in the royal garden, where at that moment, two white-haired, bearded old men dressed in blue robes were seated leisurely in the pavilion, casually sipping tea, looking nothing like trouble seekers but more like they were visiting a friend. Seeing how relaxed the two appeared, the Sum Emperor paused, feeling that these two didn't seem like they were here to cause him trouble. Without giving it much thought, the Sum Emperor stepped into the pavilion and said to the two elders, "May I ask what brings the two honored elders from the mysterious Moon Palace to see me?" One of the elders then spoke up, "I am Fu Hongqiu, the second elder of the mysterious Moon Palace. The individual beside me is Yu Changqing, the great elder of the mysterious Moon Palace. Your Majesty must have heard of the two of us." Upon hearing their names, the Sum Emperor instantly recalled something. These two were quite famous decades ago. He had heard of them when he was young. Back then, the mysterious Moon Palace was not like it is now, still in the process of recruiting disciples. And these two individuals had made a name for themselves during the recruitment of disciples. Previously, many had challenged the two of them, as the mysterious Moon Palace had claimed all the promising martial arts prospects for themselves, thus challenging the status of other factions. Consequently, many factions could not tolerate the existence of the mysterious Moon Palace. However, all the martial artists who challenged them ended up losing, and it was because of their presence that the various factions within Great Sum realized the strength of the mysterious Moon Palace. As for the later slaughter of the Grand Masters by the Celestials of the mysterious Moon Palace, that incident further reinforced people's perception of the palace's power. The Sum Emperor said at this moment, "I have indeed heard of the two elders." Elder Yu Changqing replied, "Good that you've heard of us. Since you're familiar with our names, it makes things easier." Hearing this, the Sum Emperor suddenly had a bad feeling. At that moment, Yu Changqing continued, "Sum Emperor, we have long discovered the deeds you've committed. Did you truly think that by not allowing the Shadow Guards to capture the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace, we wouldn't discover what you've been doing? The Sum Emperor's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious Moon Palace had indeed found out about his actions. It seemed that their visit today was to kill him. The Sum Emperor's face darkened as he said coldly, "What is Elder Yu talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Fu Hongzhou laughed at this moment and then said, "Sum Emperor, it seems we need to expose your crimes before you'll stop denying them. You think your covert capture of martial artists by the Shadow Guards has been flawless." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the royal garden grew incredibly oppressive, as if the air itself had become filled with the shimmer of blades. Just when the Sum Emperor thought the two were about to make their move, he realized they remained motionless, and it dawned on him what was happening. He then said, "Are you here for the sacred artifact?" Upon hearing this, Yu Changqing snorted with laughter. "Sacred artifact? That thing has been useless to us for a while now. Although the sacred artifact could enhance one's power, it had a significant drawback. Once used to forcibly elevate one's realm, the artifact would become useless. They had both used the sacred artifact before to fight against formidable enemies, leaving them with lasting issues they were still grappling with." Fu Hongzhou didn't waste further words and directly stated, "We've learned through the Shadow Guards that you've obtained a weapon at sea, which can be activated with the sacrifice of enough martial artists. Once activated, its power is sufficient to kill a celestial." The Shadow Guards had always sought to infiltrate the mysterious Moon Palace. It was this decision that led to some of their actions being discovered by Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou. In turn, they learned some of the Sum Emperor's secrets through the Shadow Guards, including his recent actions and that malevolent weapon. Hearing this, the Sum Emperor was greatly disturbed they even knew about the weapon he had acquired. The Sum Emperor then asked, "Since you know of the weapon's existence, then you should also understand that it poses no threat to me." Yu Changqing laughed heartily and said, "Sum Emperor, don't try to intimidate us here. If you were able to activate that divine weapon, you wouldn't still be having the Shadow Guards capture martial artists. The fact that you're still doing so proves you haven't met the weapon's activation conditions." Seeing his ruse exposed, the Sum Emperor directly asked, "What do you want?" Yu Changqing replied, "We propose a collaboration with you." The Sum Emperor paused. "A collaboration?" Yu Changqing continued, "To show our sincerity in collaborating, we'll give you a piece of information for free. The Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace has taken the Palace Master to North Country, and she has even taken the North Prince as her disciple, even having the Palace Master marry the North Prince to become his Dao companion. It won't be long before, with the help of the mysterious Moon Palace, the North Country's forces will march south, and by then, your throne will likely have to be passed on to your son." Upon hearing this intelligence, the Sum Emperor fell silent. He didn't believe that Yu Changqing was deceiving him. He had long suspected that there was cooperation between the mysterious Moon Palace and North Country. Yu Changqing's words merely confirmed his own suspicions. After a moment, the Sum Emperor asked, "What sort of cooperation do you propose?" Yu Changqing said, "Use that weapon you've acquired to help us kill the old Palace Master of the mysterious Moon Palace." Upon hearing Yu Changqing's words, the Sum Emperor was once again stunned. He had not expected such grand ambition from these two. Kill a celestial. In truth, he himself had never entertained such a thought. Although he had acquired that weapon, he intended to use it as a trump card, or to intimidate the celestials with it so that they wouldn't dare make their move against him. After all, to use the weapon just once required a great deal of time to prepare, and it could only be used once in a short period. If they could not achieve a one-strike kill, by the time the Celestials reacted, they would likely face a grim fate. At that moment, the Sum Emperor looked into Yu Changqing's eyes and spoke, "Elder Yu, you couldn't be jesting with us, could you?" Yu Changqing picked up the teacup from the stone table, took a sip, and then continued, "With the support of the former Palace Master of the mysterious Moon Palace, North Prince will surely lead his troops southward. You have no choice." Upon hearing this, the Sum Emperor fell back into contemplation. Although they didn't like being threatened, Yu Changqing had not misjudged. That rebellious son had already amassed such formidable strength, and his ambition was even greater than his own. The first thing that son would do to fulfill his ambition would definitely be to march south and vie for the throne of Great Sum. After seizing the throne of Great Sum, he would use Great Sum's power to wage wars and gradually annex other kingdoms. The Great Shah dynasty was critical to that rebellious son. Now, with the assistance of the Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace, his move south was inevitable. After a while, the Sum Emperor came back to his senses and asked, "Why do you want to kill her?" At this question, Yu Changqing let out a laugh before replying, "Isn't it obvious? Back then, we made distinguished contributions to the expansion of the mysterious Moon Palace, even using certain forbidden items, such that our cultivation states can no longer advance in this lifetime. And yet, that woman handed over the position of palace master to a little girl, allowing her to quickly rise to power. Now she even plans to introduce a god's son to the mysterious Moon Palace. What does she take us for?" Hearing Yu Changqing's answer, the Sum Emperor understood. These two were dissatisfied with the new palace master and sought to usurp power. As long as the Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace died, these two would easily take control of the entire palace. From this perspective, they indeed had a shared interest. For him, as long as the Celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace was gone, the palace would pose less of a threat. After several more decades of development, Great Sum might even become powerful enough to eliminate the mysterious Moon Palace. At that point, no force or kingdom could threaten Great Sum, or him. With this thought, the Sum Emperor said, "Very well, we agree to cooperate with you." Seeing the Sum Emperor's agreement, the corners of Yu Changqing's and Fu Hongchu's mouths turned up slightly, revealing faint smiles. Yu Changqing then said, "Now that we are in cooperation, might the Sum Emperor allow us to see the weapon capable of slaying a celestial?" Hearing this request, the Sum Emperor became instantly wary. That might not be such a good idea. What if these two laid eyes on the weapon and decided to snatch it away? The weapon hadn't yet absorbed enough martial artist's skill and vital blood, it wasn't ready to be used. Noticing the Sum Emperor's wariness, Yu Changqing spoke with a smile. "The Sum Emperor need not worry that we will attempt to snatch the weapon from you. You possess a sacred artifact from the mysterious Moon Palace, and you have already entered the Unity Realm. With the sacred artifact you could instantly enhance your strength to the heavenly human realm. How could we possibly try to take something from you under these circumstances?" At Yu Changqing's words, the Sum Emperor frowned. Yu Changqing actually knew that he had entered the Unity Realm and become a pseudo-celestial. But on second thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, both Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou could be pseudo-celestials of the Unity Realm, so they might sense his realm. The Sum Emperor pondered for a moment before saying, "Fine, I can take you to see it. But let me be clear beforehand, if you covet that weapon, don't blame me for being inhospitable later on." Fu Hongzhou replied, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, we are just looking to verify whether that weapon truly has the ability to kill a celestial. We have no interest in such an evil weapon." The two of them were elders of the mysterious Moon Palace, aware of some secrets of this world. As for such an evil weapon that required the sacrifice of martial artists to use, they dared not claim it as their own, for such a weapon might backfire on its master one day, leaving them clueless as to how they met their demise. At this, the Sum Emperor turned and said, "Follow me." As his words fell, the Sum Emperor turned and made his way to the Imperial Study Room, with Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou rising from their stone seats to follow him there. Once the three entered the Imperial Study Room, all the doors and windows shut by themselves. The Sum Emperor walked over to a bookshelf, where he gently twisted a dragon head sculpture, and the next moment, the bookshelf began to vibrate. Subsequently, the bookshelf slowly moved aside, revealing a downward hidden passage before the trio. The Sum Emperor then said to the two behind him, "It's quite far, keep up with me." As he finished speaking, the Sum Emperor stepped into the hidden passage, with Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou quickly following suit. After the Sum Emperor had entered the hidden passage, he used Qinggong, moving very quickly, but Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou were still able to easily keep up with him. The three ran almost as if flying for close to 2 hours before finally reaching the location where the evil weapon was stored. Before them now was a huge secret chamber. In the middle of the chamber was a circular platform, under which was a bright red liquid. Inside the chamber, shadow guards were continuously throwing captured martial artists into the blood pool below. Any artist who entered the blood pool would turn into a skeleton in a short while, and the nearby shadow guards would then fish out these skeletons. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Changqing said with a laugh, "Your Majesty is truly ruthless. If the other forces knew you were capturing their martial artists for sacrifice, they would probably stop at nothing to break into the imperial palace and kill you." The Sum Emperor was unconcerned, perceiving Yu Changqing's words as a threat. The Sum Emperor then looked at the golden rod on the platform and stated, "That is the weapon capable of killing a celestial." Upon seeing the weapon, Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou were taken aback for a moment. Regaining his composure, Yu Changqing asked in bewilderment, "What kind of weapon is this? Why have we never heard of a weapon of this style before?" No sooner had Yu Changqing finished speaking than Fu Hongzhou said, "Elder Yu, you might have forgotten, we have a similar weapon in the mysterious Moon Palace. Chu Yu once took that weapon out of the palace." Upon hearing this, Yu Changqing instantly recalled that object resembling a long box. Fu Hongzhou continued, "Although these two weapons differ in shape, judging by their method of use, they likely both are activated from a distance and that weapon also requires certain conditions to be used." Hearing the two's conversation, the Sum Emperor was extremely astonished inside. What? The mysterious Moon Palace has a similar weapon. Even if he helped these two kill the old palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, with that weapon still in existence, he feared he also might not be able to exterminate the mysterious Moon Palace in the future. In the secret room, the golden staff on the pedestal emitted a blood-red glow, and there was a shoulder stock attached to the back of the staff. If Lu Chen were here, he would recognize it immediately as some sort of modern firearm. Although this weapon resembled a kind of rifle, the ammunition it used was not ordinary bullets. The gunstock, which emanated a dark aura, made contact with the blood in the pool and began to frantically absorb the blood, as if it were an insatiable monster. Witnessing this scene, Fu Hongzhou and Yu Changqing felt an eerie chill. A weapon actively sucking blood, and based on its appearance, it seemed as though it had an internal space capable of holding such a vast amount of blood. How it achieved this was beyond their understanding. This weapon was too sinister, and there was a real possibility it could backfire on its user. After the Sum Emperor dealt with the old palace master, it would be best for the mysterious Moon Palace to keep their distance from Great Suma. The thing was too peculiar, and they wanted to avoid being collateral damage if it were ever used. At that moment, Yu Changqing asked, "When will this weapon be ready for use?" The Sum Emperor answered, "It must absorb a sufficient amount of martial artist's skill in essence before it can be used. If it were to be used now, it would absorb the user's skill and blood." Yu Changqing murmured, "Indeed, it is a wicked weapon, probably even more so than anything the demon sect possesses. However, that being said, with this thing, the likelihood of killing the old palace master has increased significantly." Fu Hongzhou then posed a critical question to the Sum Emperor. "You say this weapon can kill a celestial, yet you haven't used it yourself. How do you know for sure that it can kill a celestial?" The Sum Emperor replied indifferently, "When the Shadow Guard first discovered this weapon, they accidentally activated it. In just an instant, it pierced through a mountain. I do not believe that such immense power cannot kill a celestial." Hearing the Sum Emperor's response, both Yu Changqing recalled their palace's divine artifact, which seemed capable of shooting through a mountain peak as well. It seemed the power of these two weapons was quite comparable. As long as they managed to kill the old palace master, that divine artifact would belong to them. The most important factor was that their palace's weapon did not possess the same level of sinister nature as the one before them, which clearly would consume its owner sooner or later. However, the mysterious Moon Palace's weapon was different. It did not require the blood of martial artists as a condition. Yu Changqing laughed heartily, "Excellent. With this weapon in hand, that woman is bound to die." Upon hearing Yu Changqing's comment, the Sum Emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed these two were indeed determined to kill the old palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace. If they actually succeeded, once the celestial of the mysterious Moon Palace fell, North Country might have powerful weapons but would not necessarily be an opponent for Great Sum without the protection of a celestial for Lu Chen. Just like the last time, they could simply send an assassin to kill Lu Chen directly. Once that defiant son was dead, North Country would inevitably fall apart, and then Great Sum could even seize North Country's mysterious weapons. With the arsenal of North Country in hand, no force would dare confront Great Sum in the future. For a moment, the Sum Emperor envisioned the heads of those powers, the rulers of the great dynasties, bowing before him in submission. North Country. North Prince Mansion. As Lu Chen was on his way to the study, he passed by the 100 Flowers Garden and happened upon Mu Zixuan and Shui Linglong holding hands, chatting about something in the garden pavilion. These past few days, Shui Linglong has been coming to the prince's mansion almost every day to see Mu Zixuan, and the two of them seemed to have become good friends, apparently having endless topics to talk about. Seeing Shui Linglong had come again, Lu Chen thought to himself that it looked like his imperial brother was growing a bit impatient. Of course, it could also be Shui Linglong who couldn't wait. On the surface, Shui Linglong seemed to be on the same side as Lu Yi, but in reality, her main concern was the interests of the Taiyan divine sect. She was probably pondering how to sacrifice him to awaken that so-called sect hierarch. Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan and Shui Linglong, then at Chu Yukan, and seeing Chu Yukan was also next to Mu Zixuan, he didn't think much of it and went straight to his study. As Lu Chen passed by the 100 Flowers Garden, Shui Linglong noticed his gaze flicking over to her side. She thought to herself that it seemed the North Prince was indeed keeping an eye on his imperial sister-in-law. She needed to find a way to be alone with him in a room. Only then would she have the chance to poison the North Prince. However, coming back to the point, the North Prince, although lecherous, with many wives and concubines in his mansion, didn't seem to have sunk into debauchery because of beautiful women. He appeared to be quite busy every day. She had been coming to the prince's mansion for several days in a row, but each time she had seen Lu Chen heading to the study to deal with state affairs, and once he stayed in the study, he would be there for the entire day. This had caused Shui Linglong to somewhat re-evaluate him. He was indeed a man suspected to be the son of destiny. While he was a bit lustful, he hadn't forgotten the grand ambitions in his heart because of pleasure. She wondered how satisfying it would be to torment such a man. Seeing that Shui Linglong seemed to be lost in thought, Mu Zixuan said, "Sister Shui, what is on your mind?" Hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Shui Linglong immediately snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Sorry, little sister Zixuan, I was just thinking about some things." Then Shui Linglong asked, "Little sister Zixuan, I heard that the ninth brother has a penchant for beauty. When I came to the North Country, I brought all the dancers from the East Palace with me, but now that my darling is engrossed in cultivation, he is no longer interested in the dancers. Having them at the mansion serves no purpose, so why not offer them to the North Prince? What do you think? You are the lady of the North Prince mansion. If you are unwilling, then let's forget about it." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan was momentarily startled. Then she said, "Sister Shui, you may not know this, but even though the prince likes beauty, not just any woman can catch his eye. He favors only those of peerless beauty. Usually, only women with an extraordinary appearance like Sister Shui can attract his attention." Shui Linglong laughed and said, "Little sister Zixuan, you really know how to joke. I'm already a withered flower, a fallen willow. The ninth brother couldn't possibly fancy a woman like me. If the prince is not interested, then I will just dismiss those dancers when I get back. After all, there's no use keeping them around." Mu Zixuan suggested, "How about this? Sister Shui, bring those dancers to the prince's mansion in a few days. I will check on behalf of the prince and see if they are his type. If they are, we can keep them all at the North Prince mansion." Shui Linglong said, "All right, I'll bring them to the mansion in a couple of days." Just then, a maidservant from the 100 Flowers Garden said to Shui Linglong, "Crown Princess Consort, the prince has instructed you to inform the Crown Prince that he should visit the North Prince mansion this afternoon. He has important matters to discuss with the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong was taken aback. Could it be that the North Prince was planning to help Lu Yi take over Heong County? Upon hearing the maid's words, Shui Linglong did not linger in the North Prince mansion. She immediately stood up, returned to the Lu mansion, and relayed to Lu Yi that Lu Chen wanted to see him. Hearing Shui Linglong say that Lu Chen wanted to meet with him, Lu Yi felt ecstatic inside. He believed that Lu Chen had made a decision, most likely agreeing to help him. Afternoon. North Prince Mansion. Inside the Hundred Flowers Garden. Lu Chen and Lu Yi sat in front of a stone table. Lu Chen poured a cup of tea for Lu Yi and then said, "Brother, I've thought it over these past few days and believe that what you said before makes a lot of sense. Now that our father is being misled by treacherous officials, indeed, as a prince of Great Sha, I cannot stand idly by. So, I've decided to help you take Haeong County and then provide you with some material support to facilitate your recruitment of troops and horses," Lu Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Yi said with joy in his heart, "Then I must thank you, ninth brother. Once I succeed in supporting the emperor, I will certainly honor our previous agreement and help you establish an empire in the north." Lu Chen smiled and then said, "However, returning to our discussion, if you go to Haeong County, brother, you may find yourself in a precarious situation, and the conditions there are somewhat harsh. Why not leave your family here in the north country?" Lu Yi's face darkened in an instant. He immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen intended to keep Shui Linglong and the rest as hostages to prevent Lu Yi from not listening to the north country once he'd gained enough power. Lu Yi hated being threatened, but now that he was under the roof of another and still reliant on Lu Chen to build his influence, he had no choice but to agree to the request. Lu Yi said, "Thank you for your kindness, ninth brother. Then I'll trouble you to look after my wife and the others." Lu Chen responded with a smile, "Brother, rest assured, I will certainly take good care of them for you." Lu Yi's fists clenched slightly. A sudden thought crossed his mind that his ninth brother had a weakness for beautiful women, and he probably still had his eyes on Shui Linglong. Once he left for Haeong County, he would be separated from Shui Linglong. Would Lu Chen take advantage of this time to do something to Shui Linglong? As this thought struck him, anger surged in Lu Yi's heart, but another thought quickly followed. For the throne, for power in his hands, what was a woman's worth? After all, he had married Shui Linglong originally for the influence of her family. Now that the Shui family had outlived its usefulness, and although Shui Linglong still had ties with the demon sect, it had been a long time since anyone from the sect had come looking for her. No one knew whether the demon sect had given up on Shui Linglong. If the demon sect had abandoned her, then he could no longer use Shui Linglong to connect with the demon sect, so he might as well leave her in the north country. It was a pity, though, Shui Linglong was a great beauty. Because he had practiced the devilish skill given by the demon sect, he had not even touched Shui Linglong, and that thought made Lu Yi somewhat unwilling to let it go. Forget it, once he became emperor, he could have whatever woman he wanted. At that moment, Lu Yi asked, "Ninth brother, how exactly do you plan to help me? Are you going to lend troops to me directly, or send people to help me take Haeong County?" Lu Chen answered with a smile, "I will send troops to march south and help you occupy Haeong County first. Once you've established your own forces and recruited a certain number of soldiers, I'll call back the soldiers from the north country." Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback. He had actually hoped that Lu Chen would lend troops directly to him. This way, his own faction might sway the North Country's soldiers, and he might even get his hands on the North Country's weapons. If he acquired the weapons of the North Country, he would no longer be constrained by Lu Chen in the future. He had not expected Lu Chen to be so cautious, giving him no chance at all. At this point, Lu Yi could not put forth any demands, since he was the one seeking help from Lu Chen, and he was not in a position to set conditions. Regaining his composure, Lu Yi said with a smile, "Then, thank you very much, ninth brother." Lu Chen replied with a smile, "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Both of them wore smiles on their faces, but each harbored their own cunning schemes. After Lu Yi left, Lu Chen called over Xuanyuan Chen and briefed him on the matter of marching south. Lu Chen planned for Xuanyuan Chen to use the takeover of Haeong County as a practice to command the synthetic camp. Xuanyuan Chen would have to be a commander in the future and could no longer look at a war through the narrow perspective of a heavy cavalry commander, he must have an overall view. Xuanyuan Chen was thrilled to hear that Lu Chen wanted him to march south and attack Haeong County. He had recently taken over the new synthetic camp of the North Country, with over 200,000 men, but he had not yet had an opportunity to command them in battle. Compared to commanding tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, Leading an army of 200,000 was indeed a challenging feat. Evening. After dinner, Lu Chen went to Yunrong courtyard. Although he disliked Yun Shenxian, he had no choice but to visit Yunrong courtyard for the sake of playing with Chen Wanrong. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Chen did not see Yun Shenxian and breathed a sigh of relief as he headed straight for Chen Wanrong's bedroom. After opening the door to Chen Wanrong's room, he said with a smile, "Sweetie Rongrong, your darling has arrived." But as soon as Lu Chen closed the door and turned around, his entire being froze. There sat Yun Shenxian, cross-legged on Chen Wanrong's bed, her two eyes fixed on him as if she was looking at prey. Master! Master! What are you doing here? Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly. Rongrong has been in North Country for several days, and you have been intimate with her for several days. Does she still plan to cultivate? Lu Chen said somewhat helplessly, Master, it's not easy for Rongrong to come down the mountain. She and I are Dao companions after all. You surely can't forbid us from doing such things, can you? Yun Shenxian didn't bother to argue with Lu Chen about this. She said instead, that Shui Linglong who often comes to the prince's mansion has a problem. There's an aura about her that is somewhat nauseating. Although your master doesn't know what she's using to conceal the martial artist's aura, the wicked nature she exudes cannot deceive your master. You better be wary of her. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yun Shenxian to see through Shui Linglong's tricks. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Your disciple understands. Master, it's getting late, why don't you go back to your room to rest? Yun Shenxian said, Your master has already told Rongrong. Tonight I will borrow you for one night, you will help your master recover her strength. Lu Chen's brow furrowed, about to say something, when his body suddenly flew up, soaring straight to the bed, lying there stiff as a board. Just like the last time in the study, Yun Shenxian still didn't touch Lu Chen's body, simply sitting cross-legged by his side. As soon as Yun Shenxian waved her hand, Lu Chen's clothes shattered. Lu Chen felt somewhat resigned, this woman was doing that to him again. No, he had to find a way to touch Yun Shenxian's body. Today, at the North Prince Mansion, Yun Shenxian had drunk quite a bit of dragon and phoenix tea. As long as he could touch Yun Shenxian's body, the spiritual power within her would be sealed. He wanted to show this woman what he was made of. However, at the moment, Lu Chen could only think about it. He couldn't move his entire body, and the spiritual power inside of him was once again actively stirred up, forming a cycle with the spiritual power on his body. Seeing Yun Shenxian's cold face, the flames inside Lu Chen's heart were thoroughly ignited. He really wanted to subdue Yun Shenxian now, but because of this, he found that his and Yun Shenxian's cultivation had entered an even more perfect state. Because his desire to possess Yun Shenxian was thoroughly provoked, he and Yun Shenxian perfectly met the conditions for practicing the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell. Lu Chen felt like he was being used as a cultivation tool again, and after struggling for a bit, he found it was no use and simply stopped resisting. If this fairy liked to watch, then he would let her watch. After cultivating for a while, Yun Shenxian suddenly experienced a strange sensation. A tinge of red appeared on her beautiful cold cheeks, and then she felt her body start to heat up. When her gaze fell upon Lu Chen's body, she suddenly had the desire to draw closer to him and engage in the act of men and women. This is. Yun Shenxian instantly realized something was amiss. Her brows slightly furrowed, she couldn't help but think that this must be the negative side effect of the cultivation technique. If one cultivated this technique for too long, such thoughts would arise. However, she would never engage in such acts with this man. In order to recover her strength, Yun Shenxian had no choice but to push on with the cultivation. After an unknown period of time, she couldn't bear it any longer and immediately stopped. At that moment, Lu Chen also awoke from his trance, and his gaze fell upon Yun Shenxian's face. He saw that her beautiful face was flushed, her forehead covered with fragrant sweat, and her wet hair sticking to her cheeks, making her even more enchanting. What was this situation? Their bodies hadn't touched, and Yun Shenxian was only meditating and cultivating. So how did she end up like this? Yun Shenxian took a few deep breaths to calm her restlessness, and after a while, she finally recovered. As soon as she recovered, Yun Shenxian's cold gaze fell sharply upon Lu Chen, making him feel a chill down his spine once again. Lu Chen asked, Master, what happened to you? Yun Shenxian said expressionlessly, Your master is fine. In her mind, Yun Shenxian thought that this cultivation technique indeed stirred the deepest desires in people. If she completely cut off her desires, she wouldn't be able to use this technique to cultivate. The essence of this technique was to utilize a person's desires. After sensing the skill within her, Yun Shenxian sighed. At this rate of recovery, she didn't know when she would be able to regain her peak strength. Seeing Yun Shenxian suddenly silent and sighing, Lu Chen asked, Master, why do you sigh? Yun Shenxian said, with the current rate of recovery, your master doesn't know when she will be able to restore her strength to its peak. Lu Chen asked, how did master's strength fall like this? Yun Shenxian replied, after falling to this world, I was suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this world. Your master tried to resist, but the heavenly Tao sent down a heavenly tribulation, causing me to get seriously injured. That's why my realm and strength drastically decreased. Upon hearing Yun Shenxian's reply, Lu Chen thought to himself, in that case, could his rejuvenating skill help Yun Shenxian recover? With this in mind, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upwards, and then he said, Master, actually, your disciple has a method that can help Master recover quickly, but it requires Master to pay a small price. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian asked with curiosity, you have a way? What way? The injury your master sustained was caused by the heavenly Tao. What good method could you possibly have? Lu Chen said, if master doesn't believe me, then I won't speak of it any further. Yun Shenxian thought for a moment. The fact that Lu Chen was able to acquire the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell, a cultivation technique of such caliber, proved that he did have some opportunities. Perhaps he really did have a way. With this in mind, Yun Shenxian said, let's hear it then. If your method proves useful, from now on, I will not restrict your meetings with Rongrong. You two can meet whenever you wish. Lu Chen directly said, the method I'm speaking of is to cultivate with your disciple through dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian's cheeks instantly turned ice cold, and a layer of frost formed around her body. Lu Chen continued, the dual cultivation I'm referring to is not the distant dual cultivation method that master uses. Rather, it involves physical contact. Although your dual cultivation method can also restore strength, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. It can't compare to the method involving direct bodily contact. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Yun Shenxian coldly said, do you think I don't know what you're up to? You even dare to harbor such ulterior motives towards your own master. Aren't you afraid that, in a fit of rage, I will kill you? Lu Chen calmly said, disciple believes that master is not someone who is unreasonable. Yun Shenxian then said, enough, let's not speak of this matter again in the future. How could she not know that to get the best results from the dual cultivation skill, it needed to be like Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen had just done, but how could she possibly partake in such an indecent act with her own disciple? This bastard Lu Chen, to think he would harbor such thoughts of betraying his master and ancestors. At that moment, Yun Shenxian stood up, waved her hand, and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Chen Wanrong appeared on the bed out of thin air. Chen Wanrong had been meditating in the next room when she suddenly felt as if something had tugged at her body. When she opened her eyes, she found Lu Chen lying honestly on the bed, his eyes eagerly watching her. Chen Wanrong was briefly stunned. Didn't the master say she had important matters to discuss with Lu Chen? Why was Lu Chen uncovered? Could it be that they just? Chen Wanrong was suddenly shocked. How could they possibly? Wasn't her master also Lu Chen's master? How could Lu Chen commit such an act of betraying his master and ancestors? Seeing Chen Wanrong staring at him blankly, Lu Chen knew she must have misunderstood something, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He had just been completely infuriated by Yun Shenxian. Before Chen Wanrong could come back to her senses, Lu Chen pounced on her, pinning her down on the bed. Chen Wanrong was about to ask Lu Chen what had happened when, the next second, her lips were sealed by the mouth of that bad guy, Lu Chen. Chen Wanrong resigned herself to ask what was going on after things were over. Meanwhile, the Xuanyuan family. Xuanyuan Chen was discussing something with Xuanyuan Cheaj when Xuanyuan Yunqi returned home. Seeing her older brother in high spirits talking with Xuanyuan Cheaj, Xuanyuan Yunqi curiously approached them. Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi come back, Xuanyuan Chen said with a smile, "Little sister, I have some good news for you." Xuanyuan Yunqi asked curiously, "What good news?" Xuanyuan Chen proudly said, "In a few days, your older brother will lead troops down south. At that time, the entire defense of Yan County will be in your hands." Although Xuanyuan Yunqi took charge of the guard battalion near Yan County upon her return, Xuanyuan Chen had not completely let go because there were also many soldiers in the battalion, and he worried that Xuanyuan Yunqi might not yet have the ability to manage the entire battalion effectively. However, after Xuanyuan Chen left, the entire battalion would be under Xuanyuan Yunqi's command, presenting her with a great opportunity to train. Upon hearing Xuanyuan Chen's words, Xuanyuan Yunqi was stunned for a moment. She had not expected her older brother to have the opportunity to lead troops down south. Wait, leading troops down south? Xuanyuan Yunqi immediately asked, is the prince planning to vie for the throne? Xuanyuan Chen replied, no, the prince simply plans to first help Prince Luyi seize Haiyang County and then let Prince Luyi test the waters with the imperial court. Xuanyuan Yunqi said, I see. Seeing Xuanyuan Yunqi's expression turn somewhat indifferent, Xuanyuan Chen said, haven't you always wanted to independently command an army? Now the whole guard battalion is handed over to you, why do you seem a bit unhappy? Xuanyuan Yunqi said, I would rather be on the battlefield than stay in the rear all the time. As she spoke, Xuanyuan Yunqi turned around and headed to her room. Seeing her leave, Xuanyuan Chen was taken aback for a moment. It was then that Xuanyuan Cheaj said, ah, can't Yunqi see that the prince likes her and doesn't want her to get hurt? She's grown so big and still doesn't understand anything, always thinking about fighting and killing. Speaking softly, Xuanyuan Chen said, Dad, why don't you talk to the prince and simply arrange for Yunqi to marry into the North Prince mansion? It'll save her from constantly thinking about the battlefield. Xuanyuan Cheaj said, I have already mentioned this to the prince. The prince wants to see what Yunqi herself thinks. With that, Xuanyuan Cheaj sighed again, let it be. Let nature take its course. You should prepare well these next few days. Be careful on your trip down south. Xuanyuan Chen said, I understand. Early in the morning. Lu Chen was holding Chen Wanrong's soft waist, burrowing his face into her hair, incessantly inhaling the fragrance of her hair. After Chen Wanrong came to her senses, she couldn't help but ask, what did you and master do in the room last night? Hearing the question, Lu Chen asked with a smile, what do you think we did? At that moment, Chen Wanrong twisted her body, turned over to face Lu Chen, and continued to inquire, looking into his eyes, did you two also do this sort of thing? Lu Chen asked, are you jealous? Chen Wanrong replied indifferently, no. Lu Chen asked, then why ask such a question? Chen Wanrong answered expressionlessly, just asking. Chen Wanrong wouldn't feel jealous just because Lu Chen had something going on with Yun Shenxian, but she always felt something was off. Initially, she had regarded Lin Wanyan as if she were her own mother in her heart, and then that bastard Lu Chen ended UPA with Lin Wanyan. Now, to think that Lu Chen had actually laid his hands on his own Mystera. Was this little bastard truly so unconcerned with basic human decency? Seeing Chen Wanrong with a frosty expression, Lu Chen chuckled and said, I did think about doing something bad to her, but unfortunately, she's a celestial and I'm no match for her. She thinks I have a unique physique, so yesterday she examined my body. We're completely innocent. Hearing what Lu Chen had said, Chen Wanrong showed a doubtful look. Innocent. Why did she feel it was not like that? Chen Wanrong directly asked, you don't harbor any dirty thoughts towards your master. Grinning, Lu Chen replied, what do you mean by dirty thoughts? Could it be that you think everything we do is dirty? Chen Wanrong didn't answer the question. In her heart, she didn't believe anything they did was sacred. With Lu Chen, all she felt was her own degradation. Since arriving in Yan County, she had been engaging in mischief with Lu Chen every day. If this continued, that bad element would completely corrupt her. At that moment, Lu Chen raised his hand and tidied the messy hair on Chen Wanrong's cheek, then said, I've been thinking, if the master wants to quickly regain her strength, dual cultivation with me would actually be the best method. What do you think? Chen Wanrong's heart skipped a beat. After coming back to her senses, she said coldly, I knew you were coveting master's body. You're trying to betray and overthrow your own teacher. Smiling, Lu Chen said, if it's betraying and overthrowing the teacher, so be it. I'm doing this for her own good. Chen Wanrong didn't continue the conversation. What did he mean for their master's good? Clearly, this guy was just lustful at heart. Chen Wanrong then said, you're right about one thing. The master is a celestial, and if you want to betray and overthrow her, you'd need the capability to do so. Lu Chen smiled lightly and said nothing more. What did it matter if she was a celestial? He was already a pseudo-celestial by now. Before long, he would also become a celestial, and one day he was bound to conquer Yun Shenxian, that fairy. Several days later, Lu Chen personally saw off Lu Yi and Xuanyuan Chen as they headed south. This time, they were headed south mainly to transport Xuanyuan Chen's synthetic camp by train to Yonggan County, then from there into Haiyang County, occupied by North Country, to attack directly. Seeing the variously shaped cannons on the train, Lu Yi stood there stunned. Although he had not yet witnessed how these weapons were used, just the thought that North Country was able to easily defeat the barbarian tribe and even crush the armies of Great Wu, totaling hundreds of thousands, filled Lu Yi's mind with immense shock. Then, the first steam train thunderously started up. As it let out a woo, the train began to slowly accelerate. Watching the steel giant gradually speeding towards the distance, Lu Yi was deeply moved once more. So this was the animal-free train mentioned in the newspapers. What a frightening load capacity. And this train hardly needed to rest. At this speed, it seemed likely that North Country's 200,000 troops could reach Haiyang County in just a few days. Lu Yi, standing on the train platform, felt somewhat dazed, suddenly sensing as if he had been transported to another world. Why did North Country possess such terrifying mechanical inventions? And the North Prince had not been in North Country that long. Was this really something from this world? At this moment, Shui Linglong and the others from the Taiyin divine sect were just as incredulous as Lu Yi at the sight before them. Shui Linglong had originally planned to see Lu Yi off and pretend to cry a little, acting as though she couldn't bear his leaving. However, after seeing the enormous fleet of trains, Shui Linglong momentarily forgot she was there to bid farewell to Lu Yi. Her gaze was pinned to the trains as if nailed there. Shui Linglong couldn't help but wonder, could these so-called trains be objects from the immortal realm? Did Lu Chen have real immortals behind him? Thinking about it now, the bizarre objects of North Country were far too numerous. Everything in Yan County seemed to clash with this world, many things simply did not appear to belong, and even some of the North Prince's policies were completely different from the rest of the world. Seeing Lu Yi and the others staring blankly at the departing trains, Lu Chen's lips curved upwards slightly. Indeed, these things were quite advanced for the ancients. At that time, Lu Chen spoke up. Yi, after you arrive in Haiyang County, if you need anything, just speak directly with General Xuanyuan. He will make sure the message gets through to me. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lu Yi finally snapped out of it. A bit lost, he said, oh, okay, then thank you very much, Chen. Next to Lu Yi, Shui Linglong also came back to her senses. She said to Lu Yi, darling, after you head south, you must take good care of yourself, woo woo woo. As she spoke, Shui Linglong pretended to start sobbing, looking very heartbroken. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen sneered in his heart. This seductress was really good at acting, she probably couldn't wait for Lu Yi to go south so that she could come to the prince's mansion to seduce him. Lu Yi glanced at Shui Linglong and then at Lu Chen before saying, Linglong, if you have any problems after I leave, go see Chen. He will take good care of you all. Having said that, Lu Yi patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and added, Chen, I'm counting on you to take care of Linglong. Lu Chen replied, rest assured, Yi, I will take good care of Linglong on your behalf. I won't let anyone bully her. Lu Yi responded, with your promise, Yi's mind is at ease. Alright, it's time for me to leave. As Lu Yi's words fell, a train slowly came to a stop at the platform, bearing the flag of Lu Yi's personal guards. Once the train stopped, Lu Yi directly entered the carriage. Chen, next time we meet, let's drink and be merry. Lu Chen said, sure thing. Yi, take care. Before long, the train carrying Lu Yi started moving. As it slowly pulled away, Shui Linglong's sobbing grew louder. Eventually, she seemed to be so overcome with grief that she went limp. Had it not been for the maidservants by her side, she might have already been sitting on the ground. Seeing Shui Linglong's exaggerated reaction, Lu Chen laughed to himself once more. The man had already left, yet this seductress continued her performance, truly dedicated to her craft. He wondered when she would come to find him. With that thought, Lu Chen said to her, Linglong, don't worry. Yi's trip will be free of danger. Once he secures a foothold in Haiyang County, he will send someone to pick you up to head south. It won't be long. While sobbing, Shui Linglong said, I'll take your auspicious words to heart. I just hope that your Yi returns safely. Lu Chen continued, Linglong, the train is already far away. Go back and rest well. Don't cry yourself ill. Yi would feel heartbroken if he knew you've hurt yourself from crying. Shui Linglong replied, thank you for your concern, Chen. I'll go back first. Then, with the help of the maidservants from Lu Mansion, Shui Linglong left the train station platform. As soon as Xuanyuan Chen and his 200,000 troops arrived at Yonggan County, the news quickly reached the court and the ears of Lu Yang, White Prince's son in Haiyang County. The North Country's troop movements suddenly made the court anxious. After all, no one knew whether the North Prince was planning to march south to attack the capital city. In a short time, the entire court was in a state of panic. Great Sum capital city. The court today was as noisy as a marketplace. Following the failure of the Crown Prince's rebellion, those from his faction had mostly been purged, leaving officials from other Imperial Prince factions. Due to North Country's military mobilization, these Imperial Prince faction officials temporarily shared a common goal, significantly harmonizing the court atmosphere. There had been no mutual criticisms in recent days. Sitting on the throne, some emperor coughed violently, feigning a near-death appearance. Upon hearing his cough, the entire court fell silent instantly. When no one else spoke, some emperor finally opened his mouth and said, my dear officials, regarding North Prince's troop movements to the south, what are your thoughts? Hearing this question, the ministers looked at each other, hesitant to speak. After a pause, the Minister of War stood up and said, this minister believes that North Prince will not launch a campaign to the south just yet. He is probably aiming to attack Haiyang County. Pausing for a moment, the Minister of War was interrupted by some emperor's cough. Continue. If North Prince really wanted to rebel now, he would certainly attack Qi Country first to prevent any backstabbing. Yet now they bypassed Qi Country and moved troops to Yonggan County, which is so far from the Qi capital. It's clear that North Country's target is not Qi Country. It's highly likely North Country is aiming for Great Wu's Yuping County, to attack Haiyang County from there, taking it from White Prince's remnants. Some emperor pondered for a moment before saying, cough cough, Chen really is my good son. Still thinking about conquering territories for me. Just as some emperor's words fell, a red ribbon messenger's voice rang out from outside. Urgent report from the northwest. Immediately the red ribbon messenger entered the hall. Urgent report from the northwest. North Country's 200,000 troops have moved towards Yuping County and are just a river away from Haiyang County. Hearing this, the court officials were taken aback. It seemed the Minister of War was right. North Prince's target was indeed Haiyang County. But what was the real purpose of North Prince attacking Haiyang County? If North Prince had designs on seizing power, why not just advance southwards directly? Why bother attacking Haiyang County at all? Descending from Haiyang County in such a roundabout manner was a sheer waste of time. At that moment, a shadow guard appeared beside some emperor, handing over a report directly to him. After reading the shadow guard's report, some emperor's face turned dark instantly. He had also been contemplating why that rebellious son wanted to attack Haiyang County, but now, understanding swept over him upon seeing the shadow guard's report. The Sum Emperor had not anticipated that after his eldest son went missing, he would actually flee to the North Country. Not only did he flee to the North Country, but he also enticed Lu Chen, that rebellious child, to collude with him. The two of them were actually in cahoots. When Lu Chen attacked Haiyang County, he probably didn't do so to occupy it for himself but to lend troops to Prince Lu Yi, and then use Prince Lu Yi as a pawn, allowing Prince Lu Yi to continue depleting the court's strength while Lu Chen would be just watching from behind. The Sum Emperor was extremely intuitive. Simply by looking at the intelligence reports from the Shadow Guards, he had already guessed the purpose behind the North Country's dispatch of troops. After the morning court session ended, the Sum Emperor went straight to the royal garden. By then, Elder Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou had already been waiting in the royal garden. Upon hearing about the collusion between Lu Yi and the North Prince, Elder Yu Changqing said with a smile, "It seems that it won't be long before the North Prince will lead troops southward." The Sum Emperor asked, "Why does Elder Yu think so?" He is now supporting Prince Lu Yi, using Prince Lu Yi as his pawn to exhaust the court's power. How could he possibly march southward in a short period of time? Elder Yu Changqing continued, "With the support of the former palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace, it's impossible for the North Prince to keep dragging his feet. In my view, his lending troops to Prince Lu Yi, helping Prince Lu Yi establish influence, serves in part to probe the court's strength, and in part as a preparation for his eventual march southward. If Prince Lu Yi truly reaches the capital city, I dare guarantee that the North Prince will immediately march southward under the pretext of aiding the emperor." After hearing Elder Yu Changqing's words, the Sum Emperor thought for a moment and felt there was some logic to it. If it was truly the case, he would just need to wait in the capital city, then have Zhao King lead troops into the city, and finally let troops led by Prince Lu Yi pass by unimpeded. It wouldn't take long before the North Prince would believe the legitimate opportunity had arrived and then march southward with his army. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about the North Prince remaining in the North Country indefinitely, leaving him with no recourse. As long as that rebellious child left the North Country, he would surely be able to eliminate him. Thinking this, the Sum Emperor said, "I only hope that rebellious child really will do as you say." It was then Elder Yu Changqing said, "Now that the North Prince has made his move, we must also accelerate our actions here." The Sum Emperor replied indifferently, "The rate at which that weapon absorbs blood essence has clearly slowed down, it should not be long before it can be used again." Elder Yu Changqing remarked, "If that is the case, then I am relieved." Everything was essentially ready now. They were just waiting for the North Prince to march southward. Once the North Prince did so, the former palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace would surely follow southward, and at that time, their several forces would unavoidably come to a head. The Sum Emperor thought to himself that once that rebellious child died, he could become a celestial in a short period of time. Then he would take action to deal with both Elder Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou, and immediately dispatch troops to attack Mysterious Moon Palace afterward. In this manner, there would be no one in the whole of Great Sum who could threaten his throne in the future, and other dynasties would have to bow down and pay homage to him. Thinking about this, the corners of the Sum Emperor's mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. Elder Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou, these two fools, surely did not anticipate what his conditions for merging paths were. If the two of them knew what the conditions for his merging paths were, they wouldn't have come to cooperate with him voluntarily. At that moment, the Sum Emperor felt extremely satisfied. I shall ultimately be the final victor. Meanwhile, Haiyang County, Shunan City. Within the prefectural government, a corpulent man was drinking wine, watching the enchanting twists of the dancers, with a beauty at each side of him. Just then, a guard suddenly burst in and exclaimed, "Prince, something terrible has happened." Upon this exclamation, the dance of the hall's dancers ceased, and the music stopped. The fat man's complexion instantly darkened. He slammed his wine cup onto the ground with a smack and said viciously, "What's all this racket for? Can't you see that this prince is in the middle of dining?" The guard, frightened, immediately kneeled, kowtowing while pleading, "Spare your mercy, prince. Spare your mercy." The man waved his hand and said to the two beauties by his side, "Leave me, I've lost all interest now." Hearing this, the two beauties hurriedly left his side. After the dancing girls and the musicians had left the hall, the man then demanded, "Speak, what has happened?" The guard quickly reported, Prince Luyi has borrowed 200,000 troops from the North Country and is preparing to attack Haeong County. They are now only separated from Haeong County by a river. At these words, the man's face changed dramatically, filled with incredible panic. Hoa, how could this be? I've only just started enjoying a few days of peace. How could someone come to bother me again? The man was the third son of Wei Prince, the former Wei Prince being his father. After the Wei Prince was defeated and killed, Luyang escaped with some of his father's men out of their domain. Then, without the approval of the court, he took over Haeong County and declared himself king. Luyang had thought that, with the court overextended and great sum in turmoil, the court wouldn't be able to send troops to subjugate them, and that he could enjoy his time in Haeong County. But to his surprise, not long thereafter, Crown Prince, who had failed in a coup, had actually fled to the North Country and brought back 200,000 troops to attack him. Those were soldiers of the North Country. The combat power of the North Country soldiers was something he had heard of as notorious. The barbarian tribe had invaded the south several times, but they had always been defeated by the North Country. Even Great Wu, a hugely powerful dynasty, ended up facing a crushing defeat when they waged war against the North Country. How could their small number of soldiers possibly withstand the soldiers of the North Country? While Luyang lay on the ground trembling violently, a guard tentatively asked, Prince, shall we surrender? Prince Luyi borrowed troops from the North Country to attack Haeong County, certainly not content with failing in the mutiny, preparing to start over again. If we pledge allegiance to Prince Luyi, he surely won't treat us harshly. Hearing this, Luyang suddenly snapped back to attention. He immediately scolded, surrender. What joke is this? How could I possibly surrender? If I surrendered, would I have the good life I have now? No matter how formidable the North Country's soldiers are, there's such a large river in between. As long as we defend by the riverbank, I refuse to believe they can make it across. Summon the generals immediately. Before long, former subordinates of the Wei Prince arrived in the hall. When they heard that Prince Luyi was borrowing troops to launch an attack, they were all greatly panicked. Yet soon, like Luyang, they too remembered the large river between Yuping County and Haeong County. If Prince Luyi wanted to attack Haeong County, he would inevitably need to cross the river. As long as they defended along the riverbank, even the most skilled soldiers of the North Country wouldn't stand a chance of getting across. If those North Country soldiers attempted to force their way across the river, their fate would likely be that of drowned souls. With this thought, the subordinates of the Wei Prince suddenly became incredibly optimistic. By the Quanping River. On the side of Yuping County. The soldiers of the North Country were busy establishing cannon positions. Luyi wasn't sure how to use the cannons. Seeing the vast river before his eyes, his gaze immediately filled with worry. If they wanted to cross from Yuping County, they had to cross the river. But with such a wide river, once they started crossing, they would become live targets for the other bank. At this moment, Luyi looked to General Xuanyuan Chen beside him and inquired, General Xuanyuan, how do you think we should fight this battle? Although Xuanyuan Chen was assisting Luyi in expanding his territory, the command of the war still lay with Xuanyuan Chen. Luyi wanted to see how Xuanyuan Chen planned to solve the problem of crossing the river. After surveying the river ahead, just as Xuanyuan Chen was about to speak, a soldier approached and said, Your Highness, General, the boats for the river crossing are ready. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Chen turned to Luyi and stated, Please be at ease, Your Highness. In no more than 3 days, we shall reach the opposite bank. Xuanyuan Chen did not directly answer Luyi's question. When Luyi asked him how they were to fight this battle, clearly, he was unaware of the power of the North Country's cannons. This time, they had brought a significant number of heavy cannons. The range of these cannons far exceeded the width of the river. With the cannons providing cover, the North Country soldiers would have no problem crossing. Seeing that Xuanyuan Chen did not respond directly and appeared so confident, Luyi frowned slightly, but he could not say much since Xuanyuan Chen was not his man. Just then, Xuanyuan Chen pulled out a telescope and surveyed the situation on the opposite riverbank. It seemed the other side had also realized the threat and were building defensive fortifications. Seeing Xuanyuan Chen holding a strange object and looking into the distance, Lu Yi grew curious about what it was. Just as he was about to inquire, Xuanyuan Chen handed the telescope directly to him. Your Highness, this is a telescope, which allows one to clearly see the situation on the opposite side. Please have a look. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi paused. However, after having seen so many novelties in the North Country, especially after witnessing the colossal invention of the train, Lu Yi no longer had a surprised reaction to new gadgets. He took the telescope from Xuanyuan Chen's hand and, imitating Xuanyuan Chen, looked into the distance. He saw that events on the other side of the river appeared as if they were right before his eyes, and were incredibly clear. Lu Yi thought to himself that the device was really useful, especially suited for scouting enemy positions. Thinking this, Lu Yi's heart balanced out. Lu Chen, a unanimously recognized useless individual, had, upon arriving in the North Country, come up with so many useful and strange gadgets. The North Country was still a land of bitter cold. Even in such a poor place, they could come up with these devices. If back then, his imperial father had assigned the North Prince to a richer area in the south, perhaps the North Prince might have been able to fly by now. While Lu Yi was curious about how the North Prince had acquired these objects, Xuanyuan Chen beside him spoke up. Your Highness, I plan to launch an attack on Haiyang County tomorrow. What do you think? Hearing Xuanyuan Chen's words, Lu Yi moved the telescope from his view and looking at Xuanyuan Chen, he asked, General Xuanyuan, are you confident? Xuanyuan Chen said, I repeat what I said earlier, within 3 days, we will have captured the opposite bank. Lu Yi replied, then I shall await General Xuanyuan's good news. Lu Yi did not believe that Xuanyuan Chen could reach the other side in 3 days. He had just observed through the telescope that the opposite side had already stationed numerous soldiers, and their defensive structures, including trebuchets, were all ready. Taking it down in 3 days would be no easy feat. But since Xuanyuan Chen had spoken, Lu Yi did not wish to argue further. After all, Xuanyuan Chen was not his man. The more arrogant the subordinates of the North Prince were, the better it was for him. If one day he and the North Prince had a falling out and war ensued, these arrogant generals could become a disaster for the North Country. However, Lu Yi soon discovered that Xuanyuan Chen was not arrogant. On the contrary, the time Xuanyuan Chen estimated was somewhat conservative. Meanwhile, on the opposite riverbank, a general clad in armor looked at the military camp where North Country's soldiers were stationed and confidently said, I have long heard that North Country's soldiers are brave and good at fighting, very impressive. Let this general have a good experience. I want to see just how formidable North Country's soldiers really are. Early the next morning, Lu Yi was still sleeping in his tent when the deafening sound of drumming woke him up. He awoke to find his face looking very ugly. He said to the trusted aide outside his tent, Chen Lai, what happened? The guard immediately entered the tent and said, Your Highness, General Xuanyuan has launched an attack. Hearing this, Lu Yi's face instantly darkened. Although Xuanyuan Chen and his men were not his own subordinates, they were sent by the North Prince faction to help him capture Haiyang County. Yet these fellows didn't even inform him before launching the attack, just started drumming as if he didn't exist at all. Though he was displeased, Lu Yi didn't say much. He got up, dressed, skipped breakfast, and went directly to the front. He wanted to see how North Country's soldiers fought. As soon as Lu Yi reached the front line, the artillery positions let out deafening roars. Lu Yi wasn't far from the artillery positions, and each blast felt like a direct hit to his innards, causing his body to involuntarily tremble with the sound of the gunfire. Soon, Lu Yi saw the opposite riverbank get enveloped in clouds of dirt. He hurriedly asked someone to bring him a telescope to observe the situation on the other side. Seeing the cannonballs explode and blow Wei Prince's soldiers to pieces, Lu Yi's legs started to tremble uncontrollably. Was this the power of these weapons? How terrifying! Lu Yi finally understood why neither the barbarian tribe nor Great Wu were a match for North Country. The firepower of these cannons was akin to that of a grandmaster, and crucially, there were enough of them. As long as North Country could keep producing them, even if some nation or power had many grandmasters, they might not be a match for North Country. The continuous barrage from these cannons might even exhaust a grandmaster to death. Watching the cannonballs' relentless harvest the lives of soldiers on the other bank, Lu Yi's face turned pale. This was no war, it was a one-sided slaughter. With the power of these cannons, would it take 3 days to reach the opposite shore? No, even 2 hours might be unnecessary. Lu Yi quickly noticed that North Country warships had already started crossing the river. These warships were hastily modified, but the ships were equipped with things like mortars, small cannons. As the warships drew near the opposite shore, a few surviving Wei Prince's soldiers tried to resist stubbornly, only to be dispatched after a few blasts. The bombardment lasted for only about an hour, and soon Lu Yi's trusted aides, military flags were planted on the riverbank fortifications across the Wei. Xuanyuan Chen and his men were only helping Lu Yi seize Haiyang County, so the flags could not bear the emblem of the North Country. Seeing the flag fluttering on the flagpole, Lu Yi sat down hard on the ground. In theory, once North Country's soldiers successfully crossed the river, it wouldn't be long until he could take Haiyang County, and soon he would be able to make a comeback. He should be happy, yet he couldn't feel any joy at that moment. The thought that he might have to face the cannons of North Country in the future filled Lu Yi with fear. If he had led a traditional army to launch a river-crossing battle, it would have probably taken months to achieve success, whereas the army of the North Country needed less than 2 hours to eliminate the defending troops across the river. What kind of war was this? If one day the North Prince led his troops southward, could it be that less than a month would be needed to directly take down the capital city and change dynasties? Lu Yi's trusted aide quickly supported him. Your Highness, what's wrong? Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness. At this moment, Lu Yi's gaze was vacant, as if he could no longer hear the sounds of the outside world, like he was sitting on the ground, staring at the artillery smoke on the opposite bank of the river. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Yi's ears gradually began to pick up the voices of his aides, and he said weakly, "Help me up." The aides hurriedly helped Lu Yi to his feet and escorted him back to the tent. The scene witnessed today was a profound shock to Lu Yi. He had never imagined that war could be so swift. After General Xuanyuan's troops occupied the other side of the river, he came to the outside of Lu Yi's tent. He intended to symbolically report the battle situation to Lu Yi, but Lu Yi's aides stopped General Xuanyuan, saying, "General Xuanyuan, the prince is indisposed, he has entrusted you with full responsibility for this war. You can report to him after Haiyang County has been captured. There is no need to report to him in the meantime." General Xuanyuan did not persist. He clasped his hands, saying, "I understand, then the prince should rest well." 1 day later. Inside Shunan City. Lu Yong was enjoying the service of the beauty, when suddenly a group of generals stormed into the hall. "Prince, this is terrible. Prince Lu Yi is coming for us." The sudden influx of generals sent Lu Yong into panic. His body instantly stiffened, and his overweight form was unable to rise, lying on top of the beauty. Lu Yong said in terror, "How is that possible? Impossible, with Quanping River as a barrier, how could the North Country's soldiers cross over so quickly?" Seeing Lu Yong flattened on the beauty, in a state of panic, trying to get up but unable to, the generals grew even more distressed. They were already battered and defeated, barely finding a stable place. They thought they could continue their extravagant lifestyle here, only to have it quickly shattered by Prince Lu Yi. At that moment, a general suddenly remarked, "You all saw the weapon North Country used just now. If this continues, our deaths are certain." Another general suggested, "Why not surrender? Prince Lu Yi is in need of men now, he certainly won't make things difficult for us." Hearing their words, Lu Yong, who was lying on top of the beauty like a fat pig, chimed in, "Yes, surrender. I surrender." However, no sooner had he spoken than everyone's gaze turned sharply towards Lu Yong, their eyes filled with ruthless killing intent. The next moment, a general drew his sword and pierced both Lu Yong and the beauty with a single thrust. Lu Yong couldn't fathom, even in death, that it was these very people who had supported him in taking over his father's position, and now they had turned on him so abruptly. After Lu Yong died, his subordinates carried Lu Yong's head over to the soldiers of North Country and surrendered. It took Xuanyuan Chen less than half a month to take down the entire Haiyang County after launching the attack. Although Lu Yi remained within his own tent all this while, he was aware of the occurrences outside. He had actually anticipated the outcome for Lu Yong from the very first day of the war. Xuanyuan Chen had completed the river-crossing battle in merely one day, and after the Wei Prince's subordinates had been bombarded by the artillery of North Country, how could they possibly harbor any thoughts of resistance? After Xuanyuan Chen had taken control over the entire Haiyang County, he once again visited Lu Yi's tent. Xuanyuan had not sought Lu Yi during these days, knowing that Lu Yi was somewhat shaken up and reluctant to meet with others for the time being. However, now that Haiyang County was taken and the Wei Prince had lost his head, with the prince's subordinates having surrendered to Lu Yi, it was now Lu Yi's turn to enter the stage. When Xuanyuan Chen arrived at Lu Yi's tent, he called out loudly, "Your Highness, Haiyang County has been taken. The Wei Prince's subordinates have delivered the Wei Prince's head. What do you think should be done next?" Upon hearing Xuanyuan Chen's voice, Lu Yi inside the tent began to cough violently. The trusted aide outside the tent hurriedly said, "General Xuanyuan, the prince has been ill these past few days and has yet to recover. Perhaps you should first take those people into custody, and we can revisit the matter once His Highness is better." After hearing the trusted aide's words, Xuanyuan Chen said, "All right then." Xuanyuan Chen did not think much of it and left the encampment, heading directly to the opposite shore of the river. Several days passed, and Lu Yi's illness finally showed some signs of improvement. Lu Yi did not choose to execute the Wei Prince's subordinates. Though he felt in his heart that these men were unreliable after all, they were those who had carried Lu Yong's head over to surrender, and such men might surrender once or countless times. If a day came when he and Lu Chen went to war, these same men might also kill him to surrender or tie him up to send to North Country. But there was no helping it. Despite his reluctance in heart, he lacked manpower and had to keep these men around for the time being. The soldiers of North Country were indeed formidable, yet none of them were his men. Soon, they would return to North Country, and he must seize the time to build an army of his own. Having witnessed the way North Country waged war, Lu Yi became even more eager. He needed to quickly build his power and then find a way to obtain the artillery schematics from North Country. He could not afford to remain in decline. When Lu Yi arrived at the capital of Haiyang County, Shunan City, he issued a proclamation claiming that corrupt officials now ruled, the emperor was misled, and as crown prince, he would stand up to save Great Sum, eliminate the traitorous officials, and called upon the righteous people of the land to join him and advance to the capital city to support the emperor. Once the call for supporting the emperor in the capital was made, quite a few forces chose to align themselves with Lu Yi. Though the current prowess of Lu Yi seemed modest, these forces were not fools, so they saw the enormous backing behind him. Lu Yi took less than a month to conquer Haiyang County, clearly with strong support from the North Prince. With the backing of the North Prince, it would be effortless for Lu Yi to plot and usurp power, especially since he was already the crown prince, the legitimate heir to the throne. This news quickly reached the capital city. When the Sum emperor learned that Lu Yi had gathered a large number of people and intended to support the emperor in the capital, he was incredibly joyous. He had initially thought that Lu Yi would occupy Haiyang County and develop it for a while. He did not expect Lu Yi to raise the "supporting the emperor in the capital" slogan so promptly. Since Lu Yi had already made the call, it suggested that the army under his command would soon march towards the capital city. If Lu Yi reached the capital, perhaps it would not be long before that rebel in the north made his move. Meanwhile, in North Country, at the Lu Mansion, Shui Linglong wore a black gauze dress, semi-translucent, as if her snowy skin could be glimpsed beneath. At this moment, Yu Tianlu arrived at Shui Linglong's side and handed a piece of intelligence over to her. Shui Linglong received the intelligence, glanced through it, and then said with a soft laugh, "The military power of North Country truly is impressive. It did not even require a month to occupy the entire Haiyang County. If the North Prince does indeed lead his troops south, it might take even less than a month for them to reach the gates of the capital city." Yu Tianlu then said, "We can almost confirm that the North Prince is the son of destiny we're looking for. If we could sacrifice him, we would definitely be able to resurrect the sect hierarch, but the North Prince has always stayed in Yan County, and that Celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace seems to also be in Yan County. It won't be easy for us to take the North Prince away." Shui Linglong said, that's simple. The North Prince is fond of beauty, so I can sacrifice my charms and seduce him. As long as the North Prince falls in love with me, I will find a way to deceive him into willingly sacrificing himself. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianlu was startled for a moment, then said, Saintess, this might not be appropriate. After all, you are the saintess of the Taiyin divine sect, the hierarch's woman. If the hierarch gets resurrected and finds out what happened between you and the North Prince, he probably. Yu Tianlu did not continue, as he believed Shui Linglong understood his implication. Shui Linglong indifferently said, if I do not sacrifice my charms, how could I have the chance to get close to the North Prince? And without getting close to him, how can we resurrect the sect hierarch? What we need to do right now is resurrect the sect hierarch. As for other matters, we can think about them after the hierarch is resurrected. Besides, I have no real intention of offering myself like that. With the yin-yang mirror, I can create illusions that are almost real. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianlu immediately understood. Right, the yin-yang mirror is in the possession of their saintess. Its capabilities are not limited to just concealing a person's aura and strength. It can also create illusions, and typically, people cannot tell whether those illusions are real or fake. With this in mind, Yu Tianlu felt relieved. Next, all they needed to do was to plan carefully on how to get close to the North Prince without him noticing their true intention. At this very moment, inside the North Prince mansion, Wu Junwan sat in the pavilion, looking at the intelligence report brought by her servant, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Murong Shuiye said from the side, Your Highness, why do you sigh? Is it because the prince hasn't visited your room for too long? Hearing this, Wu Junwan scoffed coldly, What do you take me for? Do you think I'm some kind of libertine who only knows the pleasures of men and women? Murong Shuiye wasn't frightened by Wu Junwan's icy tone, and said softly, According to the observations of this servant in the past, Your Highness seemed to truly enjoy it. Wu Junwan said icily, You dare to speak to me like this only because we are in the North Country. At this point, Wu Junwan placed the intelligence report she held in front of Murong Shuiye, who took it and saw that it was about Haiyang County. The fact that North Country had conquered Haiyang County so swiftly was within Murong Shuiye's expectations. After all, the military might of the North Country was well recognized. Suddenly, Wu Junwan asked, Have you ever witnessed the power of a cannon? Murong Shuiye replied, This servant also wants to witness it, but the prince has always been wary of this servant. Wu Junwan said, If I ask him to let me see the cannon up close, do you think he would agree? Murong Shuiye responded, If your highness asks, this servant believes the prince would most likely agree. Hearing Murong Shuiye's words, Wu Junwan sighed again. It would be great if that young man really agreed. Having been in the North Country for so long, she still had not had a chance to interact with the cannon, except for that time when she saw those metal tubes being carried on the train from a distance when Lu Chen sent Lu Yi off. She was now very curious about how powerful a cannon really was. Just then, a familiar man's voice rang out at the entrance of the courtyard. If you want to see the cannon, it's not impossible. There happens to be an opportunity this afternoon. Hearing the man's voice, both women turned their heads to look at the entrance of the courtyard, only to see the bad element they hadn't met for almost half a month, swaggering into the yard. Lu Chen walked directly to Wu Junwan's side and sat down, then naturally wrapped his arm around Wu Junwan's slender waist. Wu Junwan chuckled and said, The North Prince is truly a busy man, this palace has not seen the North Prince for nearly half a month. Hearing this, Lu Chen replied with a smile, My fault, I have indeed been quite busy lately. Wu Junwan said, As a ruler of a nation, the prince is so ready to admit fault, wouldn't that be a loss of dignity? Lu Chen replied with a smile, Dignity is for strangers. Wu Junwan continued, This palace has heard that the palace master of Mysterious Moon Palace has come to the North Prince mansion, and the North Prince has been so busy these half a month. Could it be that you have been busy discussing important matters with that palace master in bed? Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Murong Shuiye next to him, and asked with a smile, Shuiye, do you smell a sour scent? Murong Shuiye answered expressionlessly, This servant smells it, very sour. Seeing these two echoing each other against her, Wu Junwan snorted coldly and then said, the prince just said that there would be an opportunity this afternoon to take us to see North Country's cannons. Is the prince serious about that? Lu Chen said, of course. I will take you there shortly. Seeing that Lu Chen truly agreed, the two women were immediately very pleased. Although they had already fallen for Lu Chen and had no intention of causing trouble in North Country anymore, deep down they still had some obsessions. One such obsession was their desire to know just how powerful North Country's weapons were. Wu Junwan then continued to ask, you helped Prince Lu Yi seize Heong County and assisted him in expanding his influence. Aren't you afraid that when he becomes a force to be reckoned with, you will have no way to control him? Lu Chen responded with a light smile, if I were truly worried about that, I would not have loaned him the troops. Seeing Lu Chen's nonchalance, Wu Junwan reminded him, lending troops to others so casually, and with North Country's weapons, be careful they might steal your North Country's weapons and then use them against North Country. Hearing Wu Junwan's reminder, Lu Chen pulled Wu Junwan closer to him and said, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about North Country's affairs now. It seems you've gotten used to your new identity. Wu Junwan replied emotionlessly, this palace only wishes not to see North Country's weapons scattered, bringing more wars to this world. Lu Chen said, you are really not a bit frank. At that moment, Lu Chen let go of Wu Junwan's waist, stood up, and said, let's go, follow this prince to watch the artillery training. Hearing this, the two women instantly brimmed with interest, and they quickly got up and followed Lu Chen to the artillery barracks. The artillery training was quite noisy, so it was located a distance away from Yan County, and on their way to the artillery barracks, they even took a short ride on a train. Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai sat inside the train, their minds filled with myriad thoughts. Compared to a carriage, Lu Chen's private train was much more spacious and luxurious, and even as a princess, Wu Junwan had never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle in her life. Lu Chen's private train, just like a moving room, was no different, and indeed the carriage even had a bed inside. Seeing the bed not far away, Wu Junwan's mind conjured up images of Lu Chen doing wicked things with his wives and concubines on that bed. Just as the two women were lost in thought, Lu Chen said, we will sleep on the train tonight, we won't go back. Hearing this, Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai were startled, well aware of what they had just been thinking, and a blush rose to their cheeks. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the distance, like thunder, and hearing such dense thunder, the two women were startled. They didn't believe it was thunder. After all, the skies were clear, and it was unlikely to have such dense thunder sounds. According to information they previously collected, North Country's weapons were closely associated with the sound of thunder. It looked like they were approaching North Country's artillery barracks. Just then, the train whistle blew, letting out a woo sound, and then the train began to slow down, and before long, it came to a stop. Lu Chen led the two women out of the train, and as soon as they exited, they were greeted with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai had never smelled such a strong scent of gunpowder, and it made them quite uncomfortable. Then, by identifying the direction of the sound, the two women quickly located where the thunder was coming from and looked in that direction in unison. Wu Junwan asked, is this thunder sound the result of North Country's cannons? Lu Chen replied, yes, although it's more accurate to call it cannon fire. Wu Junwan turned to Lu Chen and confirmed, are you sure you want to take us to see your soldiers, training? Both Shuai and I came from an enemy nation to steal intelligence. Even though they already shared the intimacy of marriage and had enjoyed each other countless times, this kind of relationship might not be very stable. The beauty trap is the most common strategy of all. Even if they professed their deep love for Lu Chen in bed, or even sweetly called him, darling, they could still potentially betray him. Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai had always believed that Lu Chen didn't fully trust the two of them, but rather, because of Lu Chen's powerful strength, he didn't fear them stealing any information from the North Prince Mansion. The cannons of the North Country were the core secret of the nation, and Wu Junwan was still somewhat incredulous that Lu Chen would willingly expose their core secret to them. Lu Chen smiled and said, we've come this far, do you really think I'm just teasing you? Wu Junwan lightly responded, I hope you won't regret it later. Lu Chen didn't mind and directly led Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai to the training grounds. When the training soldiers heard that the prince was coming, they quickly ceased their training and lined up in 2 rows to wait for Lu Chen's arrival. Once Lu Chen entered the training field, the soldiers spoke in unison, "Greetings to the prince. Long live the prince, long live, long live." After entering the training grounds, Lu Chen said, "Don't mind me, continue your training." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers returned to their original positions. By then, Wu Junwan and Mirong Xue's gaze had already fallen on the cannons at the firing range, staring intently at the soldiers, operation process, seemingly afraid to miss even a single step. After a while, a soldier pulled the cannon's lanyard, and subsequently, a deafening sound emanated, followed by the target area being blown up, sending dust flying chaotically. Witnessing this stunning scene, both women were stunned. Wu Junwan felt a twinge in her heart. No wonder the North Country could so easily defeat the Great Wu dynasty. She sensed the realm of these artillerymen. Most were at the first tier, with some not even reaching that level. They were simply physically stronger commoners. An ordinary person could operate such a powerful weapon, and one round from the cannon could kill a grandmaster or even hinder the movements of a great grandmaster. If there were enough of these weapons, the martial artists of other dynasties would be no different from commoners in the face of the North Country. No, more accurately, no different from ants. At this moment, the training soldiers performed a volley with the cannons, and in an instant, the distant target range was blasted with numerous large pits, and the rising dust seemed to form a wall several meters high. Seeing this, Wu Junwan was completely dumbstruck, and Mirong Xue felt similarly, thinking that if the Da Yu dynasty really went up against the North Country, they likely wouldn't have a chance of winning. It seemed that regaining her freedom was only a matter of time, as her original agreement with Lu Chen stipulated she'd be granted her freedom once the Da Yu dynasty was vanquished. The North Country possessing such formidable weapons meant the downfall of the Da Yu was a foregone conclusion. Mirong Xue suddenly felt a sense of confusion, wondering what she would do once she regained her freedom. Leave the North Country and find a place rich in scholarly atmosphere where she could settle down. Cannon fire continued to resound, but the thoughts of the two women had already drifted away from the artillery field. After what seemed like ages, Lu Chen saw the two women were lost in thought, and he spoke up, "Would you like to try it out yourselves?" On hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wu Junwan came to her senses and said, "It seems you truly aren't afraid of me figuring out the structure of these cannons." Lu Chen was about to say something when Wu Junwan continued, "There's no need, I've seen enough to know that the use of these cannons is far from difficult, and it's not the launchers themselves that wield the killing effect, but those metal balls." Seeing Wu Junwan's lack of interest, Lu Chen then said, "Since you're not interested, let's go elsewhere to see how the other soldiers train." Following that, Lu Chen took the two women to various other training fields. After an afternoon, Wu Junwan had noticed that in addition to terrifying weapons, the North Country's army had very different training methods and military discipline. Their army appeared to be more disciplined, achieving the mark of immediate obedience to orders. This greatly surprised Wu Junwan. Such a lustful man actually had an army with such good discipline. It was completely incongruent with the ruler, the North Prince. As evening approached, Lu Chen returned to the train with Wu Junwan and Mirong Xue. The moonlight tonight was beautifully clear, its rays shining through the train windows into the cabin, casting a saintly glow on people's faces. Lu Chen led Wu Junwan and Mirong Xue to the second carriage, where the table was already full of food. There were no lights turned on in the carriage, instead, candles were lit, making the food look even more appetizing under their flame, and stimulating the appetite. Wu Junwan was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Lu Chen was up to. Lu Chen smiled and said to Wu Junwan and Mirong Xue, "Please, take a seat." Without giving it much thought, the two women sat down to enjoy the dinner, and it had to be said, the food of the prince's mansion greatly suited their taste. Since both had lived in the mansion, they could no longer enjoy food from outside. At this moment, Wu Junwan said, "I've heard that every evening, the prince dines with his wives and concubines. Why didn't you go back to dine with them tonight?" Although Wu Junwan had never been to Wind Cloud Court, she had already come to understand the situation within the inner court of the prince's mansion quite well. When Wu Junwan asked this question, Lu Chen casually replied, "Wasn't I supposed to take you to watch the soldiers train today?" There's no helping it, we can't make it back in time. Wu Junwan said, with the speed of the train, if the prince wished, you could still make it back in time for dinner at the prince's mansion. Although the artillery barracks in Yan County are relatively far, it's not to the extent that we can't make it back, especially since we're taking a train, which is much faster than a carriage. Even if we went back now, Lu Chen might still make it in time for dinner at the prince's mansion. Wu Junwan distinctly felt that this young man was plotting something. Lu Chen said, the two of you have also been at the prince's mansion for a while, and I haven't joined you for meals before, so let's consider this evening my compensation. Wu Junwan said, does the prince really think I am as pretentious as those women in the inner court of the prince's mansion? Lu Chen chuckled. This woman was truly impervious to oil and salt. Murong Shuiye directly asked, Prince, you must have called us out for something important, right? Murong Shuiye didn't believe that Lu Chen took them out on a train just to watch soldiers train. If it were only for that purpose, they could have completely gone back tonight. Not going back meant there was an issue. This rascal must be thinking of some mischief. Lu Chen smiled and then replied, today is our empress's birthday. I took her out to relax a bit, to prevent her from getting sick at heart from staying in the North Prince mansion all the time. When Wu Junwan heard Lu Chen say this, she only then realized that today was indeed her birthday. Since coming to North Prince mansion, she hadn't paid much attention to the date, so she hadn't thought of it at all. She had forgotten her own birthday, yet this young man remembered it. This made Wu Junwan feel a hint of warmth in her heart. The young man was indeed thoughtful. No wonder this guy hadn't come to see her for half a month, and today he suddenly had appeared in her courtyard. It turned out that he knew today was her birthday and had specifically come for her. Thinking of this, were all the arrangements within this train specially prepared by this young man? Despite a strange feeling in her heart, Wu Junwan still stubbornly said, I do not have the habit of celebrating my birthday. Lu Chen didn't pay attention to Wu Junwan's words and said, let's not talk about that. Let's continue with our meal, and after we finish eating, we still have a lot of things to do. Upon hearing this, both women instantly realized what Lu Chen was referring to. Wu Junwan inwardly chuckled. So this was his idea of celebrating her birthday. She understood now, this guy was simply looking for a different place to carry on with those acts. But soon the two women discovered that what Lu Chen referred to wasn't just about engaging in those acts. Lu Chen truly had made preparations. After dinner, Lu Chen had the maids take Wu Junwan and Murong Shuiye to the third carriage to bathe. After the bath and changing into the phoenix robe, Wu Junwan returned to the first carriage. Wu Junwan went straight to the bed and lay down. She glanced at Lu Chen, who was standing at the doorway, and said icily, let's begin. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Since when did the empress become so impatient, even more than I am? Wu Junwan said expressionlessly, by taking us out here, isn't it just to enjoy our bodies in a different place? When did the prince become so hypocritical? Just get started. Lu Chen smiled and, without explaining, said to the maids, you may begin now. The next moment, the lights in the carriage went out. Soon after, someone from the second carriage came up with a cart in front of them. On the cart was something strange. The maid servants said, Happy birthday to the Empress, may you be blessed with peace and safety, and remain forever young and beautiful. Lu Chen said, this is a custom of our North country. On birthdays, we eat birthday cakes. Cake? What is that? Wu Junwan and Murong Shuiye looked at the candlelit cake with full faces of confusion. At this point, Lu Chen approached the bed and said directly to the maid servants, you may begin now. The maid immediately pushed the dining cart to Wu Junwan, handed her a dagger, and on seeing it, Wu Junwan thought the maid was an assassin. She was about to stop the maid when Lu Chen held her tightly, preventing her from moving at all. At that moment, the maid spoke up, Your Majesty, please cut the cake. With a skeptical look, Wu Junwan took the dagger, then turned to Lu Chen, Prince, what is this about? Why can't I understand? Lu Chen explained, when people in the prince's mansion have birthdays, they eat cake, it's a celebration ritual. Just think of it as a gift, he said. Wu Junwan said, I have never heard of such a strange gift before. Lu Chen said, well, now you have. Without giving it much thought, Wu Junwan began to cut the cake. Normally there are a few more steps to a birthday, but Lu Chen had deliberately omitted the singing of the birthday song and making a wish, mainly because it was Wu Junwan's first birthday, and there was no need to make it too complicated. Once Wu Junwan was accustomed to it, he would add those steps back in the next time she had a birthday. After Wu Junwan divided the cake into pieces, she handed the knife back to the maid, who then personally cut a slice of cake for Wu Junwan and placed it on a plate. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Try it and see how the cake tastes." Wu Junwan picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of cake, and then put it into her mouth. A burst of sweetness exploded in her mouth, and Wu Junwan was quite surprised. It was the first time she had ever tasted anything so sweet. At that moment, the maid also cut pieces of cake for Marong Shuiye and Lu Chen. Although Marong Shuiye didn't understand why they needed to eat this thing, she also tasted the cake. Wu Junwan then said, "This dessert is delicious, I had no idea the North Prince Mansion had such tasty sweets." Hearing Wu Junwan's praise, Lu Chen smiled and then said, "There's another event planned for tonight." No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than a loud boom sounded, much like thunder. Immediately afterward, a burst of colorful stars exploded in the sky, then fell like star showers. Wu Junwan and Marong Shuiye were stunned at the sight. The two women initially thought it was some kind of unusual phenomenon, but as more and more colorful stars exploded, the entire train carriage was illuminated. Under the night sky, the light from the fireworks shone into the train, casting Wu Junwan's and Marong Shuiye's incredibly beautiful faces in relief. After who knows how long, Lu Chen's voice rang in Wu Junwan's ear, "Does the Empress like it?" Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wu Junwan finally came back to herself. Her fair face slightly blushed under the reflection of the fireworks. "I thought all you knew was to do that sort of thing with women. I didn't expect Prince to also use these tricks to make women happy," she said. "It's just too bad, these little tricks have no effect on me," she added coolly. Standing to the side, Marong Shuiye heard Wu Junwan's words and couldn't help but look down on her. Wu Junwan's face was blushing so hard, she was nearly burning up, yet she was still putting on a tough front. It seemed she was accustomed to being a person of high status and wasn't willing to admit she had been subdued by this man. At that moment, Marong Shuiye said, "Congratulations, Prince, on thoroughly capturing Her Highness's heart." Hearing Marong Shuiye's sudden remark, Wu Junwan coldly responded, "Hey, ridiculous." Seeing Wu Junwan with a flushed face, yet still maintaining a cool demeanor, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. He enjoyed seeing Wu Junwan's stubborn facade. As the splendid fireworks continued to bloom in the sky, Wu Junwan had some cake and then placed the plate on the serving trolley. The palace maid hastily brought a silk handkerchief, with which Wu Junwan wiped her red lips and said, "I have finished eating, take it away." Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Marong Shuiye also placed her plate on the serving trolley. Although the cake truly was the most delicious dessert Wu Junwan had ever tasted, she had already had dinner and couldn't eat much. Moreover, she wasn't in the mood to eat. It had been half a month since she had last matched wits with the young man before her. Today, this young man had suddenly taken her out and had staged this whole scene, which was causing Wu Junwan to struggle to contain her urges. It had to be said that this young man had a knack for dealing with women. Although Wu Junwan wouldn't admit it aloud, in her heart, she had already acknowledged Lu Chen's little tricks. After the serving trolley was taken away, the other palace maids seemed to understand the situation and quickly drew the train's curtains. The room was then lit with a dim, yellowish ambiance light. Under its glow, Wu Junwan's pale skin took on a yellowish hue, but it made her look all the more enchanting and passionate. Wu Junwan spoke indifferently, "If all of this was prepared for that little palace maid beside you, she'd probably be so moved that she would willingly become your female slave for life. Sadly for you, it was all prepared for me, so it seems Prince is in for a disappointment." The little palace maid, Wu Junwan referred to as naturally Marong Shuiye. Lu Chen gave a slight smile, then swiftly laid Wu Junwan down on the bed and looked down at her, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then it appears Her Majesty is a woman with an unyielding heart. But what I am best at is dealing with unyielding women like you," he continued. With a poker face, Wu Junwan said, "Then I really want to see what other methods the famous North Prince has." Wu Junwan's tone was clearly provocative, and Lu Chen chuckled. He found this woman quite interesting. Then Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Wu Junwan's red lips deeply. After Wu Junwan struggled faintly for a moment, she raised her arms and wrapped them around Lu Chen's neck. Seeing this, Mirong Shuai smirked with a hint of disdain. What Princess Wu, in the North Prince mansion, in front of the North Prince, she ends up just the same as her. Wu Junwan was no different. For some reason, ever since she saw the fall of such a noble person like Wu Junwan, Mirong Shuai felt a sense of relief within her heart. She had always felt that she had been conquered by this bad man too quickly, thinking of herself as a shameless woman. Now that she saw even the Princess of Great Wu couldn't stay away from the North Prince, she suddenly felt that being conquered by the North Prince was not such a disgraceful thing. This bad man certainly had some skills. But then again, this couple was doing indecent things in the carriage while making her watch. Wasn't this a bit too tormenting for her? It made her feel like a concubine maid, although she indeed was a maid serving the Yu Emperor. But after coming to North Country, she had at least held the position of an envoy. While Mirong Shuai was feeling somewhat emotional, Lu Chen and Wu Junwan had already lost themselves in passion. My darling Wanyan, call me darling. Ah, darling. Upon hearing Wu Junwan's voice, Mirong Shuai let out a soft hum, immediately got up, and prepared to step aside, but just as she rose, she was pulled back by that despicable man. Before she could even react, Lu Chen's lips sealed her red ones. One was the esteemed and noble princess of the dynasty, and the other a cool and elegant great talent. These two together sent Lu Chen's inner ferocity climbing to its peak. After what seemed like an eternity, Wu Junwan's body suddenly emitted bursts of golden light, which didn't shoot straight into the sky but instead swirled around her. Then a massive, luminous tornado cloud gathered above the train. Seeing this, both Lu Chen and Mirong Shuai were stunned. Lu Chen immediately understood what was happening. Although there was no pillar of light emanating from Wu Junwan's body, her aura was already akin to his own. That meant Wu Junwan had now entered the Unity realm, she was a pseudo-celestial. Lu Chen felt his eyes had been opened. Wu Junwan had actually attained the Unity realm and become a pseudo-celestial under these circumstances. What test would this world impose on her? Curiosity filled Lu Chen's heart. At this moment, Wu Junwan looked at her body, emitting golden light with a hint of confusion, but Lu Chen quickly snapped out of it. Not knowing whether Wu Junwan's current state would bring him a different sensation, Lu Chen threw Mirong Shuai aside without waiting for Wu Junwan to react, and once again, she was dragged back by Lu Chen. Practice proved that Wu Junwan's state did indeed bring a different feeling to the experience. Soon the golden light on Wu Junwan's body retreated back into her, and the celestial phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated. Early morning. The sunlight crept through the train window and shone into the carriage, which was a complete mess, with a torn phoenix robe lying in the aisle. Lu Chen was embracing Wu Junwan, who was half lying on top of him, while Mirong Shuai lay beside them. Although Lu Chen's private train carriage was quite large, it was still considerably smaller than a room in the North Prince mansion, and the bed inside was on the smaller side. So, there was no room to lie side by side, they could only lie this way. When Wu Junwan woke up, she immediately said, "The princess acknowledges that the prince does have some skills, very adept at attending to others. From now on, you are my male consort." Seeing Wu Junwan talking tough again upon awakening, Mirong Shuai chuckled and said, "It's my first time seeing a princess so helpless against her own male consort, left with no option but to weep and wail." Displeased by Mirong Shuai's taunting, Wu Junwan snorted and then said, "Should Qingru ever come to the North Prince mansion, the princess will have to ask her how she educates her maids." Curious about Wu Junwan's comment, Lu Chen said, "Oh. From what you say, it seems you believe that the Yu Emperor will eventually show up at the North Prince mansion. Didn't you say she would rather die than submit?" Wu Junwan replied, "If the prince really has the ability to defeat the Yu dynasty, I might act as a go-between and persuade Qingru to follow the prince." Seeing such a sudden shift in Wu Junwan's attitude, Lu Chen gently stroked her jade back and directly asked, "Talk to me, what was your trial to become a celestial?" Caught off guard by the question, Wu Junwan paused, then coldly replied, "Do you think I would tell you something so crucial to me?" Seeing Wu Junwan unwilling to talk, Lu Chen didn't press further. Instead, he smiled and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I have a good guess. Your trial to become a celestial probably involves me to a great extent." Wu Junwan tensed up, realizing Lu Chen had guessed something. If this cunning man knew about her trial to become a celestial, she couldn't predict how he'd view her. She couldn't let him find out no matter what. With that thought, Wu Junwan said, "The prince is as shameless as ever. Why would my trial to become a celestial have anything to do with you?" Murong Shuai felt shocked upon hearing their conversation. No wonder Wu Junwan's body emitted golden light last night as she had entered the legendary Unity realm and had become a pseudo-celestial. That was just too bizarre. Who would have thought that someone would enter the Unity realm while engaged in that kind of act? Misty world. Atop a towering, cloud-piercing mountain, a woman clad in purple cloud attire stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the black mist that enveloped this world in the distance. This mountaintop was one of the rare places in this world not shrouded by mist. At that moment, the woman murmured to herself, "It seems that the restriction is about to be broken. I wonder if I will still be able to see those two disciples I took when I return to that world once more." Although it looked like the restriction was ending, the process was rather lengthy, perhaps 10 years, or maybe 100 years. For cultivators with long lifespans, 100 years might not mean much, but for ordinary people, 100 years was a lifetime. There was a difference between immortals and mortals. If her two disciples couldn't break through to the heavenly human realm within their lifetimes, she feared that by the time the restriction disappeared, she would only find their graves upon her return to that lower world. Thinking this, the woman sighed slightly. When she had first gone to that lower world, she shouldn't have gotten involved in this cause and effect. She suddenly felt some regret about taking those two disciples as apprentices. At this time, a man dressed in a white robe, looking like a Taoist immortal, appeared behind the woman. The man glanced at the distant mist and then said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems the restriction will soon be completely lifted. Once the prohibition is gone, our misty immortal sect will rise again." Hearing this, the woman's brows furrowed, and she responded, "Senior brother, have you forgotten how we ended up in this situation?" Hearing this, the man said carelessly, "We were exiled to this place because we weren't strong enough. That's why we should strive to become stronger. One day, I will lead the Misty Immortal sect back home and obliterate all those former enemies of ours." The woman tried to advise him, "Senior brother, some things you should let go of." Upon hearing the woman's words, the man snorted coldly and then retorted, "Junior sister, you're still so tender-hearted. Those ants from the lower world are not worth your sympathy, nothing but trash. It's their honor to become nourishment for our Misty Immortal sect." The woman coldly stated, "Senior brother, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Hearing this, the man chuckled, "People change. When I realized our master saw us merely as targets for reincarnation, I changed. This world is cruel. If I remained as naive as before, the Misty Immortal sect would have been annihilated long ago. I believe that one day, junior sister, you will understand your senior brother." At that, the man's figure vanished instantly from the spot. Only the woman in the purple dress remained standing on the mountaintop. The wild northwest. On the boundless grasslands, a voluptuous woman stood on a hillside, overlooking the distant barbarian army. The woman had a curvaceous figure and was scantily clad, with only a few pieces of silk covering her. Her fair and flat belly was exposed, and her pale body emitted a strong allure. Although her subordinates knew of her cruelty, they couldn't help but let their eyes wander over her. Just then, a barbarian general approached the woman, handing her a stack of white papers. "Goddess, here is intelligence on the recent situation of several major dynasties." The woman took the papers, murmuring to herself, "I didn't expect the people of this world to have crafted such fine paper so quickly." As she flipped through, upon seeing the intelligence recorded on the paper, Mu Yunshi was mildly surprised. As expected, it's not far off from what I had anticipated. The North Country does present some difficulty. Mysterious weapons. No matter how formidable the weapons, they shouldn't be able to withstand the battle formations. Just then, the barbarian general in front of Mu Yunshi spoke. Goddess, the various tribes on the grasslands have finished assembling. Those who refused to submit have already been subdued by our forces. Now that the barbarian tribes are unified once more, and all the tribal leaders are willing to heed your word, with just one command from you, we will follow you southward and trample over the major dynasties. Hearing this, Mu Yunshi chuckled lightly and then said, how is the practice of the cultivation techniques and battle formations coming along? The barbarian general hesitated for a moment, not continuing. Mu Yunshi stated, I would indeed love to lead the troops south immediately, but with your current strength, let alone moving south, you'd probably fail to defeat even the weakest Black Dragon country. Have you forgotten the affair with the Tianqi king so quickly? The barbarian general then said, the goddess is right, I was too hasty. Mu Yunshi continued, hurry up with the practice of the battle formations. In 5 years, we will march south and annihilate Great Zhou. Upon receiving a clear timeline from the goddess, the barbarian general was instantly excited and quickly responded, yes, goddess. At this, Mu Yunshi's gaze once again turned to the distant barbarian army practicing their battle formations, and she couldn't help but think to herself. She only hoped that the North Country wouldn't become an unpredictable factor. With that thought, Mu Yunshi's eyes hardened with resolve. No matter who it was, nothing could stop her from going home. With the help of Xuanyuan Chen, Lu Yi quickly established a firm foothold in Heiyang County, and not only that, he even raised a large force. Within this troop, many were individuals who had fled from feudal states destroyed by the Zhao king. As soon as Lu Yi had assembled the troop, he immediately expanded the army, and continually spread his territory. Before long, Lu Yi controlled 3 counties, and his influence was continuously spreading toward the capital city. Based on the speed of his expansion, it wouldn't take more than a year for the region under his control to border the capital city. Lu Yi was also aware that he was merely a chess piece for Lu Chen, but he was not content to remain a pawn, he was eager to become more powerful in a short span of time. In addition to expanding his own territory and influence, Lu Yi was also preparing a secondary plan. He was trying to establish contact with the demon sect to obtain more support from them and then find a way to acquire those weapons from the North Country. The war that General Xuanyuan had waged against Heiyang County had left a profound impact on Lu Yi. He often had nightmares, dreaming that he was being blown to pieces by cannons. He had now developed a deep obsession with firearms, convinced that he too must possess artillery. Only if he had his own cannons would he not fear the army of the North Country. However, getting the blueprints for manufacturing cannons was not an easy task. Recently, he had tried to have several forces steal the firearms brought over by General Xuanyuan, but they had all failed. There were some successes, but the guns they brought back lacked gunpowder. After dismantling them, they couldn't figure out anything of significance. Lu Yi surreptitiously gathered more craftsmen, attempting to develop weapons similar to those of the North Country. Lu Yi's covert activities were quickly noticed by the Brocade Guard. Incidents of thieves infiltrating the military camps were highly unusual, especially when it happened more than once. Before long, the news reached Lu Chen's ears. North Country. Inside the North Prince Mansion study room. After listening to Liang Zong's report, Lu Chen became deeply contemplative. After a moment, he spoke up, asking, have you found out who is behind this? Liang Zong replied, Your Highness, those thieves are all dead soldiers. As soon as they are captured, they either immediately take poison to commit suicide or detonate their dantian. We've been left with no clues. Lu Chen smiled, then said, most likely, my brother, Prince Lu Yi, has been rattled by the cannons and has become restless. Even without identifying the perpetrators, it was not hard to guess. After all, the incident happened in Heiyang County. Having thought for a while, Lu Chen then said, since Prince Lu Yi has already established a firm foothold in Heiyang County and formed his own power base, it's time for General Xuanyuan and his forces to return to the North Country. At that point, Lu Chen picked up a pen and a piece of white paper and began to write. As he wrote, he said, send a message to General Xuanyuan, telling him to lead his troops out of Heiyang County as soon as possible and return to the North Country. Liang Zong gave a respectful bow, saying, as you command, Your Highness. After finishing the letter, Lu Chen handed it over to Liang Zong. Liang Zong immediately left the North Prince mansion to dispatch the military orders. Just as Liang Zong left the North Prince mansion, a maid entered the study and said, "Your Highness, Queen Linglong has visited the prince's mansion again today." Hearing the maid's report, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Shui Linglong had been visiting daily. It seemed she was very eager to get close to him. If that was the case, he would grant her the opportunity. Evening. Wind Cloud Court. Lu Chen did not visit Chen Wanrong's room today. He had been going there daily, and Yun Shenxian was already getting upset. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around Mu Zixuan's waist, his chest pressed against her jade back, his head resting on her fragrant shoulder, and whispered into her ear, "My love, if Linglong visits again tomorrow, could you do me a favor?" Having just been intimate with Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan responded weakly, Your Highness, please speak. Lu Chen continued, "Create an opportunity for me to meet with Linglong alone. She has been coming every day for some time now, obviously with the intent of getting close to me but has yet to find the chance. Since she wishes to get close, I'll give her the opportunity." Hearing Lu Chen mention Shui Linglong, and as if her body responded to the name, Mu Zixuan asked, Your Highness, you're not planning on making a move on her, are you?" Lu Chen, smiling, said, "What do you think, my love?" Taking a few deep breaths, Mu Zixuan replied, "Your concubine understands." Suddenly, Mu Zixuan thought of something and then said, "Your Highness, there's something I would like to discuss with you." Hearing this, Lu Chen curiously asked, "My love, if there's something on your mind, please speak freely." At this, Lu Chen rolled off and turned Mu Zixuan's body toward him, cuddling her from the side. Lu Chen, looking at Mu Zixuan's blushing cheeks, waited to hear what she had in mind. Mu Zixuan said, "Your Highness, as the North Prince Mansion's enterprises continue to grow, my abilities are limited. I feel somewhat overwhelmed." Mu Zixuan had some capability, and managing the internal affairs of the North Prince Mansion was something she could do very well. At first, the enterprises of the North Prince Mansion were limited, so she did not have much pressure. But as some businesses grew larger and their numbers increased, Mu Zixuan clearly felt that she was overburdened. These past few days, she realized that even Yelv Nanyan, a formidable woman, had delegated authority over the treasury to others. It dawned on Mu Zixuan that it was time for her to do the same. With the increase in responsibilities, she was left without even time to sleep. If it weren't for Lu Chen spending the night at the Wind Cloud Palace, she would probably still be busy dealing with business matters at this moment. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, he had recently neglected the affairs of the prince's mansion's industries. The industries of the prince's mansion were rapidly expanding, and these industries were extremely vast, no different from modern large corporations. Mu Zixuan was essentially managing dozens of large companies by herself, and she also had to take care of the internal affairs of the prince's mansion. No matter how capable she was, she surely couldn't handle it all. Lu Chen said, "Right now, there are few reliable people in the North Country, my love. Do you trust anyone to whom we could delegate some industries in the future, someone you can entrust with responsibility?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then responded, "It's better for the prince to decide. It's not quite appropriate for your consort to get involved in these matters." Although Mu Zixuan was the princess of the North Prince Mansion, she feared that if she casually arranged for people to take over the prince's mansion's industries, it would give the impression that she was cultivating her own power. She did not want to trouble herself with such concerns, so it was better to let Lu Chen decide. Lu Chen thought for a while, then said, "I happen to have someone here who is quite idle. However, her identity is somewhat special, and it's not yet suitable for her to publicly take over the management of the industries." Mu Zixuan instantly guessed who Lu Chen was referring to, as the prince referring to Princess Wu by any chance. Lu Chen said, "Yes, she is not only ambitious but also capable. Keeping her locked in the courtyard, without letting her do anything, makes her uncomfortable. I would like to try handing over some industries for her to manage." Mu Zixuan did not immediately answer Lu Chen. The women of the inner court of the prince's mansion were actually somewhat wary of Wu Junwan. This was because the woman had great ambition. She was originally someone who aspired to become an empress. Now that she had become Lu Chen's woman, her body and soul might belong to Lu Chen, but that didn't mean her personality could change drastically. Maybe this woman already had the idea of competing for the position of the prince's consort, or even aspired to become the empress eventually. Wu Junwan had been in the North Prince mansion for so long, the women of the mansion had almost never visited her courtyard of their own volition, simply because they were guarding against her. A woman with too much ambition entering the inner court of the prince's mansion could easily disrupt their current harmonious environment. Seeing that Mu Zixuan did not directly answer, Lu Chen asked, "My love, are you afraid that her ambition is too great and that she might eventually do something to harm the prince's mansion?" Mu Zixuan snapped back to reality and said, "Yes, although she's already the prince's woman, I still have some concerns." Mu Zixuan did not continue. She hadn't had such worries when Yelv a consort of the Sky Wolf King, entered the prince's mansion. But no matter what, she couldn't put Wu Junwan out of her mind. At most, Yelv was just a consort from a barbarian tribe, and moreover, the Sky Wolf King's tribe had been destroyed by Lu Chen, no longer did anyone back Yelv. But behind Wu Junwan was a dynasty, and the Great Wu dynasty still existed. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, my love. If her ambition swells too quickly, I will take action in time to suppress it." Mu Zixuan said, "I leave it to the prince to decide." Since Lu Chen had already spoken, Mu Zixuan had no more to say. She trusted that, with Lu Chen watching, that woman probably wouldn't cause trouble. However, Mu Zixuan then asked, "Prince, the princess of Great Wu has not officially married into the North Prince mansion. If people find out that she has taken over the management of the prince's mansion's industries, won't they suspect your relationship with her?" Wu Junwan had come to the North Country as a hostage, not directly married to Lu Chen. If Lu Chen now handed over so many industries of the North Country to Wu Junwan's control, even a fool would suspect that something had happened between Wu Junwan and Lu Chen. After all, that would make it difficult to explain to the Great Wu dynasty, and it would certainly cause some within the North Country to worry since Wu Junwan had not officially married Lu Chen. Lu Chen considered for a moment, then said, "How about this? She can help you manage those industries for now, but they will still be under your name for the time being." Mu Zixuan asked, "Will the princess agree to this?" After all, Wu Junwan once held a high position and was someone who aspired to be an empress. Now, she could only work under someone else, and what's more, her achievements would be attributed to another woman as she would most likely be unwilling. Lu Chen replied with a smile, "She will agree. Enough about that. I haven't stayed overnight in the Wind Cloud Palace for a long time. Tonight, I will help you stabilize your realm." Having said that, Lu Chen embraced Mu Zixuan's waist, rolled over, pressing her beneath him, and then kissed Mu Zixuan's lips. Morning. A ray of warm sunshine poured into the room, casting golden light upon the figure, making the already stunning woman appear even more dreamlike. When Wu Junwan woke up, she lifted her blanket, exposing her fair skin. Seeing that her undergarments had been discarded, Wu Junwan let out a cold huff. "It's all that man's fault, making me develop such a bad habit." Being accustomed to wearing clothes to bed, since arriving at the North Prince mansion, there had been a time when that man visited every day, which eventually led her to develop the bad habit of sleeping without clothes. Sometimes she went to sleep fully clothed, only to wake up and find her clothes had been removed, so now she didn't want to wear undergarments to bed at all, finding it uncomfortable. She yearned even more for the feeling of that man's body against hers. Wu Junwan glanced around the room, sighing softly. She felt all of this was so unreal. Though she had been taken by that man, she was now completely unable to leave him, and even the conditions for her becoming a celestial were tied to that man. The heavens truly loved to play tricks on her. Enough, everything is fate. It's my destiny to be so, she conceded. Wu Junwan was never a person who believed in fate. If she had been, she would never have dreamt of becoming an empress. Throughout history, it has always been men who ascended to the emperors' thrones, and the Great Wu dynasty was no exception. In the history of the Great Wu dynasty, let alone an empress, even powerful empresses or empress dowagers rarely appeared. However, the events of the recent few years, especially those related to the North Prince, have forced Wu Junwan to believe again that it must be predestined. Not thinking too much about it, Wu Junwan turned to the maidservant in the room and asked, "Is the hot water ready?" The maidservant promptly replied, "Your Highness, it's all prepared." No sooner had the maidservant finished speaking than Wu Junwan got up from the bed and, without a stitch of clothing, headed directly to the adjacent bathroom. As she walked, she said, "Xiao Ya, come and give me a shoulder rub." "Yes, Your Highness." Because Wu Junwan was undressed, she entered the steaming bathtub directly, and as she did, her body immediately felt all the fatigue vanish in an instant. Wu Junwan moved to the center of the bath and slowly squatted down. Just then, she heard the sound of someone else entering the water behind her. Wu Junwan did not sense any danger, assuming it was the maidservant entering the bath to massage her shoulders, so she didn't mind it. Soon, a pair of hands rested on her fragrant shoulders and slowly started massaging. For a moment, Wu Junwan felt utterly relaxed, her eyes closed. But she quickly realized that something was amiss. The maidservant's hands, which had started gently on her shoulders, moved to the front after a while. Wu Junwan furrowed her eyebrows and opened her eyes. "Xiao Ya, I asked for a shoulder massage, what are you doing?" Before Wu Junwan could turn around, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her slender waist, and she felt the intruder's presence. The next moment, Wu Junwan was pulled to the edge of the bathtub. However, Wu Junwan did not scream or shout. As soon as she noticed the anomaly with her body, she knew what was happening. Wu Junwan snorted coldly and said, "Does the prince enjoy sneaking around like this?" The only person who could fill her with such a sense of fullness instantly, she believed, was the cheeky man, nobody else. Hearing her words, Lu Chen said with a laugh, "I didn't expect my Junwan to be so familiar with me, recognizing me in an instant." Wu Junwan, expressionless, responded, "Apart from you, I fear there's no one else in this world who can approach me so silently, without me noticing the slightest sign, not even celestials." Although she didn't want to admit it, Wu Junwan was acutely aware that her body had indeed let down all defenses against Lu Chen. Unless she saw the man approaching, she would never know of his presence, even if he came to her side at any time, and it was only when he directly did certain things to her that she would immediately realize it was him. Wu Junwan continued, "What brings the prince to me so early in the morning?" She believed that if Lu Chen truly wanted to be intimate with her, he wouldn't have come to her so early in the morning, especially since he had many things to do during the day. Although Lu Chen was lustful, he was still a prince who took care of serious matters. Moreover, there was more time at night, and Lu Chen could play however he wished if he came in the evening. Clearly, the man had some business with her. Lu Chen said with a smile, "My wise wife has guessed correctly that I came for a matter to discuss." Wu Junwan simply said, "Just speak straightforwardly." Lu Chen spoke up, "You have been in the prince's mansion for a long time, staying here every day with nothing to do. Don't you find it a little boring?" Wu Junwan chuckled lightly and said, "I am the prince's trophy. Where else should I stay if not in the prince's mansion? Does the prince wish for me to go out and cause trouble, to throw the entire north country into chaos?" Lu Chen stated, "If you find it boring, I can arrange some tasks for you." On hearing this, Wu Junwan paused. Arrange tasks. If Lu Chen was beginning to trust her, that meant. And for someone like her, having tasks in the North Prince Mansion meant she would start dabbling in powers, and once she got a taste of power, she would have the capacity to disrupt the North Prince Mansion. Wasn't this cheeky man afraid she would bring trouble to the North Prince Mansion? Wu Junwan inquired, "Is the prince serious?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Since I've brought it up, it's definitely serious. I'm just not sure if you're willing." Wu Junwan turned her head slightly to look back at Lu Chen and continued to ask, "What does the prince intend for me to do?" Lu Chen said, "The industries of the prince's mansion are growing more and more. My wife is getting a bit overwhelmed, so I plan for you to assist her, to jointly manage the industries of the prince's mansion." On hearing this, Wu Junwan felt a jolt in her heart. She was well aware of the importance of those industries in the North Prince Mansion. If she were to manage the industries of the North Prince Mansion, then she would have the ability to access some of the mansion's secrets, such as the production techniques and blueprints of various products. She could then completely orchestrate the theft of those items and hand them over to her followers, who could take them back to the Great Wu dynasty. Wu Junwan found it hard to believe that Lu Chen could actually trust her this much. Was this man testing her? Or did he truly have such intentions? After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Junwan spoke, "Is the prince testing this princess? Could it be that the prince doesn't trust me, so he wants to test me to see if I'm still interested in the secrets of the North Prince mansion?" Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, "You are overthinking it. I indeed plan to let you be involved with the prince's mansion's businesses. You are an ambitious and capable woman. I don't want to keep you locked up in the prince's mansion like a canary." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan directly asked, "Doesn't the prince worry that I might leak the secrets of these businesses?" Lu Chen said, "That depends on what you're thinking. Do you want to stay by my side for life as my woman, or are you planning to betray me and start anew out there? If you intend to be with me for life, then you'll help the prince's mansion. If you don't think I'm worth marrying, then you can try and sneak those business secrets out and deliver them to the Great Wu dynasty." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan let out a snort of laughter. The prince really is testing this princess. Even if she truly accessed those business secrets, her entire being was still in Yan County, and her entourage was also in Yan County. They were constantly under the surveillance of the North Prince Mansion's brocade guard. If she obtained those business secrets, she likely wouldn't be able to get them out, which would only reveal her continued larcenous intentions. So the young man wasn't worried at all about her accessing those business secrets. Lu Chen said, "To be honest, I don't believe for a second that you would betray the North Prince mansion." Wu Junwan asked, "Oh. Why is the prince so confident? Does the prince really think that I've been conquered by you, as the floozy next door says?" Lu Chen said, "That's not the reason." Wu Junwan pressed further, "Then what is the reason?" Lu Chen answered, "Because I know your test to become a celestial is definitely related to me. To become a celestial, you must be by my side, so I think you won't betray me." Wu Junwan said, "Isn't the prince worried that the path I cultivate is the unfeeling Tao, so to become a celestial, I need to kill the prince or betray the prince?" Hearing this from Wu Junwan, Lu Chen was taken aback. Indeed, there was this possibility. However, since the woman had brought it up, it was very likely not the reason. At that moment, Lu Chen opened Wu Junwan's personal file. Sometimes, some things are not complicated at all, like if Lu Chen wants to know Wu Junwan's recent activities, he can just look at whether the system has updated her personal file. Lu Chen rarely keeps a constant watch on his wife's personal data. But since Wu Junwan just mentioned that possibility of betrayal, Lu Chen needed to pay close attention this time, just in case she means it. Name: Wu Junwan. Status: Princess Wu of the Great Wu Dynasty, daughter of the Martial Emperor, friend of the Yu Emperor, pet of the North Prince, 31 years old, possesses extremely high martial arts talent, has entered the Unity realm. Ever since consummating her relationship with the North Prince, she has fallen deeply in love with him, and is willing to give up on her long-held dream of becoming the Empress. Her love for the North Prince has led Heavenly Tao to set a special test for her. She only needs to bear 3 children for the North Prince, and she will be able to complete the Unity realm and become a true celestial. She is currently attempting to hide her condition to become a celestial. Rating: 98. Favorability: 100. Seeing Wu Junwan's updated file, Lu Chen was taken aback. He knew Wu Junwan's celestial test must relate to him, but he hadn't imagined that it would be this condition. This condition is too simple, isn't it? Just to bear 3 children. Thinking about it, Lu Chen quickly realized that perhaps the test wasn't so simple after all. Wu Junwan is already a pseudo-celestial, and he himself is a pseudo-celestial. For them to have children is extremely difficult. Let alone 3 children, he didn't know how many attempts would be needed with Wu Junwan before she could hit the target. Heavenly Tao setting such a test for Wu Junwan, wasn't it just encouraging Wu Junwan to frequently engage in that kind of activity with him? How could there be such a test? The Heavenly Tao of this world is really strange. But thinking it over, now that he knows Wu Junwan's celestial test isn't about betraying him, he can be unrestrained with Wu Junwan. Seeing Lu Chen fall into a long silence, Wu Junwan chuckled, it seems the prince is starting to worry. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen came back to his senses, and with a slight smile, he whispered in Wu Junwan's ear, you did scare me for a moment.